72. Although Chen Pingan looked thin and weak, when he carried the locust tree branches on his shoulders and walked easily in Mud Bottle Alley, the little girl in the red cotton padded jacket was stunned. If she hadn't insisted, Chen Pingan would have taken the locust tree branch on her slender shoulders as well. A little girl with a ponytail stood at the entrance of Mud Bottle Alley. Her cheeks were probably frostbitten in the winter, as her cheeks were very eye-catching. When she saw the girl in the red cotton padded jacket carrying the locust tree branch, she said sullenly, "Li Baoping, didn't you say you would leave the locust tree branch behind and go to school with me? You don't know, but Grandpa Ma is very strange today. He's wearing the same clothes as Mr. Chi and said he would take us on a study trip to Cliff Academy. If Grandpa Ma gets angry at us, it's your fault." The girl in the red cotton padded jacket didn't listen at all. She picked up a green locust tree leaf that Chen Pingan gave her from the embroidered bag at her waist, and twirled it in front of her peers proudly. She had an expression that said, "You don't have it, but I have a lot of it." The little girl with the ponytail only felt that it was strange. She didn't know what was so good about showing off a broken leaf, but she just couldn't stand Li Baoping's look. She was asking for a beating. The problem was that the children of the same age in the school, even a troublemaker like Li Huai, couldn't beat Li Baoping. Li Huai had once been beaten by her until he lay on the ground and pretended to be dead. Li Baoping didn't give up. She took off Li Huai's trousers and threw the trousers up a tree, hanging it high up there. Naked, Li Huai cried all the way back. His mother wasn't someone easy to deal with. Without saying anything, she dragged Li Huai and charged towards Fulu Street. In the end, before they reached the Li family, the woman saw the majestic stone lions, painted door gods, and tall courtyard walls on both sides of the street. She was so angry that she gave Li Huai another beating. She didn't even knock on the door of the Li family's house before pulling her son's ear and sneaking back to the dilapidated house on the west side of the town. However, that night, the woman slaughtered a chicken and stewed it. Li Huai stood on the stool naked, swaying back and forth, eating more happily than anyone else. He didn't even remember the embarrassing incident where Li Baoping pressed him to the ground and smacked his head. The little girl with ponytails stretched out her hands and gestured with her hands, her face full of disdain. "It's just a locust tree leaf. What's there to be proud of? My father gave me a golden abacus last night. An abacus made of gold is this big." It was a pity that the little girl in the red cotton padded jacket was completely immersed in her own world. She didn't care about the golden abacus at all. She continued to wave the locust tree leaf lightly in front of her companion. She lifted her pointed chin and pointed at Chen Pingan in front of her. "He gave it to me. I have more in my bag." The little girl with ponytails sighed. From the first day she met Li Baoping, she had always been this annoying. She only said what she wanted to say, only listened to what she wanted to hear, only did what she wanted to do. If it weren't for the fact that there weren't many people of the same age in Dragon Rider Alley, the little girl with ponytails wouldn't have been willing to play with her. Many times, even Mr. Chi was helpless against Li Baoping. Li Baoping would always ask strange questions, but Mr. Chi would always answer seriously. Unfortunately, he often couldn't give an answer that would convince Li Baoping. Sometimes, Mr. Chi would excitedly think of a question and plan to teach Li Baoping well the next day. In the end, Li Baoping would forget what she had asked yesterday. Once she thought of fishing for loaches, catching crickets or flying kites, she would run away, leaving Mr. Chi to the side. Chen Pingan carried the locust tree branches on his shoulders and couldn't turn his head. He could only ask in a slightly louder voice, "How many people are there in the school right now?" Li Baoping was struggling to change her shoulders to carry the locust tree branches. She had changed back and forth many times before, and it was burning with pain. The girl with ponytails reached out a hand and answered, "Now there are only 5 people left." Me, Li Baoping, Li Huai, Lin Shui, and Dong Shuijing. She had nothing to do, so she told him the situation of the school in one breath. Mr. Chi promised to take us on a study trip, and we were going to study at Cliff Academy in the end. At that time, there were still 14 or 15 people in the school, and our families all agreed. Later, these rich kids who mostly lived on Fulu Street and Peach Leaf Alley said that they were sick and didn't come to school. Later, I heard from Li Baoping that they directly left the town, saying that they were going to seek refuge with distant relatives. When they heard that they were going to Cliff Academy, this group of people was the happiest. I don't even know why they were so happy. They had to follow Mr. Chi for such a long journey. Weren't they tired? The little girl's voice was childish, but her words were clear. She was precocious and had a gentle temperament, like a little adult. Chen Pingan couldn't help but think of Gu Kan. However, she was like a snotty hedgehog, so she was still a little different. Chen Pingan smiled and asked, "Then what's your name?" The little girl with 2 ponytails said indifferently, "Me. My name is Shi Chuanjia, so you can call me Miss Shi." Chen Pingan was speechless. Li Baoping undermined him and said, "You can call her little Shi too." Shi Chuanjia was like an angry kitten. She angrily said to Li Baoping, "You're not allowed to call her little Shi too." Li Baoping, "You can't call her little Shi too either." Li Baoping, who liked to let her imagination run wild, had already shifted her thoughts from the nickname of her little friend to something else. Therefore, she didn't pay attention to Shi Chuanjia's rebuttal. Shi Chuanjia, on the other hand, had a serious personality. She tirelessly tried to reason with Li Baoping just to get rid of the unlikable nickname Little Shi too. This was because Shi Chuanjia knew that in the future, when she went to Mr. Chi's Cliff Academy, as long as Li Baoping called her Little Shi too even once, then she would probably never be able to get rid of this nickname. Listening to the 2 little girls behind him talking back and forth, Chen Pingan asked when they approached Fulu Street, "There are many houses with the surname Li on this side of Fulu Street. Where is your house?" Chen Pingan thought that as long as it wasn't the house of one of the 4 major surnames, it would be fine. After all, in order to lure the elder ape of Xingyang Mountain out of the mountain, he used the locust tree on Fulu Street to climb up the wall of the Li residence. Speaking of which, Chen Pingan also used a slingshot to break 2 of the Li residence's bird food jars. Shi Chuanjia said in a bad mood, "It's the house with the locust tree outside the wall." In the past, every time her family didn't let her go out because they were afraid that she would play around, she would secretly climb up the wall and land on Fulu Street along the locust tree. Once, her parents were so angry that they moved the ladder away and insisted that she enter through the gate. Unexpectedly, she directly jumped down. After that, she didn't come to school for a month. For the next 2 months, she always came with crutches. Li Baoping didn't feel that it was shameful. Instead, she said in a serious manner, "I reflected on it afterwards. That time, my landing posture was wrong. I shouldn't have stuck my feet straight down. So after my legs recover, I'll try again." Shi Chuanjia said in a huff, "Isn't it just another half a month off from school?" Li Baoping curled her lips. "Won't it be fine after the 3rd time?" Shi Chuanjia said angrily, "That's because after a year, your body will grow very fast. That's why you can withstand the torment. It has nothing to do with your landing posture." Chen Pingan didn't get involved in the quarrel between the 2 girls. First, he was having a headache. If the Li family recognized him, they would close the door and let the dog out in anger. Second, Chen Pingan envied them in the depths of his heart. He envied their happiness and stability. They had elders at home to control them and could study in school. Although he had a headache, Chen Pingan still decided to help Li Baoping and send the locust tree branch to her door. This was probably karma. He had just told the girl in the red cotton padded jacket that he had to keep his promise. In the end, he could only bite the bullet and walk into the Leaf family's mansion. Perhaps the heavens had finally woken up from their nap and felt that it was time for Chen Pinggan's luck to change. The gatekeeper didn't recognize him and Li Baoping didn't ask him to help her carry the locust tree branch into the mansion. Chen Pinggan was just about to turn and leave when Li Baoping handed him the locust tree branch on her shoulder, saying that it was her repayment. Chen Pinggan didn't refuse the girl's kindness. He casually carried it on his shoulder and waved goodbye. The gatekeeper was already used to his young Mrs.'s strange temper. He wasn't surprised that she carried a bunch of locust tree branches that were disliked for burning. He only felt a little heartache for his young Mrs.'s red cotton padded jacket. It was much more valuable than the locust tree branches. When this young lady was not even 5 years old, she could go to the stream and catch a big crab by herself. When she got home, she cried and raised her little hand high. There was a crab on her little hand that was unwilling to let go of its pincers even if it was dead. This made her parents and the old ancestor feel very distressed. Until now, that crab with a greenish-black shell and crimson-red pincers was still in her big fish tank. His young miss really didn't like to study and would chat with it whenever she had nothing to do. Looking at Chen Pinggan's departing figure, Shi Chuanjia glanced at Li Baoping beside her and chuckled. So it's him who caused you to lose a front tooth. Li Baoping suddenly walked behind Shi Chuanjia and held her 2 ponytails with both hands, preparing to pull them up. Trust me, it will definitely work this time. Shi Chuanjia was so scared that she quickly squatted down and closed her eyes. She waved her hands randomly above her head to prevent Li Baoping from pulling her ponytails up again. Li Baoping squatted next to her, who was shorter than her, and confidently said, "Little Shi Tu, it won't hurt. You haven't tried it a second time, so how do you know it won't work? Am I right?" Shi Chuanjia was so scared that she burst into tears. The gatekeeper couldn't bear it and helped the shopkeeper of the shop in Dragon Rider Alley. He said, "Just now, a student, Mr. Ma, asked Li Huai to pass on a message to the residents to prepare a carriage. Young miss, you should take your luggage and go to the school first. Then, you will leave the town and travel with Miss Shi to Cliff Academy. Of course, before going to the school, young miss can go to Dragon Rider Alley and put Miss Shi's things on the carriage." Li Baoping could only let Shi Chuanjia go for now. Her face was full of disappointment. When they walked through the gate together, she didn't forget to feel sorry for Shi Chuanjia. The little girl with ponytails, who had survived the disaster, silently decided that she would take off her ponytails today. Li Baoping suddenly exclaimed and raised her head. Shi Chuanjia followed her gaze and wondered, "It won't rain." A large black cloud floated over the town. From north to south. The straw sandals youth, who had just walked out of Fulu Street, also raised his head to look. At that moment, the youth was so shocked that he couldn't speak. How was that a black cloud? It was clearly a dense cloud of flying swords in the sky. Countless immortals were flying in the sky on their swords. The youth slowly turned his neck and his gaze followed the cloud of swords heading south. All of a sudden, a black dot went from south to north, going in the opposite direction of the flying sword immortals. That black dot grew bigger and bigger. In the end, the straw sandals youth with excellent eyesight widened his eyes as if he had seen a ghost in the day. In the sky above the town, there was a person on a flying sword that slanted downwards. When he was about 1,000 feet away from the town, he stopped for a moment. The person on the flying sword looked down at the town and scanned the surroundings. Then, he rushed down towards Fulu Street. In the blink of an eye, he flew thousands of miles on the flying sword. With the sound of wind and thunder breaking through the air, he finally landed in front of Chen Pinggan. The sword hovered half a foot above the ground. On the sword, there was a heroic girl in a dark green robe. Her feet were also hovering on the sword. The travel-worn girl grinned and crossed her arms in front of her chest. She said heroically, "I felt that I should say goodbye to you, so I came." But before the youth with the locust tree branch could say anything, the girl with the sword at her waist changed the direction of the sword. It slanted upwards and disappeared in a flash. The youth subconsciously reached out his hand, but the girl on the flying sword had already disappeared. The embarrassed youth resentfully withdrew his hand and scratched his head. He walked towards Clay Bottle Alley, looking up from time to time. The straw sandals youth was a little disappointed at first, but he soon cheered up. It turned out that Miss Ning was an immortal. So much so that when Chen Pingon passed by a shop in Dragon Riding Alley, he spent money for the first time and bought a stick of candied haws. He ate as he walked. As he ate, the youth didn't know why, but he felt a little empty. The youth thought carefully. Was it because he felt sorry for the copper coins? 73. Chen Pingon ate the candied haws that he had not tasted for nearly 10 years and returned to Clay Bottle Alley with a locust tree branch. When he passed by a house that was even more dilapidated than his own ancestral house, he felt guilty and wondered if he should borrow some money from Master Wan to repair this house. Although he had lived in Clay Bottle Alley since he was a child, Chen Pingon had never seen anyone living in this house. Previously, when he was chasing and fighting with the mountain-moving ape on the roof, he deliberately tricked it to come here and caused the old ape to stomp a big hole in the roof. Chen Pingon felt that he had to take responsibility for this mess. Otherwise, he would inevitably suffer from the wind and rain in the future. Perhaps the house could last for 20 or 30 years, but now it might not even last for 5 years. The house's pillars would decay very quickly. In this aspect, it was very similar to Chen Pingon's body that was forcibly guided by Kai Qinqian. They were both in a state of leaking. Therefore, Chen Pingon became more and more anxious and thought that he had to repair this ownerless house no matter what. Although it was not glamorous, it could not run away from being sturdy and strong. Chen Pingon had thought of taking out a gold fine copper coin and exchanging it for real gold, silver, or copper coins with others, such as Old Yang of the Yang family's shop or Master Wan of the blacksmith shop. However, Chen Pingon had an intuition that gold fine copper coins were really hard to come by. Every time one was used, there would be one less. As for silver and copper coins, they could be earned anywhere. It was just a matter of effort. Therefore, Chen Pingon decided to borrow some from Master Wan first. If he could not borrow it, he would use the gold fine copper coins to solve the problem. Chen Pingon was certainly distressed. However, since some urgent problems were clearly in front of him, he could not pretend that he did not see them. He was very afraid of owing others. Chen Pingon returned to the courtyard and placed the locust tree branch that the little girl had given him against the courtyard wall. The priceless whetstone was still in the basket, but of course, he would not throw it in the courtyard so openly. He had already asked Chen Pingon to move it into the house. If it was not for the fact that time was pressing, Chen Pingon would have dug a 10 feet deep hole in the courtyard and buried the inconspicuous but valuable whetstone. Just by hearing the name of the dragon beheading platform, one could feel that it was even more precious than the 3 bags of gold fine copper coins. Chen Pingon heard the sound of chickens crowing in the courtyard next door. When Song Jisun and GQ left town, they did not take care of the old hens and chicks. They were probably starving. Chen Pingon went to the house to pick up the bunch of keys and a handful of rice from his house. He walked to the courtyard next door, opened the chicken coop, and squatted down to feed the chickens. After feeding the chickens, Chen Pingon opened the door to the kitchen to see if there were any leftover grains, so as to prevent them from rotting. But when he entered the kitchen, Chen Pingon's horizons were broadened. There was a large vat of rice. Just by opening the lid, Chen Pingon was full. There were pots, bowls, ladles, and basins in the cupboard. There was even a row of ham and dried fish hanging on the wall. Everything was clean and tidy. Everything was neat and tidy. Chen Pingan was suddenly attracted by a pair of firewood near the stove. He approached and squatted down. Sure enough, it was the wooden figurine that he saw Shirgui using a kitchen knife to chop. She didn't know how to chop firewood at all, so even after chopping for a long time, she had little effect. If it were Chen Pingan, he would be able to chop a wooden figurine that was about the height of a person into pieces. At this moment, Chen Pingan squatted down and looked down. He found that the wooden figurine was very strange. There were many red dots engraved on its body, scattered all over its body. Some places were densely packed together, while some places only had a single cinnabar-like red dot at a distance. Chen Pingan picked up a wooden figurine's arm and looked carefully. Beside each red dot, there were actually extremely small ink characters. The red dots were originally the size of rice grains, so the strokes of those small characters were even finer and indiscernible. Fortunately, it was Chen Pingan. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably only see them as red dots and black dots. Chen Pingan tried to put the broken limbs back together. Not long after, the wooden puppet returned to its original shape. Fortunately, the wooden puppet did not lack any big parts. Unfortunately, many of the places where the red dots and black words were pieced together had been cut off or scraped away by GQ's kitchen knife. It was estimated that there were only about 70 to 80% of the relatively complete ink characters left. Chen Pingan got up and opened the window to let the light in the kitchen become more transparent and bright. Only then did he continue to squat down and look carefully. He did not dare to miss any details. It took almost 2 hours. Although Chen Pingan did not know most of the ink characters, he still tried his best to remember the structure of their strokes. Chen Pingan had always had expectations for learning to read and write. When Chen Pingan was working in the kiln, there were many times when he climbed to the top of the mountain and looked at the town from afar. Other than looking for the direction of Mud Bottle Alley, the second place he wanted to know was the school. When he was young, there was a dark and thin child who often went to the school. He would squat against the wall and listen to the sound of books above his head. Although he did not understand what was said, the child would inexplicably feel at ease and calm. His heart would be very calm and the grievances he suffered throughout the day would disappear as he listened. However, for the orphans of Mud Bottle Alley at that time, studying was much more luxurious than candied haws. It was good to just look at it from afar. At this time, Chen Pingan closed his eyes and based on his memory, he constructed a complete wooden puppet in his mind. If there were parts that were vague in his memory, Chen Pingan was not in a hurry to open his eyes to check the truth. He skipped over them first. As a result, from the beginning to the end, there were about 40 to 50 uncertain ink characters on the wooden puppet. After identifying and memorizing those omissions one by one, Chen Pingan took a deep breath and wanted to do it again. However, as soon as he closed his eyes, his head swelled and he felt a little dizzy. Chen Pingan decisively did not force himself to do it. Some efforts were not enough to be made with great effort. Otherwise, it would only make things more chaotic. After Chen Pingan learned how to burn porcelain, he had a deep feeling about it. It was not because he was talented, but because he was scolded by Old Man Yao all day long. Chen Pingan rearranged the wooden puppet and piled it in the corner of the stove. After walking out of the kitchen and closing the courtyard door, he thought about it and decided to go to the east gate of the town to look for the gatekeeper again. After he became an official apprentice of the blacksmith shop, he would most likely live there. It was unlikely that he would be able to deliver letters. Therefore, Chen Pingan wanted to say hello to the bachelor. However, he had looked for him once before and did not find him. Chen Pingan trotted to the east gate of the town. The yellow mud house was still locked and the door was still closed. He sighed and sat on the stump where the gatekeeper, Xing Dafeng, often sat. The town was not like the mountain, so there was no need to pay attention to the mountain god's seat. Chen Pingan sat there in a daze. It was rare for him to take a break from work. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of wheels could be heard on the road in the town. Chen Pingan turned his head and looked. There was an ox cart at the front, followed by 2 carriages with carriages. On the ox cart sat a group of children. There were also 2 familiar faces, Li Baoping in a red cotton-padded jacket and Shi Chuanjia with 2 red cheeks. Other than that, they must be the 3 apprentices that Shi Chuanjia had mentioned, Li Huai, Lin Shi, and Dong Shuijing. The 5 children on the ox cart were chattering away, and it was very lively. The driver was an unfamiliar middle-aged man. The old man who had swept the floor of the school sat behind the driver. Chen Pingan looked around. Other than the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket who came from one of the 4 major surnames of Fulu Street, the other 4 children were dressed differently. Shi Chuanjia's ancestors had lived in Dragon Rider Alley for generations, guarding the old shop called Sui Sui. They did not have to worry about food or clothing, but they could not be considered wealthy. Therefore, the little girl's clothes could only be considered comfortable and warm. However, beside Shi Chuanjia was a cold-looking peer of the same age, draped in a brand-new black fox fur coat. His face was slightly pale, and his eyes were cold. Li Huai's father, Li Er, was a well-known good-for-nothing in the town. Li Huai also had an older sister named Li Huai. However, his parents and the 3 sisters had all gone out to make a living, leaving only Li Huai alone in his uncle's home. Now, he was also leaving his hometown, following the old man's surnamed Ma to the Cliff Academy. The last young man was wearing a thin spring shirt. He was wearing 2 outer shirts that were sewn and mended. He looked like a poor child who grew up in a poor alley. Li Baoping, Shi Chuanjia, Li Huai, Lin Shi, Dong Shuijing. The 5 children from the small town rode on an ox cart that could not shelter them from the wind and rain, heading towards the Holy Land in the hearts of countless scholars in the eastern Bottle continent, the Cliff Academy, one of the 72 academies of Confucianism. At this moment, the 5 children definitely did not know that on the continent that was filled with dynasties, countless generations of rich and powerful families wanted to send their children there no matter how hard they tried. They wanted to learn from the Confucian sages, rule the country, and bring peace to the world. Naturally, they also did not know how rare it was to be able to call Qi Jingchen Mr. On the contrary, these children only felt that Mr. Qi was too well behaved. He often had a straight face and was not approachable at all. Mr. Qi occasionally smiled. The children did not even know what they did to make him so happy. Li Baoping's sharp eyes saw Chen Pingan sitting on a tree stump. She jumped off the ox cart at lightning speed, staggered, and ran to Chen Pingan. She suddenly stopped in front of him, but did not seem to know what to say. In the end, she only stuck out her chest and said, "I want to go to a place very, very far away." Her little face was full of pride. The old man wearing a laurel hat said in a deep voice, "Li Baoping." Although the old man was not very happy, he still asked the driver to stop the ox cart. The little girl curled her lips, but she still turned and ran to the ox cart. She suddenly heard the guy behind her call her name. When she turned around, she saw him waving his fist at her and shaking it lightly. He was probably telling her to work hard. Li Baoping also waved her fist at him, indicating that she would work hard. Chen Pingan smiled knowingly. He felt that the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket's efforts were mostly used for playing. Her footprints would be left everywhere in Cliff Academy. Chen Pingan looked up and saw the old man who was sweeping the floor a few times at the school. The old man nodded at him. Chen Pingan subconsciously smiled and saluted back. At the same time, someone in the carriage behind them gently lowered the curtain. Although it was only a glimpse, Chen Pingan saw the person's face clearly. It was the scholar who went to the blacksmith shop to find Master Wan. Chen Pingan watched the ox cart and the carriage slowly leave the town. If Chen Pingan could fly on his sword like Ning Yao and look down at the thousands of miles of mountains and rivers that had just taken root, he would definitely be shocked by the various strange phenomena. Countless birds and beasts of all kinds were entrenched on the border between Dragon Pearl's cave and Great Li's territory. Even further away, there were countless of their own species that were madly rushing towards this place, as if they were absorbing something. On the invisible border, they dared not take a step forward, nor were they willing to take a step back. There was also an old woman standing at the end of the stream within the border. Her upper body was above the water, and her black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. It spread around her body like a black lotus. The old woman whose face was originally modeled like a withered tree's bark now looked like a woman in her 40s. There was also the cloud-covered mountain, which seemed to be arched by the ground and was slowly rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. The grotto heaven was shattered and reduced to a blessed land. In the past, the people of Liju Grotto Heaven, whether rich or poor, good or evil, all of them had a next life. 74. Chen Pingan returned to the blacksmith shop. After working, Chen Pingan took advantage of the meal break to find Master Wan, who was squatting under the eaves with Miss Wan. Chen Pingan said that he wanted to borrow 15 or 16 taels of silver. Ruan Chang didn't even ask Chen Pingan why he wanted to borrow money. He put down his chopsticks, glanced at the straw sandals youth, and said, "Get lost." Chen Pingan quickly ran away. Ruan Xiu frowned and said, "Father, can't you talk nicely?" Ruan Chang snorted and said, "It's good enough that you didn't beat him up." Ruan Xiu stood up for him and said, "He worked so hard to be your apprentice, but you didn't even take a single cent of his salary." When it was dark, everyone was either sleeping or chatting in their rooms. Only Chen Pingan was still moving soil from the well. He was busy with this and that and didn't rest at all. "Father, don't you know who was the most diligent during this time? Touch your conscience and ask yourself, how is it too much for him to ask you to borrow 15 or 16 taels of silver?" Ruan Chang's face darkened and he didn't speak. He thought, "I know too well, that's why I want to kill this little bastard who tried to poach me." If this youth had the cultivation and ability of the mountain-moving ape of Xingyang Mountain, his father would have learned from Qi Jingchen and beaten him half to death. However, Ruan Chang was a little discouraged when he thought of this. Even if he didn't have the identity of a saint in this world, it was still certain that he could defeat the mountain-moving ape. However, it was obviously impossible to win with a kick like Qi Jingchen. Ruan Chang could only comfort himself. Although he was nominally a sword cultivator of the military school, his real pursuit was not to be strong or weak in battle. Instead, he wanted to become one of the best swordsmiths in the world. He wanted to forge a living sword that had the hope of nurturing its own spirituality, so that there would be another real living being in the world who could live and die, cultivate, reincarnate, and even pursue the Great Way. Ruan Chang put down his bowl and chopsticks, looked up at the sky, and cursed inexplicably, "Do you really think that you can be lawless after Qi Jingchen died? I've already told you my rules clearly. Now that you don't follow them, show me the ability to not follow the rules. If you don't, then go to hell." Seeing that there was no one around, Ruan Chang, who was originally squatting, rose up from the ground like a snow-white rainbow and shot into the sea of clouds in the sky. Above the sea of clouds, there were a few women in palace attire and a man in brocade robes and jade belts. They were walking together in the sky, talking and laughing. All of them were elegant and unrestrained immortals. From time to time, they would overlook the entire land of the former Liju cave heaven. It could be said that they were living up to their name. There was a loud bang. The head of a dignified woman with a golden hairpin burst open. Then, a beautiful girl beside her also had her head split open. Ruan Chang's figure hovered above the golden sea of clouds. His eyes were sharp as he looked around and sneered, "What? You're testing my bottom line with these small fries. Aren't you looking down on me too much? I, Ruan Chang, may be a blacksmith and can't compare to Qi Jingchen, but what's so difficult about killing one or two blind cultivators from the 10th floor? Then, from now on, there's one more rule. Everyone, listen up. Even if you're hiding outside the border and coveting Liju blessed land, if I, Ruan Chang, am in a bad mood, I'll still catch you above the blessed land and smash your head. Believe it or not, it's up to you." Ruan Chang had just finished speaking when he flashed out of the border. The next moment, he pressed down on the head of an old man with one hand and pulled him back into the border. He pressed down with his 5 fingers, and the old man begged for mercy, "Master Ruan. Master Ruan. Let's talk nicely. I'm from the nearby Purple Mist River." Without waiting for the old man to finish, Ruan Chang crushed the immortal master's head and threw the corpse out of the Blessed Land's territory. However, Ruan Chang only glanced coldly at the green rainbow that escaped from the corpse. He didn't beat the dog when it was down. The green beam of light, which was less than 3 feet long, crazily flew for nearly 1,000 miles before plunging into a great river that was wreathed in a faint purple mist. The river water was so grand and magnificent that it was far superior to the great rivers in Great Li's territory. Ruan Chang, whose 5 fingers were still stained with blood, said loudly, "Within 60 years, everything will be the same." In the distant sea of clouds, a female cultivator used the clouds to hide her figure. She said angrily, "Such bloody and cruel methods. How is this the work of a saint who presides over a land's fate?" Ruan Chang was so angry that he laughed, "Oh, you've learned to be smart. You're hiding so far away," before muttering, "You think I can't do anything to you? Damn it, I'm not Qi Jingchen, that stupid guy who studied too much. You're talking about morals and etiquette with a military sword cultivator like me? Is there something wrong with your head?" Ruan Chang tilted his arm down and put 2 fingers together. He chanted in his mind, "Heavenly Spirit Wind, Earthly Fiend Thunder Pool Fire, Urgent Command." In an instant, 2 auras surged rapidly in the sky and on the ground, like 2 springs that had just appeared in the world. Another gentle voice hurriedly warned, "Oh no, it's Ruan Chang's natal wind and thunder swords. Lan Ting, retreat quickly. Ruan Chang's natal item is different from ordinary people. It's not nurtured in his acupuncture points. It exists in the world within 3,000 miles around him, following his 2 Yin gods of the military school everywhere." Above the sea of clouds, there was a streak of colorful green firefly that was desperately trying to escape. Outside the firefly, there were translucent peach blossoms hovering around, protecting their master. After this streak of green light had almost traveled 800 miles in a single breath, a green thread descended from the sky and pierced through its head. The man who had spoken up for her had already used his unique escape technique to vanish when he saw that the situation was bad. The sky fell silent. No one dared to make a noise anymore. Ruan Ting sneered and no longer bothered with this group of evil people. His figure landed by the stream near the blacksmith shop. The blacksmith, who was covered in a murderous and bloody aura, reached out his hand to wash away the bloodstains in the stream. Ruan Chang sighed and said sadly, "Qi Jingchen, if you were half as unreasonable as me, would you have left in such a sullen state?" On the shore, Chen Pingan was in the middle of 2 hours of stump walking. On his way back, he had just finished his practice and was relaxing his muscles and bones. Chen Pingan suddenly saw Master Ruan walk up the bank from the stream. He hesitated and slowed down, not wanting to be rebuffed. For some reason, Chen Pingan felt that Master Ruan did not have a good impression of him. The way Master Ruan looked at him was a little similar to Old Man Yao's, filled with disdain. Ruan Chang ignored the young man and strode back to the blacksmith's shop on his own. Chen Pingan suddenly turned his head and looked at the stream. It was calm as usual, nothing out of the ordinary. However, Chen Pingan's heart suddenly tightened, as if there was a blade on his back. It was like a water ghost who had died unjustly in the stream was staring at him. It was a very preposterous feeling. However, in his line of sight, the stream gurgled cheerfully and gently. Chen Pingan did not give up. He picked up a few stones of just the right weight and turned around to walk downstream along the stream. He carefully observed the movements in the stream, trying to find some clues. The more Chen Pingan looked, the more he felt that something was wrong. In broad daylight, the stream gave off a gloomy feeling. Even though Chen Pingan had dived into the deep pit under the green ox's back so many times, he had never felt such a clear sense of annoyance. Chen Pingan could now be sure of one thing. There were unimaginable demons and wandering ghosts in the world. In the past, Mr. Qi was in the small town, so no evil could invade. Now that Mr. Qi was no longer there, perhaps there were ghosts and spirits everywhere. He had to be careful. Even if Master Wan was the next so-called sage, Chen Pingan did not dare to let his guard down. After all, Chen Pingan still trusted Mr. Qi more. He definitely revered the unsmiling Master Wan, but he did not want to get close to him at all. The reason why Chen Pingan dared to follow his instincts and take the initiative to investigate the strangeness in the stream was that Master Wan had just left. Chen Pingan did not think that if there were really ghosts in the water, they would dare to come out of the water to kill him under the nose of a sage. Besides, Chen Pingan now had the seal of landscape that Mr. Qi had given him hidden in his sleeve. One of them was the water seal, so the young man was particularly brave. After Chen Pingan threw 2 handfuls of stones, he was about to bend down to pick them up when someone not far away asked, "What are you doing?" The girl was wearing a green dress and had a ponytail. It turned out to be Ruan Xiu. Chen Pingan had been concentrating on dealing with the water and did not notice Miss Ruan's approach. He was not afraid that she would laugh at him, so he pointed at the surface of the stream and answered honestly, "I feel that there is something dirty in the water, so I was wondering if I could use stones to smash it out." Ruan Xiu looked at the stream and focused on it. Her face darkened. Chen Pingan asked, "Is there really a problem?" Ruan Xiu shook her head, "I can't see it." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "I should be the one being overly suspicious." Ruan Xiu whispered, "You go back first. I want to eat something here before going back to the shop. If my father asks, just say that you didn't see it." Chen Pingan nodded and said, "No problem." He remembered something and found a sharp stone on the ground and asked, "Miss Ruan, can I ask you what these words mean and how to read them?" Ruan Xiu suddenly felt like she was facing a great enemy. Reading books were the most terrifying enemies in the world. Ruan Xiu had a headache every time she saw a random page of a book. Originally, after she followed her father into the town, she should have gone to school to study. She did not have to help forge iron and swords at all. However, she would rather die than go. Today, her stomach hurt, tomorrow, it might rain, and the day after tomorrow, she might sprain her ankle. Ruan Xiu was too lazy to listen to those lame excuses, so he let Ruan Xiu go. However, Ruan Xiu did not want to show her fear in front of the young man today. She forced herself to be calm and forced a smile, "Try writing first." When Chen Pingan carved the 2 words on the ground with a stone, Ruan Xiu's body changed. She was in high spirits and said confidently, "These 2 words are too simple. I've known them since I was very young." The word Shin and the word Ting together are the name of the acupoints of the human body. Shin Ting is the so-called acupoint. The reason why we humans are the leader of all creatures and many demons who have cultivated the great Tao have no choice but to transform into humans is that the human body is the most suitable for cultivation. The 365 acupoints of various sizes are all treasures like mountains of gold and silver. The ancients have said that the acupoints are the places where the divine qi flows in and out. Our 3 souls and 6 spirits are like children who eat a bowl of rice in one family and a bowl of water in another family. Then, they are constantly nourished and grow stronger. Ruan Xiao explained. Then, she stretched out a finger and pressed it against her head. She smiled and said, "As for the divine court, it's right here. Stroke the hairline above your head and look up 5 centimeters. This aperture point is not very important for sword cultivators like me and my father. Well, in our words, it's not a place that the military will fight for. It's dispensable. But for those who rely on incense to survive, this aperture point is very important. But my father said that those gods and ghosts are not very promising. No matter how powerful their divine powers are and how wide their ghost path is, they are just poor creatures living under someone else's roof. They are not worth mentioning." Chen Pingan did not understand any of it and could only memorize it. He then asked about the words Juk and Taiyuan respectively. Ruan Xiao also answered them one by one. Although she did not like to read, that was only because she did not like the classic books of the Confucian sages. She was very fond of military cultivation and swordsmanship. She had memorized the names of these acupuncture points since she was young. Before Chen Pingan could ask for help, the girl laughed loudly and said, "When I have time in the future, I'll tell you the names, positions, and uses of the 365 acupuncture points." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "I'll have to trouble you, Miss Ruan." Ruan Xiao asked, "I've asked you to buy pastries for me so many times. Do you think it's troublesome?" Chen Pingan shook his head. It was nothing. Of course it was not troublesome. Ruan Xiao smiled happily and said, "That's it." She suddenly felt a little regretful and said, "Things like acupuncture points don't mean much even if you know them. The reason why there are so many unorthodox and crooked ways in the world of cultivation is that each person has a different way of cultivating and refining qi. The slightest difference can lead to a great loss. Of course, my family also has its own 2 great mantras of dispersing and cultivating qi, but it can't be taught to outsiders. This is not a matter of whether my father agrees or not." Chen Pingan, "I'm sorry." Chen Pingan was not the kind of person who would take advantage of others. He quickly explained with a smile, "It's okay. I just want to know more words. I didn't think too much. Besides, I have a boxing manual to practice. Just the boxing stance in this manual is already too much for me to practice. How can I be distracted?" Ruan Xiao smiled and patted her chest lightly. "That's good." Trembling, the scenery here was unique. Chen Pingan quickly stopped looking at her carelessly. He stood up and said seriously, "Miss Ruan, when you're free, I can go back to Mud Bottle Alley later." Ruan Xiao stood up and nodded with a smile. "Okay." Chen Pingan trotted to the blacksmith shop. Ruan Xiao walked down the bank and came to the stream. She first took out a handkerchief and threw a piece of pastry into her mouth. She slowly chewed and savored the aftertaste. When Chen Pingan arrived at the town, she rolled up her sleeve and revealed the scarlet bracelet. She looked at the clear stream and said in a low voice, "Fire dragon walks on water." The bracelet instantly liquefied. A living creature woke up and struggled and twisted. Finally, it turned into a small dragon wrapped in flames. Its head and tail were connected and wrapped around the girl's wrist. The girl in green gave the order. The scarlet dragon, which was less than a foot long, leaped into the stream. 3 feet, 3 feet, 10 feet. The fire dragon could also walk on water. Guanxiu ordered, "It's done." The fire dragon that was 10 feet long stopped growing. However, all the water in the stream evaporated. Not only that, the water in the upper stream was like defeated soldiers who were scared out of their wits. They did not dare to charge forward and gathered together, causing the water level of the stream to rise while the water in the lower stream continued to rush forward. Guanxiu squinted her eyes and looked. She waited for the truth to come out. She walked at the bottom of the dried-up stream and followed the fire dragon that was 10 feet long. Now that the grotto heaven was broken, the restrictions that the 4 saints had carefully set up had disappeared. Therefore, spells and supernatural powers were no longer restricted. This was also the reason why Wanting set the rules and acted so decisively. Even if this place used to be the smallest of the 36 small caves, and it was not good for natural materials and earthly treasures, it was still a blessed land of the origin of the small cave. All kinds of benefits were still greatly beneficial to cultivation. Now, without the restriction of the big tactical matrix, once there was no one to restrain it, the cultivators from the outside world would swarm in. Good and bad people were mixed in, and their intentions were not pure. In the end, except for those old turtles and bastards who were lucky enough to survive, the rest of the more than 6,000 people in the town would probably die within a day. The military school was also very strict with rules. However, they were more flexible than the Confucians. They could act according to the situation and the place. After about half an hour, the fire dragon that had been flapping left and right in the stream seemed to have finally caught the cunning target. It pressed down fiercely with its claw and slowly lowered its head. Guanxiu walked to the fire dragon's head and looked down. Under the fire dragon's claw, there was a woman who was curled up. Her waist was grabbed by the claw. She had waist-length hair that protected her body. She asked curiously, "How dare a little river deity behave wildly in front of my house? My father killed 6 river deities in a row. Haven't you heard of it?" Grandma He, who had turned from a withered old woman to a young woman, begged, "Great deity, I'm just passing by. I have no intention of harming anyone. What's more, I boldly revealed my Yin spirit aura in hopes of helping Saint Ruan increase the weight of the stream. I just wanted to contribute a little. Great deity, please don't be angry. If you think that I'm ugly and annoying, I'll only dare to wander around at night." Guanxiu asked straightforwardly, "Do you know Chen Pingan?" Chen Pingan was an orphan in the Mud Bottle Lane. We met occasionally, but there was no grudge between us. I rarely see people from the small town by the stream. Today, I saw the young man practicing martial arts. I was curious, so I took a few more glances. I didn't expect to get into such a big trouble. Great deity, please be merciful to me because I don't know the rules. Guanxiu waved her hand and the fire dragon turned back into a red bracelet with ancient patterns. It was worn on the girl's wrist. Guanxiu was still standing in the distance. Behind her was the raging stream. However, what happened next made Granny He tremble in fear. As if the stream had met its natural enemy, it automatically turned around and flowed downstream. What was more frightening was that Grandma He could sense that the girl in green didn't use any Taoist techniques at all. Guanxiu smiled and said, "Don't be in a daze. Tell me about the Apricot Lane and the Mud Bottle Lane. Tell me everything you know." After regaining her freedom, Grandma He's appearance began to recover. However, the next moment, she couldn't help but scream in horror. It turned out that her waterfall-like black hair was shrinking in length. She said heartbreakingly, "Why is my cultivation slipping away?" The girl in green ate the pastries and said vaguely, "Oh. I see. Sorry, I forgot to tell you that I was born with the body of Fire God, which is the natural enemy of water." Grandma He forced herself to calm down. She cried silently and begged, "Great deity, please be merciful and forgive me for this unintentional offense." Guanxiu thought for a while and said, I will ask you to tell me stories in the future. Don't worry, I will hide my natal breath. Grandma, he didn't dare to refuse and had to agree. Guanxiu walked to the shore and turned back, just this once. Grandma, he said she wouldn't dare. After the girl went ashore, she shook her ponytail and walked to the blacksmith shop. Grandma, his body sank into the stream. Her face was full of ferocious resentment. However, after suffering several losses, she began to know how to suppress her anger. A string of thoughts that originated from other people's thoughts resounded heavily in her heart. Idiot, put away your ignorance. Do you know what the girl's opportunity is? It's to kill all the river gods in the continent. You are just a little grandma he. How dare you have the intention to kill her? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Even if she stretches her neck to let you kill her, you will be the one who dies in the end. Do you know how sensitive she is to any other worldly item in the water? Therefore, your guess is correct. In the future, the first river god she will kill will be you. Therefore, you should think carefully about how to remedy the situation. This disaster that was supposed to be a calamity is also the seed of a great opportunity for you. This is the last time I'm reminding you. If you do anything that goes against the rules again, I'll make you beg for death without the need for anyone else to do anything. After Grandma He's voice disappeared, she floated in the water in a daze. Her body swayed, but she was lifeless. The Great Way was vague and unpredictable, which made people disheartened. Guan Tian saw his daughter jumping in from the sword-casting room. He said angrily, Are you happy to bully a useless grandma he? The girl smiled brightly and said, Then I will bully her when she becomes the god of the river. Guan Chi frowned and said, Xiu, don't underestimate the river god. After all, he is an orthodox water god that is included in the records of mountains, lakes, and seas of a continent. Although he is not as good as the 5 mountain gods of various countries, it is not easy to kill them in the water. The girl said casually, Then let them have no water to swim in. Guan Tian was shocked, and then he quickly suppressed the smile that was about to appear on his face. 75. In the dusk, an unfamiliar customer came to the blacksmith shop. The man was about 30 years old. He was tall, had slender eyebrows, and fair skin. His delicate and feminine appearance, coupled with his burly and masculine body, had a different kind of elegance. After Wanting learned of this person's identity, he was not as casual as when he received Shui Minghuang from the Lakeview Academy. He just chatted with him at the door of the sword-casting room. This time, he asked Guanxiu to move 2 bamboo chairs to the corridor and take out 2 pots of good wine, 1 for each person. The man did not hesitate. He took the wine pot, opened the mud seal, and drank a mouthful of wine. He smiled and said, Master Wan, your action this time has shocked the court. I don't know how the court will deal with it, but as the new supervisor of kills and the first chief officer of Longquan County, I can save a lot of effort. Logically speaking, I should be the one bringing good wine to pay a visit. However, when I heard about the unforeseen event on the way here, I spurred my horse on and really came in a hurry. As for the 2 large jars of apricot wine from the shop in Riding Dragon Alley, just take it that I owe teacher Wan first. Master Wan waved his hand and said, You don't have to say these polite words. If you and I can reach an agreement today, there will be plenty of opportunities to drink and chat in the future. If it doesn't work out, you and I won't have to spend so much effort to win each other's hearts. The man laughed heartily. He did not look like an officer of Dali Imperial Court who held 2 positions. He wiped the corner of his mouth and put the wine pot on his knees. There was no sign of talking while drinking. Mount Jialio was sealed in Dali's Chunhui period. Of course, this is the official statement of the confidential files of the court. According to the local county records, it should be Mount Longji. Halfway up the mountain, there is a natural large-scale dragon beheading platform. Before I came here, there was a meeting between the monarch and the minister. His Majesty said that this thing should be given to Fengshua Temple and Jinwu Mountain where you are. Both of you can share it. As for how you two military forces excavate, cut, and divide the dragon beheading platform, whether you leave it as an ancestral property or move it back to your respective sects, my Dali Imperial Court will not interfere. It's up to you. If you need Dali to help, such as driving the two young mountain-moving apes under Dali's command to break Mount Jialyo and expose the dragon beheading platform, you don't have to be polite. Master Wan said with a smile, Dali is very sincere. Just as the new supervisor was about to say something, Master Wan said, before I came here, the Wind Snow Temple and Martial Mountain had already reached an agreement. Wan Gu, the Wind Snow Temple, and Martial Mountain would each occupy one of the dragon beheading platforms. You should have heard some gossip from your emperor. I plan to establish a sect here, so I've moved my father and daughter identity away from Fengshua Temple. In the next 60 years, it'll be inconvenient for me to officially establish a sect. However, as long as Dali is pleasing to my eyes, once the 60 years are up, I'll choose a passable mountain as the starting point for my sect. The supervisor, who was also the county magistrate, didn't hide the joy on his face at all. As if he was waiting for Master Wan to speak, he immediately said, Master Wan, you can rest assured. Apart from Mount Biyun, there are now 61 mountains in the territory. Master Wan can choose any 3 of them as the foundation for your sect. If Master Wan isn't willing to make a decision in a hurry, I can first show Master Wan the old and new mountain maps of Pearl Paradise. After that, I'll accompany Master Wan to personally explore and inspect the mountains. At that time, Master Wan can make a decision. How about it? It was a great blessing for any dynasty to have a great cultivator like Master Wan to help guard the mountains and rivers. Especially the implication of Wan Zhao's words was that he chose to take root here. He didn't just rely on Dali with the identity of a foreign official, a consecrator, or an imperial tutor. Therefore, it wasn't the kind of situation where people would gather if they got along and leave if they didn't get along. Wan Zhao was really spreading his branches and leaves in Dali's territory. Unconsciously, he was closely related to the fate of the dynasty. Not to mention a small supervisor, even Emperor Dali would be happy if he sat here. There were many warriors in Dali, led by the vassal king Song Jianqiang. The number of masters above the 5 states was the highest in eastern Vase continent. However, there were very few immortals in the mountains, which was completely inconsistent with Dali's strong national strength. This had always been Emperor Dali's sore point. Wan Zhao smiled and said, Don't worry about occupying a mountain. To put it bluntly, other than Mount Biyun that you don't want to take out, no other mountain is worthy of my attention. The young supervisor looked a little embarrassed. In fact, before coming here, not only him, but even Emperor Dali and his master also felt that there was a possibility of Wan Zhao establishing a mountain in Dali. However, it was definitely not big because Dali didn't have enough sincerity. Dragon beheading platform. If Wan Zhao didn't have the ability to negotiate with Wind Snow Temple and Martial Mountain and get a share, Dali wouldn't dare to become enemies with Wind Snow Temple and Martial Mountain just to win over Wan Zhao. The price was too high. Even the powerful Dali dynasty couldn't afford it. Ruantong suddenly said, Although Wind Snow Temple and Martial Mountain have never proposed anything, I personally hope that your Li dynasty can take out 2 divine weapons that are sharp enough. Whether it's a sword or a saber, it doesn't matter as long as it's enough. When the time comes, I can help you hand them over to the 2 military cultivators here and use them to separate the dragon beheading platform. You can report to the Imperial Court first and wait for Emperor Dali's reply. There's no hurry. The young supervisor thought for a while and said in a deep voice, I can make the decision on this matter. I promise Master Wan first. Wan Zhao nodded and took a sip of wine. He was quite satisfied with this person's attitude and courage. After all, he would have to deal with this man named Wu Yuan directly for a long time. If he was a stupid person, it would be very tiring. If he was a stingy and timid guy, it would be even more tiring. Wu Yuan hesitated for a moment and took a sip of wine. He seemed to be emboldening himself and said, "Master Yuan, first of all, the 30 or so dragon kilns outside the town will be reopened to make porcelain. However, from now on, they will only make ordinary ceremonial vessels used by the imperial court. Secondly, after the newly built county office in the east of the town is built, the county office will post the Dali laws. They will also let the civil servants who are somewhat literate spread the laws around the town. The purpose is to let the ordinary people in the town know that they are the people of Dali." Ruan Zhao's expression was cold. He glanced at the nominal county magistrate of Longquan County, Wu Yuan. The latter explained with a smile, "This is just a superficial effort to deal with the ordinary teachers. In the next 60 years in the town, Master Ruan's rules are still the most important. The rules of the 4 surnames and 10 clans follow closely behind. Dali's laws are the lowest. If there is a conflict, this order will be the standard. Dali will not only not interfere with Master Ruan's actions within 1,000 miles of the town, they will also stand on Master Ruan's side without any suspense. Just like when Master Ruan smashed the flesh of the Purple Smoke River cultivator, that person did not repent. He even tried to use his connections in the capital to complain to His Majesty the Emperor. When my teacher heard the news, he did not say anything and sent people to kill the cultivator's nascent spirit." Ruan Zhao frowned slightly and was a bit impatient. "Tell your teacher to stop doing such superfluous things in the future. What does face matter? I'm just a crude blacksmith who is not used to bending the rules. Your Dali is really considerate. It's enough if you give me actual benefits. As for whether I'll accept them or not, that's another matter. That Purple Smoke River cultivator is trash. If I really wanted to kill him back then, would he be able to escape? Even if he had 100 legs, he wouldn't be able to escape. If I really wanted to kill him, how many people in Dali could stop me? Even if they could, would they be willing to stop me?" Wu Yuan's face paled slightly. Her voice was slightly hoarse as she said, "Master Ruan, I understand." Ruan Zhao did not want to make things too tense. After all, this was the first time they had met. He could not expect others to do as he wished. That would be forcing them. As a result, he took the initiative to ask, in a secular dynasty, building the Wenchang Pavilion and the Martial Saint Temple, sealing the righteous gods of mountains and rivers, and banning the local obscene shrines are all part of the imperial court's duties. What are your plans for the town? Wu Yuan, who had just suffered a loss, replied carefully, regarding the Wenchang Pavilion and the Martial Saint Temple, our Dali Kintianjian Geomaster has chosen 2 places. They are the Porcelain Mountain to the north of the town and the Immortal's Grave to the southeast. The 2 worshippers are the 2 who left the town back then. One of them happens to be a scholar and the other a martial artist. They have contributed greatly to our Dali. What do you think, Master Yuan?" Ruan Zhao's tone was not relaxed. The 2 who enjoy the worship of scholars and martial artists are quite suitable. However, the location has been decided just like that. Have you asked for Master Yang's opinion? Wu Yuan was stunned. She asked cautiously, "Master Yuan, may I ask who Master Yang is?" Ruan Zhao was also stunned. He joked, "That Master Xiao Hu of yours did not even tell you this. He just let you be the supervising official and the parent official. Wu Yuan, tell me honestly. Are you in the same situation as Qi Jingchen? Frustrated in the bureaucracy, abandoned as a pawn, and demoted to this place? If that is the case, then I will have to go back on what we agreed on before." Wu Yuan was at a loss for words. She did not know how to explain and was even more confused. Beside a well in the distance, 3 people of the same age were squatting on the ground. Ruan Xiao was teaching Qin Pingan the names of the acupoints, their functions, and the meaning of cultivation. The extra youth was the one who had shamelessly asked to be taught. At the beginning, Ruan Xiao and Qin Pingan erased their handwriting and did not speak. The 2 of them stared at him. The youth had delicate features and there was a red mole between his eyebrows that seemed like the finishing touch of a dragon. He had a festive appearance that was very likable. However, both Qin Pingan and Ruan Xiao had underestimated his patience and shamelessness. They chuckled and looked at the youth with straw sandals to the left and the girl in green to the right. After the 3 of them had endured for half an hour, the youth seemed to feel that he had also underestimated the perseverance of the 2 people beside him. He finally took the initiative to speak. Using a smooth and mellow small-town dialect, he said that he had come from the capital and had followed the supervising official here to see the scenery. He especially wanted to see that porcelain mountain. You guys continue to talk about your acupoints and Qi Palace. Don't be so stingy. What's wrong with me listening? Do you think that I will suddenly become a land immortal after listening? After that, Qin Pingan and Ruan Xiao were busy with their own things and did not pay any attention to this strange fellow's conversation. Your handwriting is not very good. One look and I can tell that you have not worked hard. It is very floating, similar to the oil residue floating on the water. Miss, your explanation is not complete. The so-called boiling the country in half a pot and the drawing that made ghosts laugh is actually like this. Ah, you guys are skipping over the Qi Palace and not talking about it anymore. Ha ha. Miss, why don't you explain to him where the Shanzhong acupoint is? Is it difficult to point it out to him? Sigh, if you are embarrassed, I can help you. Miss, there is a murderous look in your eyes. Miss, you must have misunderstood. What I mean is that I will point out to him where my Shanzhong acupoint is. Miss, your Shanzhong acupoint is difficult to find even for immortals. Why should I ask for trouble? Sigh. Miss, why did you hit people? Again. Miss, I was wrong. Miss, why did you miss the 3 back acupoints? The ancient said that the back acupoint is half the work, shrinking the Zhen and opening the Qianqian is the main work. This shows that it is very important. In the end, it was the appearance of the supervisor, Wu Yuan, that helped Qin Pingan and Ruan Xiao out of their predicament. The talkative youth with a mole between his eyebrows and the taciturn young dolly official left the blacksmith's shop side by side. Qin Pingan and Ruan Xiao sat at the mouth of the well. Ruan Xiao glanced at the backs of the 2 people and said softly, the older one is an official. The one beside us just now, I am not sure. I also did not feel anything strange. Maybe he is the young man's page boy. Many big families outside have such study companions. Qin Pingan nodded. Ruan Xiao walked to the side of the well with a straight face and said, Qin Pingan, come with me. Qin Pingan stood up blankly. Miss Ruan had said that her father had agreed to lend him money, but he would have to wait for about 10 days. Did he go back on his word? The girl in green felt a little guilty and followed behind Qin Pingan. Ruan Xiao sat on the bamboo chair and let Qin Pingan sit on the chair that Wu Yuan had sat on before. Ruan Xiao coughed and said with a smile, Father, these 2 chairs were made by Qin Pingan. They are not bad, right? Ruan Xiao said with a dark face, I am talking business with Qin Pingan. Xiao, don't interrupt. Qin Pingan quickly sat up straight, Master Ruan, please speak. Ruan Xiao took out a handful of silver from his sleeve. It was about 3 or 4 taels. Go to the small town's dragon riding alley and buy a pot of good peach blossom spring wine for father. Use the rest of the money to buy some pastries. Ruan Xiao was a little unwilling. Ruan Qiong pretended to put away the silver, then go to the sword casting room and watch the furnace. It will be finished in 2 hours. Ruan Xiao snatched the money and ran. After his daughter ran far away, Ruan Qiong asked directly, Chen Pingan, do you have 3 bags of gold and copper coins? Chen Pingan's expression was normal. He nodded and said, yes. Ruan Qiong seemed to like the youth's honesty. His expression improved a little. There is no other small-town citizen like you who has 3 bags of gold and copper coins on hand. Even among the 4 families and 10 clans in Fulu Street's Peach Leaf Alley, the Song family has at most 2 bags. Most of them only have 1 bag. In addition, there are 8 small families in the small town that have used their family treasures to exchange for a bag of gold and copper coins. Basically, all of the valuable old items in the small town have been sold. Now, there are about 7 or 8 items left, and they are in good condition. In the future, there will be more and more outsiders in the small town. Of course, your life will not be in danger. The reason why I am being so frank with you is because I hope that you will make good use of the 3 bags of gold and copper coins. Don't let them rot in your hands, and don't casually use them. Before me, the small town would open its doors once every 60 years. About 20 to 30 people would enter the small town, and they would be free to search for opportunities. From now on, there will be no such rule. It will become more and more like a normal small town in Dolly. Therefore, your 3 bags of gold and copper coins are particularly eye-catching. In the end, it will cause you a lot of unnecessary trouble. I am a person who is afraid of trouble. When the time comes, I will inevitably stand up for you. However, I, Ruan Qiong, find it embarrassing to deal with a bunch of brats every 2 to 3 days. Therefore, I will give you a suggestion. Whether you want to listen or not, you can decide for yourself. Before I give you my suggestion, let me make it clear to you in advance. Now is the time when the gold and copper coins are most valuable, but not everyone can spend them. Besides the 4 major families, I am afraid that the 10 major families are no exception. Because Emperor Dolly intends to open all the 61 Forbidden Mountains except for the Cloud-Splitting Mountain and sell them to the major forces and sects that are on good terms with Dolly. The price of these 61 mountains varies according to their size. The reason why the outside world is scrambling for them is that now that the great formation of Pearl Cave has been broken, it has been reduced to an existence similar to a blessed land. Although the spiritual energy has been sharply reduced, it is still much more than ordinary mountains. It is not inferior to the mountains guarded by the orthodox mountain gods. Moreover, Emperor Dolly has promised to confer a mountain god, 3 mountain gods, and a river god. With so many mountain and river gods guarding this place, the area within a radius of 1,000 miles will still be prosperous and full of spiritual energy after 60 years. Therefore, the business of buying the mountains now is a sure win. Chen Pingan asked, what if I buy the mountains today and die tomorrow? What will happen? This question hit the nail on the head. Ruan Tong revealed a smile for the first time. First of all, as long as you work honestly in the small town and behave yourself, you will certainly not die suddenly for no reason. For example, if the mountain-moving ape comes to trouble you again, there is no need to worry about whether the town is broken or not. What Qi Jingchen needs to worry about, I don't need to worry about. What Qi Jingchen wants to abide by, I also don't need to worry about. Therefore, I can help you settle it, because at this point, it is a reasonable thing to do. Secondly, the Dolly Imperial Court sold the mountains cheaply in order to earn incense from people outside Dolly. It is a loss. After agreeing to buy any mountain, within 300 years, even if the buyer dies and has no heir to inherit the mountain, Dolly will not take back the mountain without permission and will let it be abandoned. Lastly, I will be the first to get 3 mountains this time. The feng shui will definitely be the best. If you can get a few mountains later, we can be neighbors. If you are unable to open up the mountains to earn money, even if you only borrow the mountains from me for 500 years, you will be able to get dividends every year and enjoy the fruits of your labor. It will be the same for your descendants. This was the riches and honor of a small stream. Many aristocratic families dreamed of it. Ruan Tong did not bother to boast, so he did not expose it. Chen Pingan asked curiously, Master Ruan, what is the approximate price of those mountains? Ruan Tong said casually, the smallest mountain is all alone. Dali Imperial Court named it Jinju Mountain. The bidding price is 1 gold fine copper coin, but it must be winter jasper coin. Chen Pingan was surprised, only one. Ruan Cheng laughed and said, it's not a big place. It's called a mountain, but in fact, it's not even close to the word peak. It's just a small hill. 1 winter jasmine coin is not worth it. This is because Dolly really can't bid half a gold essence copper coin. Chen Pingan muttered, it is only 1 copper coin. No matter how small the mountain is, it will belong to us for 500 years. No matter how you think about it, it is worth it. Ruan Tong continued, mid-level mountains such as Xuanli Mountain, Dian Mountain, and Lotus Lamp Peak are estimated by Dolly to be around 10 to 15 gold fine copper coins. The largest Small Mountain Range and the other 2 mountains, Dry Spring Mountain Range, Burning Incense Mountain Range, and Spiritual Beauty Mountain Range, all cost 25 to 30 gold fine copper coins. This is because there is no one bidding. In the end, what Dolly wants is not the bags of gold essence, but the 4 families and 10 clans, as well as their various connections in the Eastern Bottle Continent. He hopes that the real money bags behind them will come out and take the initiative to contact Dolly. Chen Pingan frowned, Master Ruan, then won't I be in the limelight by taking such a big advantage at this time? Won't people hate me? Ruan Tong laughed, you also have a backer. It is far away, but close at hand. Chen Pingan scratched his head and did not immediately agree. Ruan Tong was not angry at the Firegrass Shoes youth for not knowing what was good for him. Instead, he said with relief, not bad, you did not get carried away. After you go back to Mud Bottle Alley, think about it carefully and try to give me an answer tomorrow. If you wait too long, there will be changes. I am not bluffing you, it is the truth. After Chen Pingan left the blacksmith shop and walked to the Stone Arch Bridge, he still had not recovered from the shock. The youth used to imagine his future days when he had money. For example, he could eat meat buns and candied hus every few days. He could decorate his courtyard with spring festival couplets, door gods, and the word fortune. He could repair his ancestral house like a house. When he visited his parents' graves, he could bring a pot of good wine, a bag of pastries, and so on. Chen Pingan never thought that one day, he would be able to own 1 or even several mountains. 76. When Chen Pingan approached the Stone Arch Bridge, he swallowed his saliva and did not dare to move forward. After some hesitation, he continued to go up along the stream. When he reached the narrowest part of the stream, he ran up and jumped over it. Only then did he walk to the back of the green ox. Chen Pingan didn't know that his detour had caused him to miss Ruanxiu. The girl in green was carrying a pot of peach blossom spring wine as she dashed across the bridge. This time, when she was buying wine in the small town, she lowered her head and walked quickly past the shop. She was afraid that her soul would be stolen by those dazzling pastries because she wanted to start accumulating her private savings. Chen Pingan first went to Lu Xianyang's house. He lit the oil lamp and walked around the house with the lamp. After making sure that there was nothing missing, he turned off the lamp and locked the door, returning to Mud Bottle Alley. After passing by the old house with a hole in it, Chen Pingan was relieved. The burden on his shoulders was still there, but it was much lighter than when he left Mud Bottle Alley. Chen Pingan could not help but feel happy. The feeling of having money in his pocket was not bad. Chen Pingan had only seen small pieces of silver in his life. He had never seen heavy silver ingots, let alone gold, which was as rare as the gods. Chen Pingan returned to his ancestral house. After opening the door, he ran to make sure that the courtyard door was really locked. After returning to the house, he carefully lit the oil lamp. The dim yellow light reflected on the cold yellow mud wall. Chen Pingan took out 3 money bags from the clay jar at the foot of the wall. There were spring coin, provision coin, and victory coin. There were 25 gold copper coins, 26 coins, and 28 coins respectively. In total, there were 79 copper coins. Ning Yao had roughly explained that these copper coins were an extension of the secular way of spending money. The reason why they were so valuable was that they were rare. Of course, the main reason was that foreigners needed copper coins as a token to enter the town. As for the origin of this unwritten rule, it was a long time ago. Ning Yao was not a native of eastern Baoping continent, so she naturally could not tell the truth. Chen Pingan took out one of each of the 3 types of copper coins and placed it on the table. The winter jasmine was carved with the words, "Auspicious New Year." It was hollowed out and carved with auspicious clouds. There was an armored deity beating a drum. The victory coin was carved with the 5 poisons, the snake, scorpion, centipede, gecko, and toad. The back, in addition to the words, "evil warding off in heaven," there was a pattern of a turtle and snake wrapped around a sword. The front of the provision coin was carved with the words, "works with sincerity," and the back, "deities above." There was no exquisite pattern, and the style was the most simple. Chen Pingan picked up a spring coin and looked at it repeatedly. It was hard for the youth to imagine that such a small copper coin could buy the entire Zhenju mountain. Chen Pingan knew about the so-called small hill that Master Wan mentioned. When old man Yao first brought him to the mountains to find soil, they went to the top of Zhenju mountain. The soil could be divided into different types, such as weight, fertility, and many other types. What was more complicated was that one had to identify which type of soil was naturally close to water, fire, metal, and wood. There were many ways to do so. Chen Pingan only learned most of old man Yao's knowledge of eating soil. At that inconspicuous Zhenju mountain, old man Yao stomped his feet, then lowered his head and said to Chen Pingan, who was digging the soil there. The smell of soil was the most abundant here, but unfortunately, the place was too small. It was similar to a person huddling in a corner. If one stuck their head out, they would bump their head, and if one stretched their legs, they would bump their feet. Chen Pingan gently put down the spring coin and picked up the victory coin. However, he quickly put it down. The youth's face was somewhat gloomy. On the 5th day of the 5th month, the 5 poisons appeared together. The youth's birthday just happened to be on this day. Song Jisin from next door had even said that there were many places outside that saw children born on this day as inauspicious. There was a custom of drowning children directly in the river. Chen Pingan shook his head and picked up the last piece of the allowance. Then, he wrote a few simple words. Chen Pingan suddenly remembered something. When he first met Miss Ning, Fu Nanhua, and Kai Qinqian, he remembered that when they entered the small town's gate, each of them had to hand over a bag of copper coins to the gatekeeper. Then in the end, whose hands did these copper coins end up in? Did they end up in the personal pockets of the Dali dynasty's emperor? Chen Pingan sighed. He did not want to think about the question that he could not figure out even if he cracked his head. He began to calculate in his heart. Master Wan said that a small mountain like Zhenju Mountain only needed 1 spring coin. A medium mountain like Xianli Mountain and Lotus Lamp Peak would need about 10 to 15 copper coins. A large mountain like Dry Spring Mountain and Burning Incense Mountain would need about 25 to 30 copper coins. Chen Pingan actually only needed to ponder a little before he understood the meaning behind Master Ruan's words. Firstly, the Dali dynasty respected Master Ruan a lot, so they gave him 3 mountains for free. Secondly, since Master Ruan wanted to establish a sect, it would be best if the 3 mountains were connected together and adjacent to each other. Otherwise, it would not be appropriate to have one on the east and one on the west. This was probably where the imperial court was smart. They knew that Master Ruan would not pick the 3 most valuable mountains, so they pretended to be very generous. In the end, Chen Pingan naturally had to follow Master Ruan to choose a mountain. Of course, Chen Pingan felt that he could choose 1 or 2 smaller mountains elsewhere. For example, Jinju Mountain would be very suitable. A small mountain that no one cared about, but Chen Pingan especially cared about it. No matter how small a mountain was, it was still a whole mountain. Moreover, it was only 1 copper coin. Chen Pingan felt that he had to take this small mountain into his pocket. It was not that Chen Pingan was not interested in the most expensive mountains that Master Ruan had mentioned, the Dry Spring Mountain, Shinshu Mountain, and Fragrant Volcano. He would strive to buy a big mountain that was not as good as them, but not by much. He estimated that he would spend at most a bag of gold fine copper coins, then buy some small mountain similar to Jinju Mountain, and try to spend about 10 copper coins. The rest would be used to bet with Master Ruan. After he picked the 3 mountains, Chen Pingan would buy them nearby, and buy again, and buy with all his might. As for the unknown mountain that had the dragon beheading platform, Chen Pingan had completely given up. He warned himself that he must not touch it. Even if no one knew about it, Chen Pingan would not buy such a great opportunity in front of him. Now, there were guests coming from all over the town. It was no longer the small cave that was sealed off to the outside world. Even Chen Pingan could walk down the hundreds of miles of mountain roads. In the future, who would be able to stop the footsteps of, let alone those immortals flying around on long swords in the sky? However, before he paid for the mountain, Chen Pingan planned to personally go into the mountain again. Chen Pingan would feel uncomfortable spending so much money without knowing what he had bought beforehand. Even if he knew that it was a profitable business with little capital. This was actually because he was used to hardships. Chen Pingan now had 8 snake gall stones that had not faded at all. The rest of the snake gall stones were hidden in his house and Lu Xianyang's house. There were many of them. He did not know if it was because he had escaped from the stream early on. Although the color and gloss had faded to different degrees and they did not look as bright and comfortable as when they came out of the water, they more or less still had some spiritual energy. This kind of inexplicable feeling was like the first time Chen Pingan saw Gu Ken in Clay Bottle Alley or Li Baoping in Fulu Street. He felt that they must be smart and clever children. Chen Pingan put away the 3 bags of gold fine copper coins and put them back into the clay pot. Chen Pingan had a headache when he thought about asking Master Ruan for leave to enter the mountain again. Old Man Yao was like this, and so was Master Ruan. Chen Pingan suspected that he did not have any affinity with elders, especially with masters. Chen Pingan went to the corner and squatted beside the basket. He stared at the beheading dragon platform inside and reached out to touch the delicate texture of the black stone. It was slightly cold to the touch. He was very curious about how such an inconspicuous stone could be related to Miss Ning, who was an immortal who stepped on a sword. He could not imagine how sharp a sword could be made by the beheading dragon platform. Chen Pingan suddenly remembered something and took out the 5 locust tree leaves. The red cotton-padded jacket girl had picked up 8 leaves from the old locust tree. Chen Pingan had given her 3 leaves as a reward. Chen Pingan carefully looked at the locust tree leaves. They looked thin but were actually quite tough. It was a pity that they had lost the green luster that flowed along the veins of the leaves. Chen Pingon guessed that it was probably the so-called ancestral blessing. Only at some nodes, there would be a little bit of green luster remaining. Chen Pingon carefully placed the 5 locust tree leaves into the mountain shaking fist manual. After Chen Pingon finished, he went out and began to practice the stances in the yard. The neighbors on the left and right had moved away one after another. Chen Pingon quickly immersed himself in the stance, completely forgetting himself. His fist intent flowed like a stream. Miss Ningyao had said that practicing 1,000,000 times was only the beginning of martial arts. Chen Pingon was not willing to be lazy. He inadvertently thought of the red ink characters on the wooden figurine and the legendary Qi Palace that allowed air to flow in and out. His entire body felt comfortable and hot. It was as if there was a fire dragon swimming quickly in his body, going down from head to toe. The process was bumpy and not smooth at all. Those aperture acupoints were like dilapidated and rough passes. The paths between the passes were definitely not the great path of the sun. Some were wide but uneven, some were narrow and steep. When the fire dragon passed by, it swayed like a pedestrian crossing an iron chain bridge. Finally, the fire dragon shuttled back and forth between the several Qi palaces near his lower dantian, as if it was searching for the most suitable place for it to occupy as the Dragon Palace. Ningyao had once said that there were 3 realms in the martial way. The first realm was the clay embryo realm. When one reached the peak of perfection, they would produce qi. Like a clay bodhisattva sitting high up in a shrine, the qi would sink into the dantian, motionless like a mountain. The body would then have a new atmosphere, beginning to nourish the flesh and bones. It would cause the entire person to be like a withered tree in spring. Chen Pingon was walking on this path. Without the guidance of a famous teacher, it could not be considered a fluke. He had relied on hard work to make up for his lack of talent. For 8 years, he had climbed mountains and crossed rivers. Although it was crude, he had obtained a type of breathing technique. In 8 years, he had not broken through the first realm of the martial way. In the secular dynasties and the Jianghu, apart from Ningyao's hometown, there was a difference between the poor and the rich and the martial way. Fortunately, in the martial way, there was no bad habit of comparing the speed of ascending realms. The more one entered the martial way, the more profound the martial master was, the more they looked at the weight of each step, the more solid each step of the martial way was. But for someone as slow as Chen Pingon, it could not be considered a disgrace. After all, there were countless young people from powerful families that were blocked at the first threshold. In their entire lives, they could not find the existence of that qi. But from the current situation, Chen Pingon definitely could not be considered a martial arts genius. Chen Pingon abruptly woke up, lightly exhaling a breath of turbid qi. He slowly walked in the courtyard, gradually relaxing his 4 limbs. Chen Pingon lowered his head and looked at the locust tree branch at the foot of the wall. He suddenly had a whimsical idea. He wanted to carve a wooden sword for himself. When he was young, after his parents left, Chen Pingon would always watch his peers play from afar at the immortal's tomb. Most of the girls would fly kites, while the boys would use the wooden and bamboo swords their fathers helped to make. They would have a lot of fun. Chen Pingon had always wanted one at that time. But later, he became an apprentice in the porcelain kiln. He was exhausted from running around all year round, so he gave up the idea. Chen Pingon squatted in front of the locust tree branch. He felt that it would be no problem to make a wooden sword, but it would be more difficult to make 2. Chen Pingon first moved the locust tree branch outside the house, then took the hatchet used to carve a path into the mountain. He was ready to make a wooden sword for himself. However, when Chen Pingon sat on the threshold with the hatchet, he was a little hesitant. After thinking about it, he put the hatchet back. He felt that the locust tree should not be regarded as just an old tree. After all, Mr. Chi and the locust tree had a conversation. Therefore, the locust tree branch in front of him made Chen Pingan feel a little awkward. Chen Pingan put the locust tree branch back at the foot of the wall again. He found that he really did not feel sleepy, so he left the courtyard. After locking the door, he walked all the way out of the mud bottle lane. He unexpectedly came to the stone arch bridge. Thinking that he could not always jump over the river in the future, he gritted his teeth and walked onto the stone bridge. He sat on the stone slab in the middle again, his feet hanging over the stream. Chen Pingan was a little nervous. He looked down at the quiet water and murmured, "Whether you are an immortal or a monster, we should have no grudge against each other. If you really have something to tell me, don't tell me in my dreams. I am here now, you can just tell me. 30 minutes, 15 minutes, 2 hours." Except for a little cold, Chen Pingan did not feel anything strange. Chen Pingan put his hands on the stone slab, shook his feet, and looked into the distance. When he was very young, he was very curious about where the stream ended. Chen Pingan was in a daze. Lu Xianyang, Gu Kan, Miss Ning, Mr. Qi, and Old Man Yao were all gone. Chen Pingan had never been so rich. But the teenager had never been so lonely. On the other side of the stone bridge where the teenager with straw sandals had his back, there was a tall figure in snow-white clothes. He looked like an immortal and a ghost. He also put his hands on the stone slab, shook his feet in the air, and looked up at the sky. However, even old Yang and Wan Tan did not notice this scene, let alone Chen Pingan, who had started talking to himself. 77. After Wan Xiu ran back to the blacksmith shop, she found her father sitting alone on the bamboo chair under the eaves. She handed the pot of wine to him and then sat on the other chair. "Father, have you finished your discussion?" Wan Jiao opened the wine pot. He didn't drink it. He just sniffed it and felt a headache. It was indeed peach blossom spring roast, but it didn't cost 2 taels of silver. It was the cheapest peach blossom spring roast that only cost 8 taels of silver. Wan Jiao caught a glimpse of his daughter, who had a guilty conscience. Her hands were twisting the corners of her clothes and her eyes were wandering. She was obviously afraid that he would expose her. Wan Jiao sighed in his heart and had to pretend that he didn't notice anything. He raised his head and drank a mouthful of wine. He was really depressed and sullen. The man slowly said, "Yes, it was all right. I'll send someone to the brothel affairs office to find the Dali official named Wu Yuan and get the old and new maps of mountains and rivers. When Chen Pingan comes back to his senses, he will ask me for them." Wan Xiu felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. She smiled and said, "Oh." She stretched her legs out and comfortably leaned against the smooth and cool back of the small bamboo chair. Wan Jiao thought that he was going to open the situation here. Everything was difficult at the beginning. The omen was good, so he was in a good mood. It was rare for him to say something good about Chen Pingan. The boy in Mud Bottle Alley is simple, but he is not stupid. Wan Xiu smiled happily and said, "Father, that's called great wisdom appearing stupidity. Do you know?" Wan Jiao smiled and didn't say anything. The man just cursed in his heart, "What the hell do you mean by great wisdom appearing stupidity?" Wan Jiao looked at the stream in the distance. He held the neck of the wine pot with 2 fingers and shook it gently. "There are some things that I can't tell him directly. I don't want him to think too much and make a fool of himself. When you see him tomorrow, you tell him." Wan Xiu asked curiously, "What's the matter?" Wan Teng was silent for a moment. He picked up the flagon and took a sip of the strong liquor. Then he said, "Tell him not to dream about Dragon Spine Mountain. Even some people in the upper 5 realms who have no background may not dare to ask for it. Wind Snow Temple and Martial Arts Mountain spent a lot of effort to get such a big piece of dragon beheading platform. Plus, with my father's current status, they barely managed to get it. There are still many people who are secretly jealous. Of course, there was no need to explain these twists and turns to Chin Pingon. Just tell him directly. There was no need to think too much about Dragon Spine Mountain. Second, this time Dali Imperial Court sold the mountains at a low price. After all, there are only 60 mountains in total. Chin Pingon can only buy 5 mountains at most. If he buys more, it will be difficult for me to protect him and his mountains. Third, I have just made up my mind to ask Dali for the 3 mountains with Shincho Mountain as the main mountain. When you ask Chin Pingon to check the map, pay attention to the mountains around Shincho Mountain, Candlelight Mountain, and Hengming Peak. I am not an unreasonable person. I won't ask him to buy all the mountains nearby. He only needs to take out half of the gold coins. Anyway, if he is really smart, he will buy more mountains around your father's 2 mountains and 1 peak. That is the right way to go. Finally, you can tell him that if he can keep a few copper coins, he can buy a few shops in the town. I guess there will be a lot of good shops that will change hands. Because many of the people in the town who have connections outside will move out, the price will definitely not be expensive. At most, it will be 1 copper coin. Ruanxiu asked tentatively, "Father, why don't you buy the shops that are used to save money? Didn't you put away my 2 bags of copper coins? How about you give me 1 back first? Just 1. How about it?" Ruanxiu was so angry that he put on a fake smile and said, "Don't even think about the copper coins that I saved up. I advise you to give up." "Oh right, you can ask Chin Pingon to pay for it. Right now, he is the richest person in our town." Ruanxiu said without hesitation, "How can I do that? He is poor. He has to borrow a dozen taels of silver from others." The corner of Ruanxiu's mouth twitched. He could not help but turn his head and ask, "Oh, father's money is not money. Only Chin Pingon is." Ruanxiu laughed and said, "I am not familiar with him." Ruanxiu almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Not familiar. If you are not familiar, can you go against your conscience and let your father drink this kind of rotten wine and then fill your own pockets just to lend money to that bastard? Daughter, how familiar do you think is considered familiar? Ruanxiu fiercely gulped down a mouthful of the bland liquor and stood up. In any case, father has said everything that needs to be said. You choose some things to say and tell Chin Pingon tomorrow. The man strode away. In fact, even if one used their buttocks to think, they would know that their daughter would say everything that should be said and what should not be said tomorrow. The more Ruanxiu thought about it, the more sullen he felt. He could not scold his daughter, and he could not hit that bastard who was digging in the corner with a hoe. The man could only curse his mother in a low voice and walk to an empty space with no one around. He threw away the empty wine jug that no matter how disgusting it was, he could not drink it. His figure rose from the ground, and in the blink of an eye, he landed in front of the shop that sold peach blossoms in the small town. At this time, the shop was of course closed for business. He knocked hard on the door, and soon, a woman sleepily got up from the backyard to open the door. She cursed, saying things like, "You are in a hurry to be reincarnated, drinking in the middle of the night. Why don't you drink urine and not spend money? You dare to knock on a widow's door at night, aren't you afraid that I will break your 3 legs? She was not polite at all. Ruanxiu stood at the door with a gloomy face and did not say a word. After seeing that it was the blacksmith shop's master Ruan, the woman took advantage of the moonlight and glanced at the middle-aged man's muscular arm. Suddenly, her face changed. Her charming eyes were like silk, and she passionately pulled the man's arm. It was really as hard as iron. The woman who had been dry for a long time smiled more and more eagerly. When she led the way, she stumbled and almost fell into the man's arms. Unfortunately, the blacksmith did not understand her feelings and gently held her shoulder. In the end, he threw down the silver, took 2 jugs of wine, and strode away. The woman stood at the door, her face full of ridicule. She loudly teased, "Such a strong man, but in the end, he has the same surname as the bird." "Master Juan, oh no, Master Juan, in the future, if you come to my shop to buy wine, I will charge you double the price. If one day Master Juan's waist is strong enough, I might not charge you a single cent. I will drink wine for free and sleep with you for free." Ruan Cheong walked all the way to the end of the street indifferently. His figure flashed, and he did not return to the shop in the south of the town. Instead, he went to the north and came to a small hill. It was full of broken porcelain, piled up into a mountain. Ruan Cheong casually found a place 30 steps away from the small hill and sat down cross-legged. A voice sounded not far away. "What a coincidence, you're here too." Ruan Cheong nodded and threw over a jug of wine. The old man took the wine, weighed it, and clicked his tongue. Going to Widow Lu's shop to buy wine now, any man would be at a disadvantage. Of course, Ruan Cheong did not want to talk about this. Instead, he asked, "Old Mr. Yang, who is the young man beside the new supervisor, Wu Yuan? I can't see through him, but on the surface, he is no different from an ordinary person." The old man was old Yang of the Yang family shop. He drank a mouthful of wine. His identity is unknown, but as the old saying goes, those who come are not friendly, and those who are kind do not come, right? After old Yang said this, he smiled and looked up. At the peak of Porcelain Mountain, there was a young man in a green robe. He stood with his hands folded in his sleeves, a mole between his eyebrows, and a spring breeze smile. The young man took out a hand from his sleeve and waved it. "When you enter, you greet people. When you enter the temple, you worship the gods. I know the rules. First, I greet Master Juan, then I come to see old Mr. Yang. There's nothing wrong with my etiquette." Old Yang did not continue drinking. He found a rope from somewhere and tied the wine jug to his waist. He took a puff of his pipe and smiled. Entering the mountains and entering the lakes, drawing talismans to intimidate people. But I don't know if you're drawing talismans or talismans of immortals. The young man withdrew his hand, leaned forward slightly, and said with a smile, "No matter how old Mr. Yang and Master Juan misunderstand, I promise that after greeting the two of you, we won't have any more interactions." If there really is any, I'm afraid it's just the establishment of the Xingwang Pavilion. I'm temporarily in charge, so I'll have some contact with the two of you. As for the Wenchang Pavilion and the Martial Saint Temple, I don't care. I'm only in charge of the Xingwang Pavilion, which is the size of a sesame seed. According to the sayings of the marketplace, within the boundaries of a county, the county magistrate had full authority over all affairs of the Yang realm. As for the high and mighty clay statue of Lord Xingwang, he was actually responsible for keeping an eye on the night and other worldly items under his jurisdiction. Master Juan frowned. Was he a consecrator of the Dali Imperial Court's Ministry of Rites? Or was he a chi cultivator from Kintianjian? However, regardless of whether his roots were in the Ministry of Rites, Kintianjian, or somewhere in the Dali Imperial Palace, since he could stand so boldly at the peak of Porcelain Mountain, he must be at least a cultivator who stood on the 10th floor of the highest level of the Middle 5 realms. Therefore, this young man was definitely not a young man. The delicate and pretty cultivator with a cinnabar dot between his eyebrows looked at old Yang and said, "Old mister, I have to say this first. It's better to be safe than sorry." Old Yang took a deep puff of his pipe, but in the end, he only spat out an extremely fine wisp of smoke. Moreover, it quickly dissipated between heaven and earth without a sound. The cultivator, who looked like a delicate and pretty young man, still had his hands in his sleeves, but his sleeves moved slightly. He seemed to be making gestures with his 10 fingers. Master Wan sighed heavily. For my sake, the two of you should let it go. Otherwise, if the three of us fight, do you really want to destroy this area? The young man immediately took his hands out of his sleeves and raised them high. He was very suspicious of changing his mind according to the wind. He smiled and said, I have no problem. Old Yang sniffed. 2 wisps of imperceptible purple smoke quickly flew into the old man's nose. The old man sneered and said, You know a lot. The young man reached out and pinched his nose. Not too much, not too little. For example, I only know that I should call you Qing. Mr. First, not Mr. Yang. The young man deliberately left out a word. It was not a joke or fun, but at the moment when he was about to blurt out the word, he really felt the old man's killing intent. It was resolute and decisive, so he chose to take a step back temporarily. The young man leaned back and said with a smile, Let's part ways here. I hope we won't meet again. The road of the sun, the bridge of a single log, or the gate of hell. Let's go our own way and show each of our abilities. The young man in green who fell back disappeared without a trace. Ruanqing said in a low voice, He might be in the upper 5 realms. Old Yang sneered and said, Don't make a fuss. You, Ruanqing, are also in the upper 5 realms. No matter how small the eastern Aquarius continent is, it is still one of the 9 continents. Not to mention the 11th and 12th floors, even the Qi refinement warriors of the 13th floor have a chance to appear. Ruanqing was not relaxed. He shook his head and said, After all, I have just ascended to the 11th floor. My realm is not stable yet. Although I am from the military school and am good at attacking and killing, but, the old man shook his head and turned to leave. He held the pipe in his hand and puffed out smoke. You should be content. There are more than 10 million cultivators in the world. Cultivators from the 10th floor are already rare, let alone those from the upper 5 realms. In the end, you are afraid of that person, but that person is also afraid of you. Porcelain clashing with jade, both of you are actually guilty. Ruanqing thought about it and agreed. He was not the kind of person to get into a dead end. He might as well not bother about the background of that strange young man. It would be best if both parties could mind their own business. Harmony breeds wealth. With a loud bang, Ruanqing's figure soared into the sky. After reaching the sea of clouds, he quickly fell to the bank of the stream. Old Yang, who was leisurely walking back to the small town, smiled. Young people are full of vigor. A young man in green walked in the alley of the small town and muttered, There is a night curfew, a night watchman, and a market. There are many things waiting to be done. Our district magistrate is going to be busy. The delicate and pretty young man with a mole between his eyebrows gently twirled a bunch of old keys and walked into an alley called Erlang Alley. It was next to Apricot Blossom Alley. It was said that there were 2 powerful people in this alley, but who they were and what they did, no one could say. Over time, it became a topic for the old people to talk about under the old locust tree. Now that the old locust tree had fallen, the town's popularity seemed to have decreased a lot. The children did not feel much, but the young people felt that their horizons were broadened. It was good to have a large open space. Only the nostalgic old people would occasionally sigh. There were no rich people living in Erlang Alley and Apricot Blossom Alley. It was not enough to compare to the rich, but it was more than enough to compare to the poor. For example, the people near Mud Bottle Alley could not raise their heads when they saw the people in these 2 alleys. Granny Ma and her grandson Ma Kushuan lived in Apricot Blossom Alley. In the small town, their family was considered to be very well off. The young man stopped at the door of a house. There were two new painted door gods on the door. The young man looked up at one of the silver-armored door gods holding a short halberd. It was majestic, with one leg up and a golden rooster standing on one leg. The young man smiled and said, "Returning home in silk clothes is nothing more than this." The young man opened the door and entered. It was a small but exquisite house. There was a square patio above his head and a pool on the ground. The ventilation was excellent. There was a beauty lounge on the second floor, suitable for stargazing at night and snow in winter. The young man was very satisfied and muttered, "Not bad, not bad. It's a good place to cultivate." The young man moved a carved wooden chair and sat next to the pool. He shook his sleeves and a large pile of broken porcelain slid out. The pieces were as big as a fist and as small as a grain of rice. There were countless pieces. In the end, it was full. It was estimated that a basket would not be able to hold them. All of them were suspended above the pool under the patio. This move was worthy of the name Heaven and Earth in one's sleeves. The young man looked around, rubbed his eyebrows, and said to himself, "Where should I start?" "It's you." Finally, he saw the most eye-catching piece of red porcelain. With a slight movement of his mind, it flew out of the pile of porcelain and quietly stopped in the air a foot in front of him. After that, pieces of porcelain flew out from the small mountain and came to the young man. Then, he gently placed them somewhere. It was like piecing together a piece of porcelain. The next day, at the blacksmith shop, Wanshio gave Chin Pingon two maps. One was old and yellowed. On the map, there were undulating mountains, but the names of the mountains were A1, B3, and so on. On the new map, which was still suffused with the fragrance of ink, there were also names such as Dragon Spine Mountain, Jinju Mountain, and Shinshu Mountain, which were not so boring. Finally, there was an additional, Longquan County of Greatly. Guanxiu pointed at the names of the places and mountains and explained and introduced them to Chin Pingon one by one. Finally, she reminded him, although the two maps only look like a fingernail offset, when you enter the mountains, you will find that there may be a gap of several miles. Because when Dragon Pearl Cave fell on the ground of Dolly, the ground shook violently. Some of the mountains that were not firmly rooted collapsed at that time. At the same time, there will be many accidents on the road ahead. You must be careful. Chin Pingon carefully put away the two maps and finally carried a basket on his back. It was similar to the last time when he brought Chin Dui and the others into the mountains. He apologized to Ruanxiu. "This time, I will try to walk to the area of Tiandang Mountain and Hengming Peak on the map. I estimate that it will take at least half a month and at most a month to return here." Ruanxiu whispered, "So long. Then how will the food you brought be enough?" Chen Pingon held back his laughter. "I am used to living in the mountains. I can eat all kinds of wild animals and fruits. I can also find them. I promise that I will not starve myself." Guanxiu nodded and smiled. "My father promised to lend you more than 10 taels of silver. After you leave the mountains, I will definitely give it to you." Chen Pingon thought about it and decided to tell the truth. "Miss Ruan, don't make yourself suffer. I can find a way to get the money. You can't really persist for 10 days to half a month and not eat the snacks of the shop, right?" Guanxiu's face turned red. She did not understand how he knew the truth. Chen Pingon was a little helpless. He smiled and did not speak. He thought that with Master Ruan's bad temper, it would be strange if he was willing to lend him money. So it was not that he had a good eye, but Miss Ruan, your concealment was not good enough. Chen Pingon saw that she was a little disappointed and quickly comforted her. "Miss Ruan, I appreciate your kindness." "Thank you." Guanxiu pursed her lips and smiled. She suddenly said, "I will send you off." Chinpingan had already left in large strides. He turned his head and waved his hand. No need. I am very familiar with the road. I can walk with my eyes closed. The ponytailed girl softly said, "Oh." Then she waved goodbye to him. After Chinpingan walked out of the shop of the Ruan family, he followed the stream and ran upstream. Chinpingan was not interested in the few mountains near the town. Although they were not big and the prices were not expensive, he did not want to buy them here. It was too close to the town and he could not be in the limelight. Moreover, Master Wan had said a few words before. True Earth Mountain, Yuanmu Peak, and a few other peaks, the foundations of the mountains were originally not bad. Unfortunately, after so many years, almost all of them had been hollowed out. Therefore, they were just a few embroidered pillows. He had to keep going west until he reached the Zhenju Mountain. Chinpingan walked for an entire day and night. During this time, he only rested for less than 4 hours. Finally, he climbed to the top of a small hill. He took a deep breath. His lungs were filled with the fragrance of the wild grass. The straw sandals youth puffed out his chest and heavily stomped his feet. He heroically said, "This is mine." 78. 5 days had passed and the sun was setting in the west. Chinpingan had finally climbed the Turtle Head Peak on the new map of the government. Within a radius of 10 li, this peak stood out and towered into the clouds. Chinpingan gnawed on a hard dry biscuit and sat on the branch of an old pine tree that stretched out over the cliff. The cool breeze blew, causing the hair on the young man's temples to flutter. The wicker basket had already been placed under the tree. Chinpingan was not brave enough to climb a tree with a wicker basket on his back. In the past, the young man had only regarded climbing as an arduous task and always wanted to follow Old Man Yao's footsteps. Unlike now, when he was tired, he would stop and take a good look at the green mountains and clear waters in the distance. Moreover, many of the sceneries that made Chinpingan gasp in amazement belonged to the mountains that were sealed off by the Dali imperial court. The young man could only follow the taciturn old man and take a detour. The Turtle Head Peak was one of them. Along the way, Chinpingan saw many unfamiliar and magnificent scenes. There were layers upon layers of waterfalls that hung a small rainbow after the rain. The young man seemed to be able to reach out and hug it and bring it home for his collection. There were tens of thousands of birds that gathered on the steep cliff, strung together like snow-white curtains hanging on the wall. There was a dangerous peak with only one steep path leading to the top. Finally, he suddenly stepped into a large stone platform. His vision suddenly opened up and he could not help but hold his breath. At night, the young man put on a shirt and fell asleep with his back against the wicker basket. It was as if he could hear the whispers of the immortals in the sky. After trekking for 3 days, Chinpingan finally arrived at the Shinshio mountain that Master Wan had mentioned. In the two directions of the north and west, separated by about 10 li, there was the Tiandang mountain and the Hengming peak respectively. They formed a triangle with the Shinshio peak, like 3 giants standing on each side. According to the map, there were 5 mountains of various sizes within 100 miles of this one peak and 2 mountains. The smaller ones were the Iridescent Clouds Peak and the Immortal Grass Mountain, while the larger ones were the Lampwick Platform, the Yellow Lake Mountain, and the Treasure Perch Mountain. Before Chinpingan came to the Shinshio Mountain, he had been to the Immortal Grass Mountain and the Lampwick Dais. The Immortal Grass Mountain was only slightly bigger than the Zhenju Mountain. Although the mountain was shorter, the vegetation was exceptionally lush and there were many towering trees. As for the Yellow Lake Mountain, it should be because there was a small lake halfway up the mountain. From afar, the lake was yellowish, but from close up, it was extremely clear. However, apart from this small lake, Chinpingan felt that the Yellow Lake Mountain was much worse than the Shinshio Mountain under his feet. Chen Pingan spent the next 4 days wandering around the spiritual Grace Mountain's Hingming Peak and finally chose 3 peaks: Immortal Grass Mountain, Treasure Stem Mountain, and Rosy Clouds Peak. Immortal Grass Mountain was small, Treasure Stem Mountain was large, and Rosy Clouds Peak was tall. Out of the 3, the Treasure Book Mountain took Chen Pingan the most time. It could really be said that the clouds were deep, the mountains were high, and the rivers were long. Among the many mountains that Chen Pingan had visited, its scale was second only to the cloud-covering mountain and the spiritual Grace Mountain. However, Chen Pingan was somewhat puzzled. The Treasure Perch Mountain was such a large territory, and it was also close to the Hengming Peak. Moreover, even a layman like Chen Pingan could feel the beautiful scenery of this mountain. Why didn't Master Wan give up the Lampwick Mountain and choose the Treasure Perch Mountain? Chen Pingan estimated that the 3 peaks that he had chosen would cost him about 45 gold essence copper coins. For the remaining 35 gold essence copper coins, 1 winter jasmine coin would be used for the Zhenju Mountain. There would be a total of 34 gold essence copper coins left, which was enough for Chen Pingan to generously buy a real big mountain. After all, Master Wan had said that even the Dry Spring Mountain Range, the Burning Incense Mountain Range, and the Spiritual Grace Mountain Range were only 25 to 30 gold essence copper coins. Master Wan had also revealed a heavenly secret, saying that in the future, within a radius of 1,000 miles, the Dali Imperial Court would confer 1 mountain great god, 3 mountain deities, and 1 river deity. Guan Xiao had also explained in detail the next day. The so-called mountain deity was a suitable candidate chosen by the court's Ministry of Rites. It could be a local famous historical figure, or a meritorious general who had died in battle. Then, Emperor Dali would recognize and appoint him as the mountain deity. He would use a special red brush to officially write the mountain and river genealogy records. After a ceremony of burning incense and offering sacrifice, the implication was that he was the Son of Heaven, who was patrolling the mortal world on behalf of the heavens. After that, Qintianjian would make the golden note and jade spy and hand it to the imperial tutor to write the imperial edict himself. Then, he would send someone to bury it at the foot of the mountain. Finally, the government would ask someone to create a golden clay statue and enshrine it in the mountain deity temple. That mountain deity would have the right to openly enjoy the people's incense, protect the creatures in the mountain range, and suppress, subdue, or expel all kinds of ghosts and otherworldly items that crossed the border. Chen Pingan didn't have extravagant hopes that there would be a mountain deity guarding the 3 mountains near the spiritual Grace Mountain that he had chosen. Instead, he placed his hope on the big mountain that cost the most money. In this way, the main family business would be protected by Master Wan for the next 300 years. If he could invite a mountain deity to guard the lonely mountain far away from here, it would undoubtedly make Chen Pingan feel more relieved. As for the small Zhenju Mountain that was only worth 1 winter jasmine coin, it was estimated that other than Chen Pingan, no one would take a fancy to it. At this time, Chen Pingan was sitting on the big rock cliff at the top of the iridescent cloud's peak. In front of him was a brand new map of Dali's Dragon Spring. The youth had already memorized the names and geographical locations of those mountains, but he still couldn't make up his mind to buy the last mountain. The straw sandals youth held his cheeks with both hands and frowned. His body gently swayed back and forth. The youth's thoughts wandered thousands of miles away. What could he do after buying the mountain? Chen Pingan actually didn't know in his heart. However, as long as he thought about how he would always be the nominal owner of those 5 mountains for the next 300 years, this in itself was already a very happy thing. He could first get a wife, start a family, and then pass it on to his children. In the future, his children would pass it on to their children. It turned out that although the matter of getting a wife wasn't an urgent matter, he still needed to think about it. Thinking of this, Chen Pingan, who was laughing foolishly, suddenly came back to his senses and felt a little embarrassed. Chen Pingan fell back. He was a little sleepy and wanted to take a short nap. After an unknown period of time, Chen Pingan opened his eyes. He suddenly felt a headache coming on. He could even dream in broad daylight. It turned out that this was the third time he had bumped into that white-robed man. The first time was on the covered bridge, the second time was under the stone arch bridge, and this time was at the top of the mountain. The tall white-robed man bathed in the snow-white light this time was sitting cross-legged less than 2 feet away from Chen Pingan. However, Chen Pingan couldn't see the other party's appearance clearly. Chen Pingan felt that it wasn't a good idea to be so alarmed. He mustered up his courage and carefully opened his mouth to speak, "Senior," smack. In the next moment, Chen Pingan felt as if he had been slapped in the face by a cow's tail when he was young. Chen Pingan, who seemed to have woken up from a dream, suddenly sat up and found that he was sitting in his original position. He looked around and didn't find anything strange. However, when he touched his cheek, it really did hurt. The youth couldn't figure out the reason no matter how hard he racked his brains. He could only scratch his head blankly. 79. Before Chen Pingan left the mountain, he had already sensed the earth-shaking changes in the town. Other than the dust that was flying everywhere when he looked at the town from the top of the Dijon mountain, he also saw almost 100 young and strong men in the area of the distant Mu Peak. Most of them were kiln workers. They had outstanding physical strength and were hard-working. They were cutting giant trees in full swing. Chen Pingan went over and found an acquaintance who used to work in the same kiln. After asking, he found out that the small town was going to build 4 big buildings in one go: the county office, the Wenchang Pavilion, the Marshal Saint Temple, and the City God Temple. The leader was a young new supervisor named Wu Yuan. As for the county magistrate title, the people in the small town didn't know what kind of official position it was and what kind of place the county office was. They didn't care about it either. They only knew that they had a temporary iron rice bowl and the salary was very attractive. Compared to working in the dragon kiln, they had more profits. Before the kiln work was cut off and the kiln fire was extinguished, the young and strong kiln workers had to work in the fields all year round. It was not easy for them to feed their families, let alone earn a few copper coins. So now the people in the town were excited and regarded Lord Wu Yuan as the god of wealth. Moreover, compared to the younger generation or even 2 generations of Sir Wu, the rich old masters of the 4 surnames and 10 clans who lived in seclusion behaved especially respectfully. Their words even revealed the intimacy between officials and commoners. As for the more subtle looks in their eyes, they hid the intention of flattery. The people of the small town were not blind. Even if they were frogs at the bottom of a well, their ability to observe people's expressions was not bad. Now the county magistrate, Wu Yuan, asked the family heads of the 4 families and 10 clans to hire 500 to 600 young and strong men in the town to cut trees and carry them out of the mountain. For this purpose, Yuanmuffing Peak had a special slide. Because many of the giant trees used as pillars were too time-consuming to be carried down the mountain by people's shoulders, they could put them in the slide. A big tree would slide to the foot of the mountain by itself. However, in this way, Yuanmuffing Peak seemed to have a scar on its face. Other than going into the mountains, they also went into the water. Many of the men in the small town worked hard to pick up sand and stones from the small stream. They chose the east gate of the small town as the location for the county office. They demolished Jing Dafing's yellow mud hut and rebuilt the foundation. Even the wooden gate, which had endured countless storms, was completely dismantled. When Chen Pingan left the mountain, he did not choose the winding mountain path. Instead, he stepped directly on the rocks of the stream and jumped downstream. This could save a lot of time. Some townspeople were not surprised to see a young man with a basket on his back. Most of them knew that there was an orphan in Mud Bottle Alley who was good at picking herbs and burning charcoal since he was a child. Once he entered the mountain, he was like a monkey and no one could catch up with him. Chen Pingan stopped at the confluence of the two streams. It turned out that if he walked down another 20 feet, there was a rocky cliff with potholes. A group of people gathered there. On the shore and on a bluestone protruding out of the water near the cliff, there stood a tall and sturdy young man. There was a golden silk scabbard hanging from their waists. They wore neat black robes with a layer of blue gauze on the outside. Their hair was tied up with a hairpin. Both of them exuded a fierce aura. The moment the straw sandal boy appeared, the two men suddenly turned their eyes and stared at Chen Pingan, who appeared out of nowhere. Their hands were already on the hilts of their swords. Chen Pingan, who was carrying a basket of herbs, stood motionless. His expression was as usual. The young man had gone through 2 battles with Kai Qinqian and Fu Nanhua. He had been chased by the mountain guardian apes of Xingyang Mountain. Finally, he had to catch and kill Ma Kushuan, who was his age, in the immortal tomb. His opponents were either high and mighty immortals, or battle-hardened mutants of the great wilderness, or the lucky ones blessed by heaven. However, Chen Pingan still survived in the end. Therefore, the gloomy eyes of the 2 men with swords could make the townspeople tremble in fear, but they could not make Chen Pingan feel too emotional. However, Chen Pingan did not want to complicate matters. Just as he was about to walk to the shore and return to the town along the mountain path by the stream, he saw a young man who was surrounded by many people. The young man smiled and said something to the squire standing in the stream. The squire immediately let go of the hilt of his sword. The young man who was sitting cross-legged slowly stood up. He was actually half a head taller than the 2 squires with swords. His skin was as fair as a woman's, and his face was slightly feminine. He waved at Chen Pingan and changed into the local dialect of the town. With a gentle expression, he said with a smile, "Don't be afraid. You can continue on your original path. We are not bad people." The dialect of the town was a little obscure, but Chen Pingan heard it clearly. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Pingan smiled at the tall man and pointed to the shore, indicating that he would go ashore soon and would not disturb their conversation. Without waiting for the man to say anything, Chen Pingan made a few vigorous leaps and landed on the shore without any hesitation. His thin figure quickly disappeared into the forest path where the shade was getting thicker. The man who looked like a woman retracted his hand resentfully. The squires around him tried to hold back their laughter. The man said awkwardly, "That young herb gatherer has good skills. See, I told you that this place is full of outstanding people. So, don't complain that this place is not as prosperous as the capital. A small place has its own unique taste." It would have been better if he had not said it. The official's words immediately caused a burst of unrestrained laughter. The tall man was Wu Yuan, the god of fortune in the eyes of the people in the town. He was the supervisor of the kiln and also the first county magistrate of Longquan. Facing the ridicule of his subordinates, he was not angry. After sitting down, he continued the previous topic: Longquan County Office, Wenchang Pavilion, Marshal Saint Temple, and City God Temple. Just the plaques alone would need at least 15 or 16 pieces. His Majesty is happy that the Dragon Pearl Cave fell steadily this time and smoothly connected with Dolly's territory. It maintained 70 to 80% of the geographical landscape, and there was no big change. Therefore, he was very happy and gave a plaque to Wenchang Pavilion with the words "Revisiting the Old and Learning the New." When Wu Yuan said this, an elegant young man smiled and said, "Sir Wu, didn't you ask His Majesty for a calligraphy piece for our county office?" Wu Yuan sighed and said, "Of course I did. How could I not ask?" But His Majesty did not agree. "What can I do? We can't blame His Majesty for this. After all, it's just a small county office. If His Majesty's Golden Pen Imperial bestowal, how can so many county governors and provincial governors live? Do I still want to work in the officialdom in the future? Everyone smiled knowingly. Wu Yuan comforted everyone. Fortunately, Mr. Liu and Grand Chancellor Qi of the Directorate have both agreed. When the time comes, they will send 2 sets of plaques to be hung in the county office and Marshal Saint Temple respectively. The problem now is that Wenchang Pavilion still lacks 3 plaques and City God Temple also lacks 2 plaques. Why don't all of you think of a way? Do you really want me to pick up the brush myself? That's my earthworm-like calligraphy. Even my mister feels despair. Of course, if you don't find it embarrassing, I don't mind. The only chance in my life to make my calligraphy piece into a plaque has finally come. That young man with an extraordinary temperament thought for a moment, then I'll write a letter to my grandfather. My grandfather has a good relationship with that reclusive Mr. Bai Qiu. I'll see if I can think of a way to win glory for our Lord Wu. Wu Yuan patted his shoulder, then I'll leave my face to you. If the plaque isn't enough, the county magistrate's face will be thrown to the ground and can't be picked up. At that time, I'll hold you responsible. The young man's face stiffened. He felt that he had dug a hole for himself. The rest of the colleagues who were around the same age all showed sympathetic expressions. Our Lord Wu's personality was famous for climbing up the pole. He dared to open the capital's largest dye factory just by giving him a little face. Do you dare to compete with him to see whose face is thicker? These young men who didn't have a strong official aura all had an official position that was popular in the northern dynasty of the eastern bottle continent. They were secretaries. This official position was divided into civil and military officials. The civil secretary was like a strategist who would give advice to the chief strategist and solve problems. The military secretaries were the 2 muscular young men with golden sabers hanging from their waists. They served as the chief strategist's personal retainers and were responsible for the chief's safety. However, the position of secretaries belonged to the class of officials who weren't included in the imperial court. When the children of aristocratic families became officials, they were usually hired by their families to serve as civil and military secretaries. Of course, the imperial court also had a quota. The number of people could range from 2 to 20, and all of them could receive Dolly's salary. Wu Yuan was from a poor family and couldn't afford to hire secretaries. These civil secretaries were all assigned by the imperial court. However, Longquan County was only a large county in Dolly's territory. It wasn't even a county. Originally, only 1 civil and military secretary could be assigned to each. However, the 2 military secretaries who had golden sabers hanging from their sheaths were clearly Dolly military experts who had obtained outstanding merits. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the qualifications to hang such sabers. In fact, the fact that Wu Yuan could be the first official of Longquan County in Dolly was enough to explain many problems. The young county magistrate's teacher was Dolly Imperial Tutor, nicknamed Embroidered Tiger. His future father-in-law was a pillar of the state who had spent half his life on the battlefield of Dolly. After joking, Wu Yuan said seriously, "These 4 buildings already have a lot of work. Moreover, the location of the Immortal's Tomb and the Old Porcelain Mountain were all perfunctorily handled by the sage Yuan Tutor and the 4 families and 10 clans gathered in Fulu Street and Peach Leaf Alley. Obviously, it won't be smooth from here on. However, the real big and troublesome thing is that the Ministry of Rights of the Imperial Court, Qintianjian, and the Academy will gather here to carry out the imperial bestowal of the God of Mountain and River. If it wasn't for the fact that the God of Mountain received too much resistance and made His Majesty hesitate, even His Majesty would come to our Longquan County in person." Wu Yuan saw that each of their faces was more serious than the other. She took out a dry biscuit and took a bite. She joked casually, whether the temple of the god of mountain can be built on the padding cloud mountain in our territory and become the new north peak of Dali is really not something we can interfere with. We are just small fish and shrimps in the county government. So, don't worry about the central officials while eating the dry biscuit. Let those officials in yellow and purple do what they want. The mood of the people around was slightly better. Wu Yuan silently nibbled on the dry biscuit. She hesitated for a moment and said vaguely, "There is a piece of news, both good and bad." After the fall of the Liu dynasty, how to settle the survivors of the perished country has always been a big problem. Our Longquan County will receive 5,000 to 10,000 felons. There will be all kinds of felons. Therefore, Dali's military will strictly supervise all the way and be responsible for the migration of these felons. For us, this move has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that Longquan County finally has the embryonic form of a big county. The disadvantage is that it will make it more difficult for us, who are not familiar with the place, to start. We have to work hard to win over those local bullies who choose to stay in the town. The young man who was born in an aristocratic family but became a secretary asked, "Can we divide those big clans and govern them?" Wu Yuan shook her head without hesitation and said, "It's difficult. We've just arrived. Who's willing to believe us?" Wu Yuan said in a deep voice, "Instead of trying to be clever and alerting the enemy, it's better to take it slow. We've come to this place with an extremely complicated history. Naturally, all of you want to follow me to seek a bright future. However, we have to be clear about one thing. Only great trials under great difficulties can be exchanged for great wealth. Therefore, if any of you want to be promoted and become rich in 1 or 2 years, I think you can turn around and leave now. I, Wu Yuan, will pay for your travel expenses." The 6 civil and military secretaries looked determined, none of them had any intention of backing down. Wu Yuan said softly, remember, don't act rashly." This was definitely not Wu Yuan's empty words. Not long after he entered the town, he had suffered a loss. At that time, Dali's official forces had been sent to suppress the Purple Mist River Qi refinement warrior. It was Wu Yuan who had acted willfully and risked being questioned by the imperial court. He had acted first and reported later in an attempt to break the deadlock and win Master Ruan's favor. Then, he had used the saint's influence to suppress the 4 families and 10 clans in the town. The truth proved that His Majesty did not pursue the matter. However, Master Ruan's reaction at that time made Wu Yuan sweat profusely. He wanted to slap himself hard. Someone asked curiously, "Those convicts of the remnant people will be used as coolies for the Qi refinement warriors to help open up the barren mountains?" Wu Yuan nodded and said, "Other than that, the imperial court will also let the Qi refinement warriors drive 2 young golden thread apes over. Together with the Taoist talisman sect's shieling warriors and mountain-splitting puppets, we'll strive to open up the 60 over mountains within 10 years. There will be Taoist temples, pavilions, terraces, and everything else." The young people around Wu Yuan all looked fascinated. On the other side of the town, tall buildings were everywhere. In the depths of the mountains, there were many immortal mansions. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. No words were needed. As the first batch of officials in the history of Dali's Longquan County, they were destined to be recorded in history. How could they not work together and serve Wu Yuan, who was destined to have a bright future? At the peak of Xingyun, a handsome young man with a mole between his brows waved his sleeves casually. The sea of clouds halfway up the mountain was parted to the left and right. He tried his best to look into the distance. At the end of his vision, an ox cart and a horse carriage appeared. He smiled happily and said, let's bet. Qi Jingchen, if I win this bet, then the 2 incense sticks that you painstakingly left behind will be completely cut off." How pitiful, how pitiful. The young man pinched a seal with 2 fingers. The seal's script was the world's welcoming spring. The smiling young man suddenly exerted force with 2 fingers. The seal cracked and turned into fine powder, quickly dissipating into the world. The reason why the seal was crushed so easily was because of the true meaning of the 4 words. It was like a person's heart was disheartened and extremely disappointed. Therefore, it had already dissipated by itself. He quickly retracted his gaze. Finally, he saw a young man carrying a wicker basket, walking towards the town alone. 80. After Chen Pingan left the mountain, he first went to the blacksmith shop. When he walked across the stone arch bridge, the youth put his palms together and walked quickly with his head lowered. His expression was extremely solemn and sincere as he muttered, "Old immortal, if you have something to say, we can talk it out. Don't hit me. If you have any requests, you can come to me in my dreams at night. It's best if you don't do it in broad daylight. I'm really a little scared." Fortunately, when he reached the other end of the stone bridge, Chen Pingan was safe and sound. The youth immediately beamed with joy and went to find Master Wan and Wan Xiu. The youth did not know the taste of worry. Wan Chang was still entertaining Chen Pingan under the roof. Each of them had a small bamboo chair. Wan Xiu stood behind her father, her face full of unconcealable joy. When Wan Chang saw the dust-covered youth carefully put the basket in front of him, he gently took out the cloth bag that contained the 2 maps of mountains and rivers from under the half-basket of herbs. When he handed it to him, he said guiltily, "When I was climbing Mount Lantern, the mountain path was blocked by a large waterfall. I found a place near the deep pool under the waterfall to hide the basket and built a small tree stand to block the wind and rain. I didn't expect that not long after I climbed to the top of the waterfall, it would rain heavily. The rain was really too heavy. When I hurried down, the tree stand had already collapsed. The basket and the cotton bag were soaked by the rain." Ruan Chang opened the cloth bag and the butter paper and found that the 2 maps were almost in perfect condition. The damage was negligible. Besides, it was only 2 copies of the maps. Therefore, the Bureau of Kiln Affairs and the Longquan County government had no intention of taking them back. However, Ruan Chang was not willing to comfort the youth with this truth. He glanced at the uneasy Chen Pingan standing in front of him and asked, during a rainstorm, climbing up and down the Longqiu waterfall on Mount Lantern, "Are you courting death?" Chen Pingan smiled and did not speak. Ruan Qiong waved his hand, indicating for the youth to sit back down and not be an eyesore standing in front of him. Chen Pingan sat back on the lovely emerald green bamboo chair. When he returned the 2 maps to Master Wan, he felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. If he had not been afraid of ruining the 2 precious maps, he would have been able to save at least 3 or 4 days on this trip. Moreover, they had depended on each other for so long. The young man, who had always been nostalgic, actually felt a little reluctant to part with the 2 maps deep in his heart. Every time the weather was clear, Chen Pingan liked to choose a place with the widest field of vision and then spread out the 2 maps. He would raise his eyes to look at the mountains and rivers in the distance and then retract his gaze to look at the maps. For more than half a month, Chen Pingan had never felt so fulfilled. Ruan Ting suddenly tossed the 2 maps to Chen Pingan. "The chair is not bad. I'll make 2 more later. The maps are your reward. I'll give them to you." Although Wan Ting still did not like this youth from Clay Bottle Alley, Wan Ting would not completely reject Chen Pingan because of this. Wan Ting could completely imagine the scene. In a torrential downpour, the thin youth burned with anxiety as he followed the waterfall down, only to look at the maps to be at ease. Of course, in Wan Ting's eyes, this kind of behavior was not heroic at all. On the contrary, it was very rigid and pedantic. To be honest, compared to this miserable young man, Ruan Tong admired Song Jisin, the prince of Greatly, who knew how to judge the situation at a young age, or Lu Xianying, who was cheerful and had nothing to worry about. Even Ma Kuxuan, who showed off his ability, had a lot of redeeming qualities. Even Zhao Yao, who had been following Qi Jingchen since childhood, was not as rigid and unenlightened as Chen Pingan. The reason why he suddenly changed his mind and found an excuse to give the maps to Chen Pingan was because he was determined to draw a clear line between him and this youth. The blacksmith shop could accept him as a sword-forging apprentice, but he would definitely not become his first disciple. In the future, he would follow his promise and protect the mountain he bought, but this kid would definitely not want to have anything to do with his daughter. In the end, Ruan Ting did not look down on Chen Pingan because of his background. It was because their paths were different and they could not work together. Ruan Ting's disciple had to be someone who walked the same path as him. The two of them were teachers and friends who could work together to create 1,000 years of prosperity for the sect. Therefore, it was extremely important for their temperament to be compatible. Chen Pingan naturally did not know that Master Ruan's thoughts had taken such a big detour. The youth only took the map and hugged it to his chest. He asked, "Will the supervisor at the Yamen have any thoughts?" Ruan Ting sneered. "At least for the next 60 years, I will be the emperor of this Longquan County. Therefore, my rules are the most important." Ruan Xiu muttered, "Father, how can there be someone who flatters himself like you?" Ruan Ting turned a deaf ear to his daughter's understatement. He said to Chen Pingan in a deep voice, "Let's talk about business. Which 5 mountains did you choose in the end?" Chen Pingan subconsciously sat up straight. "Around the Shinshu Mountain, I chose 3 mountains, Treasure Stem Mountain, Rosy Clouds Peak, and Immortal Grass Mountain." Ruan Ting nodded. "You have a good eye. Treasure Stem Mountain occupies a large area and ranks among the best of the 60 or so mountains. Moreover, it is not an empty shell. If it were not for the consideration of the great mountain protecting formation in the future, I would have given up Hengming Peak and chosen Treasure Stem Mountain. After all, in these 1,000 miles of mountains and rivers, unless there is a mountain god overseeing or a secret treasure hidden, whoever occupies a larger territory and has more spiritual energy will definitely have an advantage. Immortal Grass Mountain is the only feng shui treasure land that has a chance of giving birth to a plant spirit. Unfortunately, the place is really too small. Even if one appears, its foundation and appearance should not be too good. The reason is very simple. How can a small pond raise a great flood dragon? As for Rosy Clouds Peak, it is relatively ordinary. Apart from its high terrain and beautiful scenery, it does not have many benefits for cultivation. Unless you have the ability to obtain cloud root stones from Yunxia Mountain and place them in the aperture points of several mountain ranges on Rosy Clouds Peak, then it might be a good deal. You haven't seen the lake on Yellow Lake Mountain? Ruan Ting's last question stunned Chen Pingan. "I have." "Continue. What are the other 2 mountains?" Ruan Ting did not continue the previous topic. It could be considered that he had done his duty and did not continue to reveal the secrets. It was because the small lake on Yellow Lake Mountain was similar to Immortal Grass Mountain. The difference was that there was a chance for a plant spirit to appear in Immortal Grass Mountain, while there was a python as thick as the mouth of a well in Yellow Lake Mountain. It was a veritable, local snake, but unfortunately, it was defeated in the battle for water, with a certain little loach and lost the opportunity of Great Tao that was close at hand. However, the wonder of Great Tao was that it did not cut off all paths. The golden carp that was captured by the Dragon King's basket to the Great Sui Kingdom, the fire dragon that turned into the bracelet on Ruan Xiu's wrist, the loach next to Lu Jimao, the wooden dragon that was the finishing touch of Zhao Yao, and the yellow four-legged snake that followed Wang Zhu at all costs. Those 5 little things were the 5 great opportunities that Li Xiaozhu's heavenly abode had accumulated before it was about to die after 3,000 years. As for the sword-nourishing gourd, demon-revealing mirror, and other magical treasures and spiritual artifacts, they were certainly not bad, but they were still much inferior to the 5 living blessings and destinies. The giant python on Yellow Lake Mountain, on the other hand, had benefited from the disaster. No opponent within 1,000 kilometers could compete with it, and it had become the dominator of a region. In the future, once the mountain god and river gods settled in, as long as the giant python was tactful, it could be recruited by one of them and obtain the protection of the Dali imperial court. Perhaps it would have a smooth path from then on and truly embark on the path of cultivation. Chen Pingan said, I plan to buy Jinzhu Mountain and Luopa Mountain. Wuan Feng was stunned and asked curiously, Jinzhu Mountain is fine. It's only the price of a winter jasmine. It can be said that it's a treasure that can't be bought with money. But how did you take a fancy to Luopa Mountain? Logically speaking, this mountain is located at the southwest border of Dali's Longquan County. According to your itinerary, you definitely haven't been there. It used to be a forbidden mountain in Dali. How did you choose it based on its name? Chen Pingan was a little embarrassed and was unwilling to say the reason. At that time, Chen Pingan spread out the map and hesitated on which mountain to choose. In the end, a flying bird flew over his head and actually pooped on the map. Chen Pingan hurriedly wiped it clean and found that the position of the poop just happened to be on the 3 words Luopa Mountain. Chen Pingan didn't think much and resolutely chose Luopa Mountain, regardless of whether the mountain's name was unlucky or not. Old Man Ya once said that there were gods between mountains and rivers. Therefore, Chen Pingan took it as a hint from the mountain god. Wuan Feng thought for a moment. It's not impossible to choose Luopa Mountain. Then it's settled. Luopa Mountain, Baozhu Mountain, Immortal Grass Mountain, Iridescent Cloud Peak, and Jinzhu Mountain. 5 mountains, 300 years. During this time, even if you hollow out a mountain and move it away, no one will stop you. Everything produced on the mountain, whether it's plants, spiritual herbs, birds, or beasts, or even secret treasures obtained by chance, belongs to the name of the person who signed the contract of Dali's mountains and rivers. Chen Pingan nodded and said, understood. Wuan Feng patiently said, first, before you die, you must inform the Dali Imperial Court through Longquan County's Yamen that you need to change the name of one or some of the people who inherit the 5 mountains. Of course, Dali's Ministry of Revenue will store a secret file. You can write down a beneficiary of the inheritance under each of the 5 mountains under your name, in case you suddenly die one day and don't have time to make a will before you die. Another is that within 300 years, if you want to sell the mountains, it's not something you can decide at any time and place. You must get at least 3 nods from Dali's Yamen before the transaction can be realized. Moreover, I don't recommend you sell these mountains, because no matter how high you sell them, in the end, you will find that you have sold them at a loss. Although Wan Qiong was a military saint who oversaw a region, he was discussing business with a young man who had suddenly become rich. It seemed absurd, but in fact, it was very reasonable. It involved the great cause of founding a sect and his daughter's opportunity to prove her Tao. Wan Qiong had no choice but to persuade him earnestly. He wished he could break down the reason and explain the situation bit by bit to the young man in front of him. Wan Qiong asked, Chen Pingan, do you have anything you want to ask? Chen Pingan shook his head and smiled, no. Wan Qiong nodded and said, then that's it for now. I guess you still have some copper coins left. I'll help you pay attention to the shop transactions in the small town. You can also take the opportunity to make a move, but don't bite off more than you can chew. In the future, the small town will be a mix of good and bad people. Chen Pingan's face turned slightly red. Thank you, Master Wan. Wan Qiong laughed self-deprecatingly. a gentleman has virtue, a villain has soil. Chen Pingan was somewhat puzzled, because he didn't understand what this sentence meant. Ruan Cheong waved his hand and chased him away. Go about your business. Don't worry about these useless things. Besides, you're still young. You haven't reached the stage where you can talk about breadth of mind and realm. Chen Pingan stood up and carried the wicker basket on his back. Suddenly, he heard Ruan Cheong say something that didn't make sense. After Mr. Chi left, it's not a problem to occasionally miss Mr. Chi. It's human nature. But don't let yourself fall into it, and don't even think about getting to the bottom of it. When you buy 5 mountains and 1 or 2 shops, you can lie down comfortably and collect money. You can get married and have children. You can also be considered to have brought honor to your ancestors. Whether it's me, Ruan Cheong, or the Dali Imperial Court, we'll take care of you and your family business. Just like your name, being safe and sound is more important than anything else. Who knows, maybe one day your luck will change and you'll walk the path of cultivation. It's not like you don't have a chance. Chen Pingan silently left. After the youth left the shop, Ruan Xiao sat on the bamboo chair and asked, Father, what did you mean by that sentence? Ruan Cheong said indifferently, it means that a villain whose thinking realm is inferior to a gentleman's will only think about obtaining a peaceful place. Ruan Xiao said strangely, what's wrong with that? Moving to a peaceful place, no one can find fault with it. How is that a villain? Who said this sentence? I don't think it makes sense. Ruan Cheong's face darkened. He said softly, that's why the scholarly sage said that where my heart is at peace is my home. Ruan Xiao said angrily, scholars are really annoying. They've said all the principles in the world. Ruan Cheong said earnestly, Xiao, this isn't a reason why you don't like to study. The ponytailed girl pretended to be surprised. She quickly stood up and said, Father, why do I suddenly have so much strength? I'm going to forge iron. Chen Pingan rushed to the Yang family's shop and gave most of the basket of herbs to a shop assistant. After the weight was weighed, Chen Pingan received 2 taels of silver. In fact, many of the rare herbs were given to the shop by Chen Pingan. Some of the herbs that the young shop assistant couldn't recognize were actually important herbs that old Yang valued. These flowers and plants were the truly valuable things. However, Chen Pingan's trip to the mountains this time was to pick herbs. He didn't think of making money at all. In fact, after Chen Pingan learned how to burn charcoal in the mountains, he almost always sold herbs to the shop assistant of the Yang family's shop. Except for selling to the honest man in the shop named Li Er, the rest of the times he sold herbs, he lost money every time. Old Yang would never accept Chen Pingan's herbs. If Chen Pingan dared to give them to the shop for free, old Yang would throw them out on the street. However, if he sold them to the shop assistant or the doctor, no matter how outrageous the price was, the eccentric old Yang would ignore it. This time, Chen Pingan didn't see old Yang. After walking out of the shop, Chen Pingan found that many people were discussing on the road. They said that something big had happened at the 12-legged crab memorial arch. It was said that the old supervisor, Lord Song, who had paid for the construction of the covered bridge before leaving his post, had returned to the small town in a grand manner. Furthermore, this time, he had used his status as a director of the Ministry of Rights to bring along a group of scholarly and awe-inspiring officials. He had taken a fancy to the words on the 4 signboards of the crab workshop. After all, they were all scholars, so it was understandable. However, for some reason, after the supervisor received the news, he immediately rushed into the mountains as if his butt was on fire. He notified Xiao Wu, who had originally planned on going to Distant Screen Peak to check on the logging matter. Then, this god of wealth brought his advisors and advisors out of the mountains in an even more urgent manner to stop the old senior, Lord Song, and his group. With nothing to do, Chen Pingan followed the flow of people to the memorial arch, standing far away from the crowd. He saw that under the 4 signboards of the memorial arch, there were 8 ladders. There were ladders on the left and right sides of each signboard. But at the moment, there were only 2 Confucian scholars of different ages standing on the left and right of the signboard. The older one had his head lowered, as if he was speaking harshly to someone at his feet, using the Dali official language to reprimand something. Someone patted Chen Pingan on the shoulder and said with a laugh, "Chen Pingan, what a coincidence. You're also here to watch the show." Chen Pingan turned his head to look. It was the talkative youth with a small red mole between his eyebrows. He was really afraid of his long-winded chatter, so he said, "I'm just looking around. I don't seem to understand what they're saying. I'll go home immediately." The elegant youth smiled and said, "Don't. If you don't understand, I can explain it to you. This matter is very interesting. If you miss it, you'll regret it in the future. Your Lord Wu Yuan, the parent official of this small town, is having a conflict with the masters from the Ministry of Rites, who are of a higher rank. The man standing on the stairs is the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Rites, and he can be considered as an important minister of greatly. On the other side, it's probably the experienced supervisor, Lord Song, who patted his chest to take credit for the plaque. He said that he would definitely keep the plaque for you. He wouldn't dare to say that he would send it back to your hometown, but he would definitely send it to the Ministry of Rites." Thus, he became a 5th-rank doctor. This time, the officials from the Ministry of Rites took advantage of the imperial conferment of the mountain god and river god to come over and take the plaque. On the other side, it's Lord Wu, who regarded all the treasures of the town as his own. When he heard that someone wanted to take away the few remaining treasures of the town, how could he agree? Taking a step back, even if he was willing to pinch his nose and endure this annoyance, he had to know that there were so many old foxes from the 4 families and 10 clans. They were all holding back and watching him make a fool of himself. If he pretended to be a grandson now, it would probably be very difficult for him to become a grandfather of those big clans in the future. The location of the civil and martial temples was originally not going well, so it would definitely be ruined. After Chen Pingan listened carefully to the youth's explanation, he asked, "Who are you? How do you know so much?" The youth stretched out a finger and pointed at himself. He smiled and said, "Me? I'm not an official of the Dali Imperial Court. My surname is Chui and my given name is Chiu. The character Chiu is relatively rare and difficult to write. It's very troublesome. You don't have to worry about it." Chen Pingan looked into the youth's eyes. The youth's expression was calm. He smiled and said, "I'm older than you, so you can call me Marshal Uncle Chui." Chen Pingan smiled. The youth also smiled and gently rubbed his cheeks with both hands. "It's okay. I have a nickname that should be easier to call. It's Xiao Hu." Looking at the smiling young man, Chen Pingan felt nervous. His body tensed up involuntarily. Back when he fought with Kai Qinqian and Fu Nanhua, the closer Chen Pingan got to them, the calmer his heart became. Even when he was entangled with the mountain-moving ape of Xingyang Mountain and was hunted down, Chen Pingan was probably prepared to die from the beginning. Although he would feel scared when thinking about it later, Chen Pingan was not nervous during the fight, no matter how close he was to death. Of course, it could also be that he did not care at all. The only time he felt nervous was when he fought with his peer Ma Kuxuan in the immortal tomb in the apricot blossom lane. Chen Pingan's palms were sweaty at that time. With Chen Pingan's almost instinctive intuition, Cui Dong did not seem surprised at all. Since Cui Dong dared to provoke the unfathomable old Yang in Old Porcelain Mountain, he was certainly not deliberately mystifying. Otherwise, he would not have made the military saint Wan Qiong, who was on the 11th floor, feel afraid. He deliberately turned a blind eye to the unconcealable nervousness of the young man in straw sandals. He shifted his gaze to the university square that had a lot of stories with the capital of Dolly. He stretched out a finger and explained with a warm and attentive expression, Confucianisms take responsibility, Taoisms hope for nature, Buddhisms do not ask for external help, and the military schools Chi Chong and Fighting Bull. The 4 horizontal plaques and 12 words contain the majestic divine will of the writer. Also, the 4 sages of the 3 religions and 1 family who set the rules here deliberately left a part of their destiny here. Do you see the object in the assistant minister's hand? It is specially used for steel's rubbing. Its purpose is to peel off the essence, qi, and spirit of those words. The first steels are definitely the most similar to the authentic, similar in both form and spirit. The later it is, the further it is from the original, so its value will naturally decrease. I think that except for the 4 words do not ask for external help, which can barely withstand 6 steels, the other 3 plaques can't withstand more than 4 steels, especially the military schools Chi Chong and Fighting Bull. It seems that 2 words died not long ago, so after 2 steels, we can call it a day. Chen Pingan was a little shocked. He did not know that there were so many tricks involved. The characters were not only arranged in books, but also hung on the wall as Spring Festival couplets, or engraved the names of the deceased on tombstones. For some reason, Chen Pingan thought of the characters that Mr. Qi had given him as a gift, as well as the prescription of the young Taoist Liu. Cui Shi continued, the paper used to make the inscription is extremely precious and each piece is as thick as a piece of wood. It is a treasure unique to the Taoism of another continent, called the wind and thunder paper. When writing, the tip of the pen will rub against the paper, creating the sound of wind and thunder. Our emperor does not have many of them in his treasury and is usually reluctant to use them. Occasionally, he would use them to reward meritorious ministers or give them to one of the yamen of the 6 ministries at the end of the year. Therefore, the Ministry of Rights is determined to get those words this time. Our Lord Wu, who has a bright future ahead of him, is too scheming and wants to grab hold of all aspects. I estimate that he will run into many obstacles in the future when he comes to the small town. Chen Pingan felt as if he was listening to a heavenly book. Although the young man beside him was boastful, Chen Pingan did not think that he was talking nonsense. The young man with a cinnabar dot between his eyebrows said that he was not an official of Dolly, and he did not seem to be lying. However, when he appeared at the blacksmith shop, he was with the supervisor, Wu Yuan. Guan Xiu said that he might be Master Wu's study companion. The so-called study companion was the guy who carried the book box next to her master when he was traveling. However, Chen Pingan was now certain that the handsome young man in front of him, who claimed to be embroidered tiger, was definitely not simple. Whether it was his knowledge or his elegance, he was not inferior to Qin Songfeng, the eldest grandson of the Dragon-tail Commandery, or Fu Nanhua, the young master of the old Dragon City. In Chen Pingan's impression, among all the people he knew, there was a small group of people who were very special. For example, the head of the kiln, Old Man Yao, was a man of few words. When he occasionally spoke, it was mostly to scold people. However, every time Old Man Yao went to the mountains, his spirit would be exceptionally good. He would give people the illusion that his body was more robust than a young man's. Another example was Old Yang of the Yang medicine shop. He was very fair. No matter how bad your relationship with him was, he would not do anything to you. However, no matter how good your relationship with him was, he would not deliberately give you more things. There was also Miss Ning Yao Ning, who he had just met not long ago. She also had a heroic spirit. There was also Ma Kuxuan of the Apricot Blossom Alley, who had revealed his true identity. He was full of sharpness and hostility. This Cui Dong, who was nicknamed Embroidered Tiger, was also the same. It was as if he was an existence higher than the immortal disciples like Fu Nanhua and Kai Qinqian. Chen Pingan even felt that even if Jie Jiangzhenjuan was in front of him, Cui Dong's eyes and expression would still be so indifferent. Of course, the youth's chatterbox could only be compared to Liu Baqiao of the Wind and Thunder Garden. The youth suddenly smiled and asked, Chen Pingan, can you take me to Song Jisen's courtyard? Chen Pingan's heartstrings tightened. He seemed to ask casually, but the memorial arch is still there. When the youth smiled, he looked like a harmless and handsome fox immortal. I know you are worried that I have bad intentions. To tell you the truth, I am very familiar with Song Jisen's younger brother. He is very curious about how his older brother has lived in this small town for more than 10 years. He asked me to take a look with my own eyes. When I return to the capital, I can tell him. Chen Pingan asked, since he is Song Jisen's brother, can't he ask him himself? The youth snapped his fingers and praised, Chen Pingan, you are very smart. You found the loophole so quickly. Chen Pingan could not keep up with this guy's train of thought. The young man rubbed the space between his eyebrows and said helplessly, because of his parents, his relationship with his brother, Song Jisen, whom he's never met before, is already very bad. The filthy matters in a rich family are as numerous as the trivial matters in Clay Bottle Alley and Apricot Blossom Alley. So you have to be considerate. Chen Pingan smiled and asked, if I don't agree, will you find trouble with me? The youth was puzzled. He pointed at his own nose and said, do I look like an evil person? Look at me, open your eyes and look carefully. Do I look like the kind of person who will kill someone's entire family? Chen Pingan answered honestly, you don't look like it. The youth sucked in a breath of cold air. Why do you sound like you are saying something bad? He crossed his arms and snorted, if you don't want to take me there, then I will ask the way myself. Chen Pingan asked, you don't have the key and can't even enter the courtyard. What are you going to see? The youth's face showed an expression that said, Chen Pingan is too young. He smiled but did not say anything. Chen Pingan was very familiar with this kind of smile. Lu Xianyang and Gu can often have it. Chen Pingan sighed, then I will take you to Clay Bottle Alley. Don't climb over the wall in the courtyard. I can only take you to the entrance. The youth slapped Chen Pingan's shoulder heavily. What were you doing earlier? The youth turned and strode away, far away from the crowded archway. He suddenly stopped and turned around. Chen Pingan, carrying a wicker basket, was walking in the opposite direction. The somewhat embarrassed youth hurriedly jogged to keep up. After entering Clay Bottle Alley, the youth looked around and clicked his tongue. So this is the legendary Clay Bottle Alley. Hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Talents, talents, talents. In the next 100 years, apart from Apricot Flower Alley, Flu Street and Peach Leaf Alley added together probably can't compare to this place. When the young man spoke of these supernatural words, it didn't make people feel that it was abrupt at all. Along the way, the youth would jump from time to time to look at the courtyard behind the low walls. Chen Pingan took him to the entrance of Song Jisen's courtyard. It's here. The youth stood in the alley and quickly saw the Spring Festival couplets written by Song Jisen himself. His eyes lit up and he sighed, this is the residence where Song Jisen and the servant girl GQ live. His handwriting is really good, much better than his brother's. The more I look at it, the more I like it. As he spoke, the youth walked forward and stood on his tiptoes, about to tear off the couplets. Chen Pingan panicked and hurriedly stopped the youth. What are you doing? The youth looked innocent. Song Jisen will never come back here in his life. If I keep this couplet, it will gradually disappear. I might as well keep it and take it to the capital. Chen Pingan insisted and shook his head. No, before the end of the year, you can't tear off the couplets. Otherwise, it will bring bad luck to the family. The youth made an "oh" sound and said dejectedly, "There's such a thing in a small town." Chen Pingan asked, "Do you want to sit in my courtyard?" The youth waved his hand, "Forget it, this is such a small place. I don't think I can even drink a cup of tea. Let's go. By the way, this alley isn't Decapitation Alley, right? If we keep walking forward, can we get out?" Chen Pingan smiled, "Yes, we can." The youth strode away, not forgetting to raise his hand with his back facing Chen Pingan and waved it. Chen Pingan watched the strange youth leave before returning to his courtyard. Seeing the locust tree branch at the foot of the wall, he put down the basket and took out a stool to sit down. Chen Pingan suddenly got up and ran to Clay Bottle Alley. Indeed, a sneaky person was running very quickly. Chen Pingan came to Song Jisun's door and saw that the couplets had been stolen. Chen Pingan stood in his original spot and looked at the smooth walls on both sides of the courtyard. He was speechless and said with a wry smile, "What kind of person is this? He's too unkind." Chen Pingan sighed as he walked back to his courtyard, only to find old Yang sitting on the stool at some point in time, puffing out smoke. The old man said slowly, "Why are you sighing at such a young age? It wasn't easy for you to accumulate some vitality, but you have to leak it out. This is especially true for people who practice martial arts." Chen Pingan was horrified and said in a deep voice, "I'll remember." The old man asked, "Why did Ning's daughter suddenly leave?" "She caused me to lose a bag of money for spring greeting." Chen Pingan squatted beside the old man and shook his head, "I'm not sure either. I only know that Miss Ning has something to do with a place called Inverted Hanging Mountain." Old Yang nodded and smiled. Inverted Hanging Mountain, a shabby place where even birds don't shit. It's the border between two places. In order to prevent both sides from wandering around, one of the three disciples of the Tao ancestor, a great leader, used the divine power of heaven and earth inversion to deter outsiders. In the end, Inverted Hanging Mountain is actually a world's mountain seal. It's very domineering. The old man's words were filled with sarcasm and disappointment. Of course, Chen Pingan didn't know the reason. Old Yang asked, "You're planning to buy a mountain?" Chen Pingan never played dumb in front of this old man and answered honestly, "I'm planning to buy 5 mountains, Treasure Head Mountain, Rosy Clouds Peak, and Immortal Grass Mountain. Near Master Ruan's 3 mountains, there's also Luopa Mountain and True Pearl Mountain." The old man interrupted the youth and frowned, "Why did you buy Luopa Mountain? Who hinted to you?" "Ruan Ting." "That shouldn't be the case. He clearly doesn't want to get too involved with you." Chen Pingan asked doubtfully, "Is Luopa Mountain very strange?" The old man hesitated for a moment and blew out a smoke ring. He nodded. "Other than Cloud Cover Mountain and Incense Flame Mountain, this Luopa Mountain is the most interesting. However, I'm afraid that even Dolly Kintianji and Geomaster can't tell, so the price won't be too high. You've gotten a great bargain." The old man's eyes were sharp and his tone became heavier. "You haven't said why you bought it." Chen Pingan said awkwardly, "When I was looking at the map, a pile of bird droppings fell from my head and landed on the 3 words Luopa Mountain. In the past, old man Yao always said that there was an invisible god between the mountains and rivers. I felt that it was fate. At that time, I really didn't know which mountain to buy, so I randomly decided to buy it." After the old man heard old man Yao, his eyes behind the white smoke became a little complicated. He nodded. "If that's the case, it makes sense." Chen Pingan smiled and asked, "Master Wan has already agreed to help me buy those 5 mountains. So I've made a profit." Old Yang nodded and said softly, "You've made a profit." The old man was a little confused. Was it really because Chen Pingan's luck had turned from bad to good without the restrictions of Pearl Grotto Heaven's rules? Chen Pingan suddenly remembered something. That young man with a mole between his eyebrows said that his surname was Chui and his nickname was Xiao Hu. He also said that I could call him senior uncle. Old Yang did not say anything. As expected. Dolly Imperial Tutor Chui Dong. Although he did not have an official position, he was the nominal leader of all the Qi refinement warriors in the Dolly dynasty. It was said that he was also one of the few national Go players in the Eastern Treasure Bottle continent. But where did the matter of senior uncle come from? The old man stood up and reminded him, keep the square seal that Mr. Qi gave you well, especially the side with the word quiet. Hide it well. Be it this Chui Dong or anyone else you meet in the future, you don't have to be afraid. Of course, don't provoke them easily. You just have to remember that after you've successfully bought the 5 mountains, it's better for you to be quiet and not move. Even if you tuck your tail between your legs, it won't be wrong. Chen Pingan thought carefully and nodded hard. I'll remember it. '82. Leaving the narrow and dark clay bottle alley and walking into the wide and bright Erlang alley, the quick-witted youth walked with light footsteps. His sleeves swayed as he held the couplet he had stolen from the wall of clay bottle alley. A tall man who was supposed to appear at the construction supervisor's office was standing outside the door. He had been waiting for a long time with his eyes closed and his breath held. When he heard the footsteps, he opened his eyes and saw the familiar yet strange youth. He quickly turned around and stood with his hands behind his back. He respectfully said, "Teacher." The youth grunted and casually handed the couplet to Wu Yuan. He took out a key and opened the door. Just as he was about to step over the threshold, he suddenly took a step back and closed the door again. Wu Yuan almost bumped into her teacher's back. This official of Longquan County hurriedly took a few steps back, somewhat puzzled by her teacher's actions. The youth named Shui Dong folded his sleeves and pointed at the 2 painted door gods with his mouth. Your father-in-law's ancestor is hanging here. Isn't that impressive? This extremely awkward way of saying things gave Wu Yuan a headache. Although he was not on good terms with his father-in-law, who was a pillar of the country, he and his wife, who had not yet married, were really in love with each other. They were a famous couple in the capital. In particular, a handsome scholar from the Han clan, who was well versed in poetry and books, rushed to the capital and failed in the imperial examinations. However, he won the heart of the beauty. In a situation where no one was optimistic about this marriage, he became the personal disciple of the greatly imperial preceptor in one fell swoop. His name shook the court and instantly became a story of praise. It even alarmed the emperor, who went to the Yangzhengjai to summon Wu Yuan. After that, the future father-in-law turned a blind eye to Wu Yuan and no longer threatened to break Wu Yuan's 3 legs in front of his daughter. Chui Dong stepped over the threshold and casually said, I've been thinking about a question. Our Confucian schools vow to sincerely believe in righteousness, honor merit, and rule the world, whether or not it has a chance to be realized. Wu Yuan softly asked, Teacher, have you thought of an answer? Chui Dong curled his lips. It's very difficult. Wu Yuan was speechless. Chui Dong smiled and asked, Do you think you asked a useless question? Wu Yuan honestly replied, A little. Perhaps it was because the conversation between a teacher and a student was always so frank. Chui sure did not get angry. He only glanced at Wu Yuan from the corner of his eyes and said regretfully, There are many things in this world that are precious not in the outcome but in the process. Wu Yuan gathered her courage and asked, Teacher, can you give an example? Chui Dong led Wu Yuan to the table and said, For example, you and Yuan Shangzhu is the daughter of the country. Now, you are in love with each other. You can be happy to hold her hand, but when you finally marry her and have sex with her, you to be happy. You. Chui Shi motioned for Wu Yuan to find a place to sit while he continued to stand and look up at the board. He said, but will you give up the chance to roll in the sheets with the eldest daughter of the Yuan family because of this boring result? Obviously not. Cui Dong himself also felt that this saying was not very mainstream. Then let me put it another way. Take cultivation for example. The goal of an ordinary qi refinement warrior is definitely the middle 5 states. Those who are more talented will choose the upper 5 states. Another example is to be an official. Those who are less ambitious will be a low-ranking official. Those who are more ambitious will be a high-ranking official. Then, on the long journey up the mountain, many people will keep looking up at the scenery at the top of the mountain. They can't see the lush trees around them or the beautiful spring flowers under their feet. Even if they see them, they won't stop to admire them. It's a waste of the saint's earnest teachings. There are so many beautiful things in the world. Wu Yuan was deep in thought. Cui Dong suddenly laughed. You even believe in this kind of nonsense? The most boring thing in the world is logic. Wu Yuan said helplessly, if it was in the past, I definitely wouldn't think deeply about this kind of problem. But this time, sir, you came out of seclusion. First, you changed into this outfit. Then, you came to this small town to meet an old friend for no reason. I'm really not sure. After laughing, Cui Shi leaned lazily on the wide chair. Speaking of which, these great principles aren't all nonsense. Although I value achievements more than knowledge, it doesn't mean that knowledge doesn't need to be treated with effort. To be honest, if an ordinary person doesn't put in hard work and work hard to achieve something, he doesn't have the right to talk about talent. Cui Dong tapped a finger on the chair's armrest. His face was calm and composed. He smiled and said, only people who really work hard will have feelings of despair towards those who are really talented. At that time, they will suddenly wake up and tell themselves with tears that they really can't compare to that genius. Wu Yuan smiled. In Go, all the national players and chess players in the Eastern Aquarius continent must have this kind of mentality when facing Sir. Cui Dong twitched the corner of his mouth. But in some matters, a genius like me also looks at some people with this kind of gaze. Wu Yuan shook his head. I don't believe it. Cui Dong stretched out his finger and pointed at the supervisor who was full of righteousness. He smiled and said, Little Wu, this method of provocation is clumsy. Wu Yuan laughed and cupped his fist to beg for mercy. Sir, you have a sharp eye. From the corner of Wu Yuan's eyes, he would occasionally see a wooden youth with crystal-clear skin. He was in a daze and his eyes were empty. He was sitting on a small bench not far away from the courtyard. His hands were gently placed on his knees and his head was slightly raised. His posture was like a frog in a well. In fact, when Wu Yuan entered the room and saw him, he felt uncomfortable all over. But since Sir wasn't willing to take the initiative to speak, he didn't ask anything. Wu Yuan looked at the Spring Festival couplets on the table. He took one back and carefully studied it. He raised his head and asked, Sir, who wrote this couplet? This person is very interesting. Cui Shi yawned and shifted into a more comfortable and languid position as he curled up in the chair. For the time being, he'll still be called Song Jisin. But I reckon that in a few years, he'll change back to the old name that was crossed out on the files of the imperial clan court, Song Mu. Wu Yuan immediately felt that this light couplet was very troublesome. He couldn't help but ask, Sir, what do you want this couplet for? Cui Dong smiled. It's for your precious senior brother to broaden his horizons. Otherwise, he'll always say that I can write better than him because I'm older. But now, this couplet was written by his twin brother. I don't believe that he can find any excuses. Wu Yuan thought for a moment and held back his laughter. He said softly, for example, Song Jisin is in the countryside and has nothing to do all day. He only cares about practicing his calligraphy, so he can make up for his lack of talent with hard work. Is that why his calligraphy is better? Cui Dong was shocked. That works. Wu Yuan smiled and nodded. Little senior brother can do that. Cui Dong shook his head. No matter how much you say, you still don't hit enough. Rules are rules. Wu Yuan put the couplet back on the table and said casually, Sir, your teacher must be very strict with rules. Wu Yuan had never known who her teacher was. She didn't even know the general history of her teacher. The number of people in Dolly who knew about this could be counted on one hand. Cui Shi suddenly sat up straight and said, That's wrong. When teacher teaches me, it's almost the same as when I teach you. That's why my teacher taught me to be a student who forgets his roots and roots. Yes, he even deceives his teacher and destroys his ancestors. Wu Yuan thought that he had misheard. Cui Dong said calmly, You didn't mishear. Cui Dong stretched his back. When I was studying, I wasn't as radical as I am now. I only dared to say that knowledge and merit are two things. Sir rewarded me with the words the main culprit of the degeneration of public morals. Cui Dong sat up straighter and looked directly into his student's eyes. Do you know what's the most infuriating thing? It's my teacher. He didn't wait for me to finish talking about the topic and interrupted me. Sir, who has always been known for his rigorous scholarship, didn't even want to think about this question for a day. He didn't even take 2 hours or a stick of incense to burn before he threw those words at me. I have a junior brother. Every time he asked Sir about a classic question, Sir would always teach him carefully, as if he was studying for a long time. He was afraid that there would be the slightest deviation. Once, do you know how long my teacher thought about it before he gave his answer? Cui Dong stretched out a finger. Wu Yuan tried to think as much as she could. She asked tentatively, a month. At this moment, Dolly Imperial Tutor, who had appeared in the world with the appearance of a handsome youth, had an extremely strange expression on his face. He seemed to be smiling yet not smiling, crying yet not crying. 10 years. Wu Yuan swallowed her saliva and didn't dare to say another word. Cui Dong exhaled heavily and said self-mockingly, It doesn't matter if the stories of old friends are piled up on old papers. What's more, if it doesn't matter, what can I do? Cui Dong stood up and put away his rare complex emotions. He said to Wu Yuan, I asked you to come here today because I want you to meet someone. I have something to do first. You wait at the door. Wu Yuan stood up and left as if she had been granted amnesty. Cui Dong walked to the side of the delicate-looking demented youth. He crouched down behind him and rubbed his chin as if he was looking for a flaw. In the twilight, Wu Yuan walked into the hall with a man wearing a bamboo hat. Cui Dong then stood up and said to the two of them, We're on the same side. Feel free to sit. After that person sat down, he gently took off his bamboo hat, revealing a handsome but sickly pale face. He seemed to be in a terrible state, as if he was seriously injured. He was coughing incessantly and emitting a faint smell of blood. Wu Yuan's expression was grave. Lakeview Academy's Cui Minghuang. Then, Wu Yuan quickly looked at her teacher. Cui Dong, Cui Minghuang. Dolly Imperial Tutor, Lakeview Academy. Could it be? Wu Yuan's scalp turned numb and her heart trembled. She started to worry whether she could leave this house alive. When teacher killed people, his mantra was to follow the rules. But the problem was that almost none of the Qi refinement warriors in the Dolly dynasty could understand teacher's rules. Even a direct disciple like Wu Yuan never dared to think that she could truly understand teacher's thoughts. Cui Dong moved a chair to the side of the dull-witted youth. With his back facing Wu Yuan and Cui Minghuang, he smiled and said, Don't be nervous. One of you is a descendant of the clan that I admire, the other is a favorite student who is expected to inherit my legacy. So, the two of you don't have to guess. You can think positively. Wu Yuan plucked up her courage and asked, Teacher, are you from the Chui clan? Chui Dong ignored her. Chui Minghuang smiled bitterly. My uncle-granduncle was expelled from the Chui clan long ago. He even ordered us to live in different ancestral halls and die in different graves. Wu Yuan's expression was gloomy and uncertain. Chui Dong, who did not turn around, smiled and said, Don't worry. Our wise and mighty emperor has known about these filthy pasts since the beginning. Oh right, Chui Minghuang, answer all of Wu Yuan's questions without reserve. Wu Yuan was quick-witted and directly asked the most important question. Qi Jingchuan's death, was it teacher's doing? Chui Dong was unwilling to speak. Chui Minghuang's expression was normal as he replied, Qi Jingchun received a secret letter from the Cliff Academy. The person who wrote the letter told Qi Jingchun that their teacher, who was imprisoned in a certain academy, was really dead. Wu Yuan frowned. This was a huge secret that she had never heard of before. Most likely, only the leaders of the 3 major academies of the Confucian school and the 72 academies were qualified to know the inside story. However, Wu Yuan, like many scholars from aristocratic families, had heard of most of the other rumors. In less than 100 years, the statue of the 4th deity that was enshrined in the Confucian temple was removed from the position of the sage of literature and moved to one of the 72 sages. Then, it was moved down from the position of the sage of literature until it was at the bottom of the list. At the beginning of spring this year, it was moved out of the Confucian temple. Moreover, someone tried to enshrine it in a Daoist temple secretly, but it was discovered. In the end, it was destroyed by a group of ignorant people. The classic articles that this sage wrote with his life's work were all banned and destroyed. The laws and policies that he implemented were all overturned by the dynasties, and his name was removed from the official history. First, it went from bad to worse. Then, it was on the verge of collapse. In the end, it disappeared without a trace overnight. Chui Minghuang told Wu Yuan a shocking conspiracy: Cliff Academy has been removed from the 72 academies. Although Dolly is unwilling to accept this, Qi Jingchun and the academy have contributed a lot in educating the commoners and helping Dolly to get rid of his identity as a northern barbarian. Moreover, without the academy to attract the scholars from the northern eastern treasure bottle continent, Dolly's civil service system will be greatly impacted. However, the general trend is irresistible. Dolly can't stop it. Emperor Dolly won't be so stupid as to offend so many powerful forces on and off the mountain for Qi Jingchun. Since external aid is no longer reliable, Qi Jingchun will have to rely on his own strength to prevent the Cliff Academy from being removed after receiving the letter. This huge problem will be placed on Qi Jingchuan's desk along with the secret letter. However, he is well aware that once the 60-year period is over and he walks out of Lizhu Grotto Heaven, the shocking truth that he has been hibernating here and that his cultivation state has increased instead of falling will inevitably lead to greater suppression from some important figures within the Confucian school. Of course, it won't be just the Confucian school and Taoist school. Some other important figures from the 100 schools of thought will also be restless. After all, it wasn't easy to suppress an old one. If a new one comes along, it will be too ridiculous. Chui Minghuang revealed a smile and subconsciously looked at the senior of his family who was still staring at the youth, Chui Dong. Chui Minghuang's eyes were full of admiration. At this time, Yuan Cheng's early appearance has become a decisive move. He has completely cut off Qi Jingchuan's most likely path of retreat. Chui Dong had unknowingly stood up and was gently opening the youth's eyes with his finger. After hearing Chui Minghuang's words, he muttered, "Where's the wine? I should have bought a few jugs when I passed by the tavern." Chui Minghuang saw that Wu Yuan was somewhat puzzled and explained, "Wan Qing arrived at Lizhu Grotto Heaven long ago. Although this military grandmaster doesn't interfere with the town's affairs and maintains absolute neutrality, Wan Cheng's existence itself is meaningful. This means that Qi Jingchen can no longer open his mouth to bargain with the 4 sages of the 3 schools and 1 school to continue staying in the town and be imprisoned for another 60 years in exchange for another 60 years of the Cliff Academy's feeble existence. Cui Minghuang smiled and said, "Their teacher is dead. No one reads his moral essays, and no one promotes his policies." After Qi Jingchen came to the eastern Aquarius continent, the Cliff Academy that he painstakingly built in the barbarian land is also gone. There's no place for him to stand in the secular world. The place of peace that supported him to this step seems to be gone too. Why not die? Only when Qi Jingchen is dead can some people feel that there's no threat at all. As for the Broken Cliff Academy, they naturally can't be bothered to take another look. In fact, if it wasn't for Qi Jingchen, let alone becoming one of the 72 academies, the Cliff Academy in Dali might not even have half of the foundation of our Lakeview Academy. Cui Dong commented, "Lakeview Academy has plenty of foundation, but lacks vitality." If it wasn't for the existence of the Cliff Academy, which forced Lakeview Academy to make many changes, I'm afraid it would be even worse. In the upcoming great changes, it will only be one step slower and slower, gradually dying out. Cui Minghuang praised from the bottom of his heart, Marshal Granduncle's insight is penetrating, hitting the nail on the head. Cui Dong finally stopped tormenting the youth who didn't have any human spirit. He stood beside the pool without any water and looked up at the blue sky with the youth. After retracting his gaze, he said a very strange conclusion, "So I carefully arranged a big exam. There's only one candidate, the orphan called Chin Pingon from the Mud Bottle Alley. He only has a very ordinary background, but he has a very interesting growth experience." Wu Yuan was even more confused. What was the meaning of this? Cui Dong began to pace slowly around the pool with his hands behind his back. He lowered his head and muttered to himself, "Logically speaking, when Qi Jingchen is bound to die, he will make a last-ditch struggle. Then there are 3 people that we have to pay attention to. His junior brother Ma Zhan, who suffered with him in the Lizhu Cave Heaven, Xiao Yao, who taught him knowledge step by step, and Song Jisin, who seemed to have an ordinary relationship with him. Because these 3 people are most likely to be Qi Jingchuan's hope. I want Ma Zhan to continue the legacy of the Cliff Academy. It doesn't matter even if there's only one disciple. I want Xiao Yao to carry forward the legacy of the school. It doesn't matter whether it's in the Dali dynasty, or even in the eastern Aquarius continent. In the beginning, when I learned that Qi Jingchen had left all his books to Song Jisin, I thought that Song Jisin would be one of his inheritors. But soon, I realized that it was a smokescreen. When Cui Dong reached this point, he became silent for a long time. He seemed to be deducing step by step in reverse to make sure that there were no mistakes. Wu Yuan cautiously interrupted, "Behind the smokescreen, is that person called Chin Pingon hiding?" Cui Dong, whose thoughts were interrupted, stopped in his tracks. He abruptly raised his head and looked coldly at Wu Yuan. Wu Yuan immediately stood up. Cold sweat seeped out of her forehead. She bowed and said, "Please forgive me, Mr." Cui Dong continued to stroll. Ma Zhan can be considered half a disciple of that person. But compared to Qi Jingchen, he's too far behind. His heart is higher than the sky, but his life is thinner than paper. I asked Cui Minghuang to deceive Ma Zhan, to trick him into replacing Qi Jingchen as the next Hill Master of Cliff Academy. Although the title of one of the 72 academies is gone, the academy itself still exists. The academy needs a Hill Master. In this way, for Qi Jingchuan's literary lineage and our Dali Emperor, it's still acceptable. This is also the result that the various factions have tacitly agreed upon. But I don't like it. Such a happy ending is too boring. In any case, there are already voices within the Confucian faction that want the sage of literature, Qi Jingchen, and Cliff Academy to disappear altogether, lest the people's hearts change and rise from the ashes. So I propose to build a new academy in Cloud-Splitting Mountain, and the 3 Confucian academies also agreed to promote this academy to one of the 72 academies within 50 years. Our emperor heard this and thought it was a good idea. Compared to Qi Jingchen, who is of little value, it's better to replace him with a puppet who listens to Dolly. Of course, it's more suitable for Dolly's southern hegemony. So, Cui Minghuang lied to Ma Zhan again. He told him that since things had come to this, he might as well change his allegiance and cut ties with the Cliff Academy. After returning to the small town, he would be able to become the new hill master of the new academy. Moreover, he would be the first hill master of the new academy. Wouldn't it be better than learning from the Cliff Academy and relying on others? Cui Dong continued walking, but glanced at Cui Minghuang, who was silently breathing. Did something happen at this time? Cui Minghuang nodded. It should be at this time that he became suspicious and began to feign civility with me. At that time, he didn't reveal anything. Although I was cautious, I didn't expect that trash like Ma Zhan to be so ruthless. He didn't hold back at all, even if his meridians were broken and his acupoints exploded, he still wanted to kill me. Cui Dong nodded. Although Ma Zhan is far inferior to Qi Jingchen, he has been under that person's tutelage for more than 10 years. He can't be treated as a mere fool. Cui Minghuang covered his mouth with his hand and spat out a mouthful of congested blood. After clenching his fists, his face relaxed and became a little rosy. He asked, "Grandmaster, why did you allow the last remaining master of Cliff Academy to lead students away from Dolly to the enemy country, the Great Sui Kingdom, and continue to use the name of Cliff Academy? How did Emperor Dolly agree to this? I still can't figure it out." Cui Dong walked slowly. Firstly, even if Cliff Academy survives, it will only exist in name. Without the golden name of one of the 72 academies, it will be an empty shell. It will no longer be able to compete with the thriving Lakeside Academy for the most outstanding scholars of the Eastern Aquarius continent. Secondly, once a new academy is established in Mount Cloudy, the Vice Master of Lakeside Academy will come to oversee it. Of course, the second master will be this gentleman sitting next to you. Thirdly, the Great Sui Kingdom accepted the stray dogs of Cliff Academy, which is equivalent to taking over a hot potato. Our Dolly can find an excuse to declare war on the Great Sui Kingdom at any time. When that time comes, won't Cliff Academy still be on Dolly's territory? Everyone knows that Cliff Academy is equivalent to the directorate of the Dolly dynasty. But which emperor of the dynasty dares to call Lakeside Academy their own private school? Therefore, Dolly's complete control of an academy is something that His Majesty has dreamed of since he was a child. Of course, His Majesty also has the intention of compensating Qi Jingchen. During those years when Qi Jingchen was the master of the academy, even if he didn't want to grovel before His Majesty really admired Qi Jingchen. He might even respect him a little. Cui Dong suddenly laughed. Of course, the main reason is that I need it. I need all of this chess game. In addition to needing Qi Jingchen to die in Lizhu Grotto Heaven, I also need him to follow my chess path and choose the chess pieces that I want him to choose. In the end, I will destroy them one by one. Before Qi Jingchen died, it was like he was still holding a few seeds in his hand, or holding a few incense sticks. It can only be passed to the hands of those around him. In the matter of literary lineage, it's important to pass on the torch. Even if the disciples who believe in a certain doctrine can die, the line may not be cut off. Therefore, it's unclear what the line of incense and literary luck are. Qi Jingchen might have grasped the clue, but I still can't figure it out. I don't dare to be too sure. I need to use facts to prove my idea. Therefore, This examination and this chess game are not only used to cut off the line of that person's literary lineage, but also an opportunity for me to prove my Tao. Cui Dong walked behind the youth sitting on the bench and reached out to pat his head gently. He smiled and said, "There was once a poem saying that the immortal touched my head, and my hair was tied and I was immortal. The writing is really full of immortal aura." The joints of the youth's body creaked. Finally, he stood up slowly with stagnant movements. His eyes gradually glowed with dazzling brilliance. When he stood up straight, he turned to face Cui Dong, who had pieced together his body. The youth was still unable to speak. He was like a baby who had just learned to speak. He danced with joy. But at the same time, he had an innate reverence for Cui Dong. Not to mention Wu Yuan, who was not a cultivator. Even Cui Minghuang was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. Wu Yuan did not know why, but after hearing the teacher's words today, she felt cold all over and weak. She asked in a hoarse voice, "Teacher, can't we just kill someone and end it? Is there a need to go through so much trouble?" Cui Dong laughed as if he had waited for a long time and finally came to a really interesting question. He clicked his tongue and said, "The battle of the great Tao is not as simple as exterminating a family in the secular world. It is very, very difficult to truly eliminate the root of the problem. Many times, killing people will make a simple matter into a mess. Therefore, it is necessary to destroy the heart. Why can a cultivator reach the 15th floor? It is because he cultivates the heart. As for a martial artist who cultivates the strength, he can only reach this high. The 9th state is the peak. It is harder to reach the 10th state than to reach the sky." Cui Shi jumped into the pool opposite the patio. He stepped on the colorful pebbles at the bottom of the pool and walked freely in the pool. However, compared to the surface, the pool was obviously more cramped. He thought for a moment and said, "Then I'll tell you 2 frogs at the bottom of the well about 2 cases that were originally kept secret. After listening, you'll realize that my methods are just as so. There was a genius who almost helped the school of the military establish a sect. Although he failed at the last step, he was still a man of great fortune, so no one dared to kill him. In the end, do you know how those true saints dealt with him? They threw him into a blessed land and arranged chess pieces to stay by his side for all his lives, constantly wearing down his morale. In this life, he was reduced to a teacher in a village, but he did not have to worry about food or clothing. In the next life, he was reduced to a coarse butcher with a weak temperament, but he was accompanied by a beautiful woman. In the next life, he was reduced to a frivolous playboy, but he came back to life after spending all his money. In the next life, he became a literati emperor in a time of peace and prosperity. In short, for all his lives, he was always played in the hands of others. It was the same now. It was not that the younger generation of the school of the military did not want to take action, but they only dared to do it secretly, trying to awaken the consciousness of the great ancestor of the military school. But the chances were slim. How could they compete with those old guys in cultivation, strategy, and patience? How could they win? There was another ambitious and ruthless person of the school of the military. His battle prowess was shocking, but in the end, he lost everything due to a moment of carelessness. For the sake of a puppet girl, his soul was dispersed. Then, the saints immediately seized the opportunity and divided up his 3 souls and 6 spirits until there was nothing left. Then, he became the top immortal of the various blessed lands. Every single one of his souls actually ascended from the blessed land to our world. Moreover, his great Tao was smooth, and every one of them became an overlord. Then, do you think that these 9 people, whose cultivation was at least at the 10th floor or the 7th realm of the martial way, would be willing to abandon their independent will and become one person? It doesn't sound too complicated, but actually implementing it will take an extremely long period of time. At this point, Cui Shi lamented, "The struggle for the great Tao is truly cruel." Cui Dong stretched lazily and rubbed his neck with both hands. He chuckled. Ma Zhan died of guilt and resentment. Zhao Yao has already lost his identity as the owner of the Spring Seal. Then, the only one left is the silenced seal that broke the great rules. An extremely poor orphan in a shabby alley has suffered all kinds of hardships. Deep in his heart, he desperately hoped for a stable life. Now, his dream has come true, and he has suddenly become the most extravagant and wealthy person in the small town. He has also suddenly ushered in a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make a fortune. The 5 mountains of the blessed land have all been taken into his pocket. 300 years, a whole 300 years of riches and honor have all belonged to him. Apart from these timely assistants, I have also helped him twice. The first time was to help him choose that desolate mountain. I will have Dolly confer a mountain deity to this mountain. Don't you think the young man will be very surprised? The second time was to buy the straw shop and the New Year shop, which will soon be sold at a low price. Then, if nothing unexpected happens, Chen Pingan will logically buy them. Think about it, the 5 mountains outside the small town are full of gold, the 2 old shops in the small town, the county magistrate Wu Yuan at the foot of the mountain, and Mr. Cui, the deputy master of the academy, on the mountain, will favor him greatly. Do you think this young man has almost no pursuits left? But when Cui Dong said these 2 words, he had a particularly playful smile. He said to himself, "These 2 words are the most frightening thing in the world." He continued, "But, at this time, when they went out, there were 2 carriages and an ox cart. When they came back, there was only 1 carriage and 1 ox cart, and the gentle and elegant Mr. Cui from Lakeview Academy was missing. Mr. Ma, the student teacher, was also dead. Then, the coachman will find Chen Pingan and tell the young man that Mr. Qi and Mr. Ma, when they were alive, both hoped that he could take the 6 children to the enemy of the Dolly dynasty, the Cliff Academy, which had moved to the Great Sui Kingdom, to continue his studies. This trip will be difficult and dangerous. In the end, the coachman will considerately persuade the young man that if Mr. Qi is still alive, he will definitely not want you to take the risk to go to the Cliff Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom. Wu Yuan asked carefully, "If those frightened children want to stay at home in the small town, won't Chen Pingan justifiably not have to go out? Isn't Mr. Cui's plan this time?" Cui Minghuang smiled and said, "Not long after these children left the small town, their families had been forcibly moved to the capital of Dolly. Of course, Dolly will not lack their wealth and glory. But each family will leave a few people behind to tell those children how rare it is to enter the Cliff Academy, and how their parents and elders earnestly hope that they can go to the academy and return." Cui Dong stood directly below the courtyard, expressionless. Wu Yuan became more cautious and asked, "Mr. Cui, how can you be sure that this examination will completely cut off Qi Jingchuan's line of literature?" Cui Dong raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Wu Yuan. He said with a smile, "Can't you tell that Qi Jingchen and I are brothers from the same school? As his senior brother, I once explained the Confucian classics to him on behalf of Mr. Cui Dong, who went out to study for 3 whole years. So why wouldn't I, Cui Dong, know about his Tao?" Cui Shi walked out of the pool and murmured softly, "A gentleman with a pure heart. That's all there is to it. It's just that Qi Jingchuan's life is too good. He actually had 2 natal characters. If he didn't die here, he would probably have 3 natal characters. If he didn't die here, who would?" Cui Dong walked to the door. "I mustered so many people to set up such a big trap for such a small matter." "So small." Cui Dong raised his hand and pressed his thumb against his index finger. He clicked his tongue and said, "If he still loses." The last few words Cui Dong said were almost inaudible. Cui Dong had just opened the door and stepped over the threshold when he suddenly stopped. Dolly Imperial Tutor, who had wanted to buy wine, suddenly felt that there was no point in drinking wine. In the end, he simply sat on the threshold. Wu Yuan and Cui Minghuang looked at the back of the slender youth and looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. Cui Dong folded his hands in his sleeves and bent over to look at the house across the street. The cheap black and white door gods, the vulgar Spring Festival couplets, and the ugly fortune character pasted upside down. Cui Dong muttered to himself, "Qi Jingchen, you'll be disappointed in the end." A gentle voice with a hint of laughter rang out from somewhere. "So that's how it is." Cui Dong was indifferent to this and continued to look into the distance. He nodded and said, "I'll drink when the time comes." When Chen Pingan climbed out of the well with a basket of soil on his back, he was a little confused. A group of Laurel scholars stood outside the well. The leader was the old man from the Ministry of Rights who had stood on a ladder under the plaque of the memorial archway and reprimanded the supervisor loudly. Beside him was the former supervisor who had built the covered bridge before he left. It was said that he was Song Jisun's father, Lord Song. His skin was slightly fairer than when he was in the small town. The other 5 or 6 people were mostly in their 30s or 40s. They all had an extraordinary bearing and looked more like high-ranking officials than Lord Song. In fact, Chen Pingan was not the only one who was stunned. This group of officials from the Ministry of Rights, who had the noblest status among the 6 departments of Dolly, were also very shocked when they saw the only rich man in the small town who owned 3 bags of gold and copper coins. It was this poor young man who was covered in dust in front of them who had wealth equivalent to half of Emperor Dolly's treasury in his hands. Then, he spent a lot of money and bought a total of 5 mountains in one go, including Luopa Mountain. Ruan Qi did not show up. Instead, the young girl in green, Ruan Xiu, and the county magistrate of Longquan County, Wu Yuan, stood side by side. The latter looked down with an indifferent expression and slightly lowered gaze. Little Lord Wu, who gave people the impression that he had a frighteningly powerful backer, was sulking with the bunch of officials from the Ministry of Rights. After all, no one would be happy to let a group of outsiders take away such a fat piece of meat in their own territory. In the end, Wu Yuan unexpectedly retreated to the end of the disturbance that happened below the memorial archway and allowed the Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights, Dong Hu, to copy all the 16 words and leave. Even though a Qi refinement warrior on the 7th floor who was acting as a secret retainer confirmed that the words on the plaque had lost all their vitality and there was no need to take out the precious Fenglei letters, Assistant Minister Dong still had a rude and unreasonable attitude as if he could not wait to tear down the plaque and take away all the Fenglei letters that he brought with him. Only then did he contentedly lead his subordinates from the Ministry of Rights to stay in the courtyard of a wealthy family in Peach Leaf Alley. It was not easy for Wu Yuan to make use of the small town's large-scale construction to win a reputation among the ordinary people. In an instant, it was beaten back to its original state. The people of Fulu Street and Peach Leaf Alley were happy to see this and it became a topic of conversation. Most of them gloated and felt that Wu Yuan was just an embroidered pillow who was useless. Some people said that if Yuan dared to be stubborn to the end with the Ministry of Rights, they would admire this kid's backbone. Now, they were afraid that he would be a coward at the Ministry of Rights when he officially wore the official uniform of the county magistrate in the future. Of Dolly. Of me. Of this. Of. As he finished speaking, the old assistant minister looked around and chuckled. Apart from Lord Song, who used to be a kiln supervisor, who did not move, the other officials of the Ministry of Rights all laughed as if Dong had said the funniest joke in the world. Chen Pingan was a little embarrassed. "I don't understand the Dolly official language you speak." Wu Yuan's lips curved in a subtle arc. Lord Song, who was proficient in the small town's dialect, had no intention of helping this Yamen official. Because the two of them belonged to different mountains, and not long ago, the two sides had completely fallen out with each other. If the emperor had not personally appointed Song Yuzhang to accompany him to the south, he would not have had a chance at this cushy job. The Ministry of Rights Yamen was full of scholars, and they were the seeds of scholars who had fought with thousands of men and horses on a single log bridge. Therefore, the war of words in this Yamen was refined and brilliant. Fortunately, Song Yuzhang was a strange person who could get used to living in a small town. After returning to the capital, he did not say a word and did not feel any resentment. Assistant Minister Dong had cultivated for most of his life in the Ministry of Rights Yamen. The Ministry of Rights was the only Yamen in the Dali imperial court that could compete with the Ministry of War. Dong Hu became the third in command of the Ministry of Rights. Clearly, he was a shrewd old fox. He immediately realized his mistake and wanted to find a way out. He turned his head and smiled at the only daughter of Master Wan, hoping that she could pass on a message for him. However, Dong Hu almost immediately dismissed the idea. Even the emperor had to treat the saint of the military school of Wind and Snow Temple as a guest of honor. As the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, he dared to ask Master Ruan's daughter to do this and that. If the girl was a difficult person who did not understand etiquette and felt that he had neglected her, she could go back and complain to her father. Then, Master Ruan would only need to lightly send a word or two to the capital. He guessed that he could still be a third-level official, but it would definitely not be comfortable. The old man's mind raced, but in fact, it was only a matter of a moment. Assistant Minister Dong decided to change his original intention. He smiled at the girl and was about to ask if Miss Ruan was comfortable living here. Did she need the Ministry of Rights to help her get a simple and elegant residence on Fulu Street or Peach Leaf Alley in the small town? However, in the next moment, something shocking happened. The daughter of Master Wan, who was unattainable in the eyes of all the officials of the Ministry of Rights, quickly walked to the side of the bumpkin boy and probably told him what Assistant Minister Dong had said. The boy listened to the girl's words with a calm expression, which really shocked the officials of the Ministry of Rights. How could Chen Pingan have known that such a small matter could cause the minds of these distinguished people in the capital to wander thousands of miles away? After listening carefully to Ruan Xiu's words, Chen Pingan smiled and said to her, Xiu, please tell this old gentleman that I am a dragon kiln worker. Now, I am doing odd jobs in the blacksmith shop. The reason why I was able to buy those mountains was because of Master Wan. When the green-clothed girl heard the name Xiu, she smiled until her limpid eyes turned into a pair of crescent moons. In the end, she cheerfully used the Eastern Aquarius continent's official language to explain everything to the Great Li's old assistant minister. Dong Hu and all the officials of the Ministry of Rights were naturally proficient in the elegant language of the continent. Otherwise, wouldn't they be confirming the fallacy that the Dali dynasty was the barbarians of the north? In the capital of Dali, being able to speak the elegant language fluently and skillfully was an important criterion to distinguish between the rich and the poor. Dong Hu's expression became even more amiable. He smiled and nodded gently. After listening to Miss Ruan's explanation, he said that he would not disturb Chen Pingan any longer and would trouble Miss Ruan to help them say goodbye to Master Wan. Since Master Wan was busy forging swords, they could not disturb him. Otherwise, the emperor, who had admired Master Wan for a long time, would definitely punish them. Ruan Xiu was not interested in these pleasantries. She made an "oh" sound and did not say anything else. The old assistant minister, who had long become a shrewd person, did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. After introducing Miss Ruan to a few places in the capital of Dali, he led the group away with a calm expression. Song Yuzhang walked at the back of the group. Wu Yuan walked behind Song Yuzhang. Ruan Xiu accompanied Chen Pingan to pour out the soil in the wicker basket. As she walked, she said, "My father said that the matter of buying the mountain will be settled soon. Other than the officials of the Ministry of Rights in Dali, he also needs the geomasters of Kintiangian to come forward. Together with you, the three parties need to sign before it can be settled." However, the geomasters led by the two masters Qin Wu are still carefully inspecting the topography and feng shui of all the mountains. It will probably be a few days before they come out. Chen Pingan thought for a moment and put down the wicker basket. Looking at the busy figures around him, he asked, "Let's go to the stream and talk as we walk." Ruan Xiao smiled and said, "Sure." Ruan Xiao lowered her voice and said softly, "Other than Master Qin Wu and ordinary geomasters from Kintiangian, many Qi refinement warriors from the 100 schools and the unorthodox schools are also here. Among them, there are two young mountain-moving apes. One is a silver-backed ape and the other is a long-armed ape. They are usually kept in the deep mountains and forests. Only when needed will they be used to break the mountains or move the hills. There are also the shieling armored warriors created by the Daoist talisman sect. It is a very magical thing. After the Qi refinement warrior imbues a thin piece of talisman paper with vital Qi, it can transform into an armored warrior that is 70 to 80 feet tall. It has immense strength. Although it is not as good as the mountain-moving apes, it is good that it is obedient and there will be no accidents. The mountain-moving apes have a violent temperament, especially the young ones. They are especially difficult to tame. Once they lose control, they will definitely die. Even if they are suppressed and killed, it will be a great loss. I heard that there are also the cardigan puppets created by the Mo family's master. Even I have not seen them before. If there is a chance, I must go and see for myself in the future. My father has picked two shops for you. One is a shop for pressuring the Lunar New Year, and the other is a grass shop. They are just right next to each other and you are very familiar with them. If you don't have any objections, my father can help you finalize the deal immediately. This is because this kind of small deal does not involve the feng shui of a dynasty or the fate of the mountains and rivers. It is not as troublesome as buying a mountain. Chen Pingan thought for a while and smiled. Of course, no problem. Guanxiu suddenly remembered something and said mysteriously, "My father told me in private that the Emperor Dali has personally said that since the town now belongs to Dali's territory, then all the treasures and artifacts left in the streets and among the people will be taken back to the national treasury at a high price." In the end, about 20 decent old items were collected in the town. The items handed over by the ordinary people in Fulu Street and Peach Leaf Alley were half and half. It was just that the selling price was not high at all. In the end, Emperor Dali personally took out 7 or 8 items, making a total of 30 items. They were used as prizes for 30 of the mountains, which was equivalent to giving them to the buyer for free. Of course, the average person does not know which mountains have prizes and which do not, but my father knows that Shinshio Mountain and Luopa Mountain will definitely have them. Moreover, they are of excellent quality and are one of the best. In addition, my family's Lantern Mountain and your Luopa Mountain may each be conferred a mountain god by the Dali Imperial Court to oversee them. Chen Pingan took a deep breath and squatted by the stream, frowning. It seemed somewhat unreal. The Clay Bottle Alley youth had never dreamed that he would have such a day. The Straw Sandals youth's dream was at most related to festive couplets, majestic door gods, fragrant meat buns, and a bag full of clattering copper coins. Guanxiu squatted down with him and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Chen Pingan wanted to say something but hesitated. It seemed that he could not say why, so he could only shake his head. He picked up a licorice and chewed it in his mouth like he was familiar with it. After a moment of silence, Chen Pingan turned his head and smiled, "Miss Ruan, just now I called you Xiuxiu in front of outsiders. Don't be angry. I saw so many high-ranking officials and was very nervous, so I wanted to pretend to be very familiar with you. Yuan Xiao blinked and asked an irrelevant question. Well, is there any news about your friend recently? The one who carries a saber and a sword. Chen Pingan was confused and said, You mean Miss Ning? After she left, I don't know any news about her. Yuan Xiao smiled. Chen Pingan suddenly raised his head and turned towards the stone arch bridge. A familiar red figure was running towards him, its two legs moving like the wheels of a car. Chen Pingan had a bad premonition and hurriedly stood up. The little girl wearing a dirty and wrinkled red cotton-padded jacket came in front of him and looked up at him. Her face was actually full of tears. She was heartbroken and wrinkled her tanned little face. Choking with sobs, she said, Mr. Ma died. Before he died, he asked me to come and find you. Tomorrow, Swords of the Future will be on the shelves. Welcome to subscribe. Chen Pingan will also leave the town tomorrow. '84, published. This chapter has 10,000 words. P.S. Welcome to WeChat's official account, Fenghua 1985. Chen Pingan immediately looked around and didn't see anything strange. Only then did he take the little girl's hand and said softly, Let's go somewhere else to talk. Chen Pingan thought for a moment. The stream was quiet and easy to hide from people's eyes and ears. However, ever since he noticed that there was something dirty in the stream, he didn't go into the water so easily. After the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket said this in a hurry, she immediately regretted it because there was an outsider standing beside Chen Pingan. It was Sister Yuan, who wore a green dress and had a ponytail. Although Li Baoping had already met Yuan Xiao on the back of the green ox, at that time there was also the golden boy and jade girl from the Taoist school present. One of them raised two big green and red fish while the other led a snow-white elk. Both of them were related to the little girl's family. At this moment, Yuan Xiao certainly didn't look like a bad person. However, the little girl was most afraid of this kind of people. They had an unfamiliar relationship and looked very kind, but in the end, without even handing out a knife, the people close to them had already been stabbed to death. In the beginning, Mr. Ma and that person surnamed Shui were walking together, quoting classics and talking loudly, singing poems and singing songs. In Li Huai's words, this person surnamed Shui was either Old Man Ma's illegitimate son or his grandson. Otherwise, their relationship wouldn't be so good. No one would have thought that the high-spirited Mr. Ma would die in the hands of the righteous gentleman whose name shook the world. According to Mr. Ma's earliest words, among all the Confucian sages of the eastern vast continent, there were two people who were particularly outstanding and were known as senior and junior monarchs. Mr. Chui was the famous Lakeview Junior Monarch. Before the unforeseen event, almost everyone had a good impression of Chui Minghuang. He was cultured, refined, and extremely knowledgeable. It was as if he knew everything and could answer any question. Lin Shuyi was the only one who did not like Chui Minghuang from the very beginning. However, as someone who came from a wealthy family in the Peach Leaf Alley, it seemed that he was born with a cold and stern expression, as if someone owed him several million taels of silver. Because he was estranged from the other four children, he had mocked and ridiculed Chui Junzi many times in the beginning, but no one understood what he meant. They only thought that Lin Shuyi was jealous that Chui Minghuang was more graceful and elegant than him. Although Yuan Xiao did not understand why the young lady was looking at her with such unfriendly eyes, she still suggested, "Why don't we go to our newly built sword forging room?" The frightened young lady held on to Chen Pingan's hand tightly and shook her head vigorously. Her eyes were filled with pleading. "Chen Pingan, let's not go to places with strangers, okay?" Chen Pingan gently held on to Li Baoping's hand and said gently, "Trust me, the sword forging room in the blacksmith shop is the safest place." The young lady raised her head and looked at Chen Pingan's eyes. They were like the clear stream she saw when she first walked to the river by herself when she was young. The flowing water was so slow that she could see the bottom. At that time, the child felt that she would never grow up. At this moment, the young lady who was in a life and death situation was filled with grievances. She cried again and sobbed, "Chen Pingan, don't lie to me." Chen Pingan's eyes were firm, "I won't lie to you." Ruan Xiao brought the two of them to the sword-forging room and took out the key to open the door. She stood on the spot and smiled, "I won't go in. I'll keep a lookout outside. Even if my father comes, he's not allowed to enter." Chen Pingan was a little embarrassed and explained in a low voice, "Can you bring her something to eat and drink? I think when she's not so nervous, her spirit will collapse all of a sudden. At that time, filling her stomach is more important than anything else. I was always like this when I was young." Ruan Xiao nodded her head and turned her body slightly. She flipped her wrist and a small silk bag appeared out of nowhere. She handed it over to Chen Pingan and said, "These are 5 pieces of peach blossom cakes made by the shop. Take them first. I'll go get a pot of water so that she won't choke." Chen Pingan and Li Baoping sat opposite each other. Although the young lady took the peach blossom cakes, she did not show any signs of eating them. Chen Pingan said softly, "What's going on? Tell me." Li Baoping spoke very slowly, which seemed to be contradictory to her usual impatient personality. However, the young lady spoke slowly, which allowed Chen Pingan to sort out his thoughts and put himself in her shoes to think about the problem. Before the old Mr. Ma from the school died, the journey of the 5 children to study abroad was very smooth. The ox cart and 2 horse carriages traveled hundreds of miles. Mr. Ma and Cui Minghuang from Lakeview Academy had a good chat and became friends despite the difference in age. However, one day, when Mr. Ma was checking on their homework, he suddenly said that he wanted to discuss the itinerary with Cui Minghuang. It was possible that they would part ways and part ways. After all good things must come to an end. However, the children waited for a long time and did not see Mr. Ma and Cui Minghuang return. Thus, Li Baoping and Li Huai ran to look for them. In the end, Li Huai was the first to find Mr. Ma lying in a pool of blood. Not to mention his hands and feet, the old man's injuries were so serious that even his eyes and ears were bleeding. It felt like the old man's body was like a bamboo basket that had been lifted from a stream. The dying Mr. Ma asked Li Huai to only bring Li Baoping to his side. After Li Baoping came to his side, the old man only held her hand. For some reason, the old man, who was originally unable to say a single word, finally gave Li Baoping a simple explanation. Perhaps it was the final radiance of the setting sun, or perhaps it was a last-ditch effort. At this point, the young lady in the red cotton-padded jacket was already sobbing uncontrollably. Chen Pingan was not the kind of person who knew how to comfort people. He could only silently move a stool closer to the young lady and reach out to wipe her tears. He repeated, "Don't cry, don't cry." The young lady sniffled hard and continued, "Mr. Ma held my hand and told me that I must find you alone. He told me to be careful of the people from Lakeview Academy and Dolly's capital. Don't trust anyone." Chen Pingan's expression was solemn as he asked, "Where are Shi Chuanjia and the others?" Li Baoping, whose face was full of tears, suddenly grinned and said, "The 4 of them are taking the out-of-towner coachman around Mud Bottle Alley." Lin Shui felt that the coachman was not a good person. Maybe he and Mr. Cui worked together to kill Mr. Ma. After we found a place to bury Mr. Ma, the coachman said that we couldn't go to Cliff Academy because Mr. Ma and Mr. Cui had just received news that the academy where Mr. Chi was the hill master had moved from Dolly to the enemy country, the Great Sui Kingdom. Without Mr. Ma to lead the way, we would be killed by the border army for treason before we could reach the Great Sui Kingdom. We didn't have any ideas at that time. In the end, Mr. Ma didn't tell us what to do. Should we go back to the town school and wait for the next teacher, or go to the Great Sway Kingdom and continue to study at Cliff Academy? Mr. Ma also told us. So we had to follow the coachman back here. But the coachman also said that all of our elders' families had moved to Dolly's capital. If you don't believe it, you can go to the town and ask people. Once you ask, you will know that he is telling the truth because the Dolly government allowed every family to leave someone in the town. Ruan Xiao took a pot of water and knocked on the door before entering the sword casting room. Li Baoping immediately shut up. Ruan Xiao didn't forget to close the door after she left. The young lady waited until the door was closed before she continued. The coachman was very strange. He deliberately asked us who knew a young man named Shin Pingan who lived in a place called Mud Bottle Alley. He said that he wanted to help Mr. Ma pass a message to you. I didn't say anything at that time. Chen Pingan nodded. You did the right thing. Let's fill our stomachs first. Li Baoping wolfed down 3 pastries in a row and gulped down a mouthful of water. She wiped her face with the back of her hand and quickly said, later, the 5 of us found an opportunity to discuss and felt that it was absolutely impossible to just wait for death. So we came up with an idea. The day before we arrived at the town, Shi Chuanjia began to pretend to be sick. I had to take care of her all the time. Then I privately told Li Huai about the distribution of the alleys in Mud Bottle Alley and asked him to admit that he had known you for a long time. The reason was that his father, Li Er, used to be a waiter in the Yang family's shop. There was once a young man in Mud Bottle Alley with the surname Chin who often went to the shop to sell herbs. But when the coachman first asked, he didn't think of this at all. Chen Pingan was a little confused. Li Baoping blushed and explained, I often saw you by the stream in the town going up the mountain to pick herbs alone. Or when you went down the mountain, you would carry a big basket of herbs. Chen Pingan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His eyes indicated that he understood. Chen Pingan was a little scared at the same time. He said in a low voice, what you did was actually very dangerous. The little girl nodded and said, I know. So before the 5 of us discussed this matter, I made it clear to them. Lin Shi said that Li Baoping's life was the most valuable and that he wasn't afraid of death. He was just an annoying illegitimate son, so he didn't care. Shi Chuanjia was a little stupid and said that she would listen to me anyway. Li Huai said that what was there to be afraid of? He was dead. Besides, if something happened to him, although his father Li Er was a coward and didn't have any ability, his mother would definitely avenge him. Dong Shuijing was the most straightforward and said that he was strong. If the matter was exposed, he would let the 4 of us run first and he would fight the coachman to the death. But I don't think it was that dangerous. If the coachman really wanted to kill us, he didn't have to wait until we reached the town. He must have some ulterior motives. I guess one of the mastermind's motives must be related to you. Li Baoping ate the last 2 pieces of peach blossom cake and took a deep breath. Later, we finally arrived at the town's apricot blossom lane. I asked Dong Shuijing and Li Huai to bring the coachman down and said that we could take a shortcut to Mud Bottle Lane. In fact, Li Huai had to take him in a big circle. As soon as they left, I immediately ran out of the carriage and went to Mud Bottle Lane to look for you. But I found that your house's door was locked. Fortunately, a neighbor passed by and I asked him. Only then did I know that you were an apprentice at the blacksmith's shop. I was so worried. Chen Pingan was a little shocked this time. He asked, you came up with this series of plans? Li Baoping shook her head. Lin Shi also came up with ideas. For example, we couldn't casually find a place far from Mud Bottle Lane and casually say that this is Mud Bottle Lane. That would easily expose us and I wouldn't be able to run far. It's best to park the carriage in Dong Shuijing's house's Apricot Blossom Lane. It's not far from Mud Bottle Lane and there's room to take a detour. Moreover, when the coachman arrived at Apricot Blossom Lane, he would definitely ask his ancestors. After confirming that it's true, it would be much easier for us to deceive him. Li Baoping said in a deep voice. In the end, it was proven to be true. Chen Pingan couldn't help rubbing the little girl's head and praised, "You're amazing." Li Baoping smiled. If you weren't at home, Li Huai and Dong Shuijing would be even more safe. They wouldn't have to worry about being forced to confront each other and expose the truth. Li Baoping asked curiously, why did Mr. Ma and the coachman, who couldn't speak the dialect of the small town, all want to find you? Chen Pingan shook his head and said, I'm also curious. For now, I only know that it might be related to the few things that Mr. Qi gave me. Mr. Qi once took him to ask for locust tree leaves, but the last locust tree leaf with the word, Yao, on it had already been used. That jasper hairpin. However, Mr. Qi and Ning Yao both said that the hairpin was made of ordinary material and was just an ordinary hairpin used to hold up hair. Seal. Chen Pingan's mood was heavy. That was most likely the case. Mr. Qi gave him 2 seals, which totaled to 4. Many years ago, old Yang told him to treasure the seal with the word Jing on it. The complete seal had the 4 words, calm and proud. In addition, Mr. Qi also casually said that if he found an interesting landscape map in the future, he could use the pair of seals to mark it. Thinking about the thousands of miles of mountains and rivers after Lizhu Cave landed, there would really be gods of mountains and rivers. Among them, the Luopa mountain that he was about to buy was one. Li Baoping suddenly took out 3 withered locust tree leaves and showed them to Chen Pingan. She said sadly, the green leaves have turned yellow. Chen Pingan suddenly understood. At that time, it must have been these 3 locust tree leaves that helped Mr. Ma to prolong his life. That was why he could speak a few more words. In fact, this was the truth. If Li Baoping hadn't been so lucky and kept the 3 ancestral shade scholar tree leaves with him, the old man probably wouldn't have been able to say a single word and would have died unwillingly. Chen Pingan had now deposited all his valuable belongings in the blacksmith shop. Master Wan gave him the yellow mud hut where Ning Yao lived before. Not to mention the 8 snake gallstones that were still the same color, the rest of the 100 or so common snake gallstones were moved out from the ancestral house in Nipping Lane and the courtyard of Lu Xianyang's house. They were all piled up at the foot of the wall of this house. However, Chen Pingan always carried the Fang Jing seal and the Hanshan repertoire with him. Chen Pingan pondered for a moment, then slowly said, the coachman should be on his way to the blacksmith shop. Why don't you hide here first, and I'll go and secretly bring Shi Chuanjia and Lin Shi, who were left by the ox cart. If the coachman asks, I can ask someone here to tell him that I have a habit of going out for a walk. Also, when the coachman arrives at my house in Clay Bottle Alley, he should be aware of your detour. Of course, he may not say anything on the surface, but after that, you will really be in danger. Chen Pingan saw that Li Baoping was still a little hesitant. He said in a deep voice, believe me, if your family has moved away, then this is the only safe place left in the town. Li Baoping thought for a moment and asked, do you trust Master Wan, who blacksmiths here? Chen Pingan shook his head and said, I trust the rules that Mr. Qi once said more. Li Baoping smiled brightly, I understand. Once Li Baoping made up her mind, she instantly burst out with amazing decisiveness, since you trust Sister Wan, then I'll ask her to bring Shi Chuanjia and Lin Shi here. Then we'll find a place to hide. You can talk with the bad coachman at ease. Let's see what he's up to first. Chen Pingan smiled and said, okay. Chen Pingan walked out of the sword casting room with Li Baoping. Probably to avoid suspicion, Wan Xiao sat a little farther away from the door on a small green bamboo chair, swaying her body from side to side in boredom. After Chen Pingan finished his request, Wan Xiao said without hesitation, "No problem." Then Wan Xiao squatted down and turned to look at the little girl in the red cotton padded jacket, motioning for her to lie on her back. Li Baoping's face was filled with reluctance. "I can run very fast." Wan Xiao smiled and said, "I'm definitely faster." The little girl turned to look angrily at Chen Pingan, clearly hoping that he could prove that she ran very fast. Chen Pingan was about to speak when Wan Xiao said seriously to the adult and child, "I've gone back and forth a few times. You and Chen Pingan still haven't run to the town." Li Baoping curled her lips. "I know there are immortals and ghosts in the world, but do you think it's so easy to be an immortal?" Chen Pingan made the final decision. "Listen to Sister Wan, quick." Li Baoping sighed and could only obediently lie on Wan Xiao's back. It was so soft and comfortable that the little girl dozed off. Before Wan Xiao left, she said to Chen Pingan, "If there's anything, you can find my father." Chen Pingan nodded. Whoosh! The little girl in the cotton-padded jacket hugging Miss Ruan's neck was suddenly so scared that her hair stood on end. She felt a strong wind whistling past her ears. She turned her head and looked down. How did the house become as small as the bluestones on Fulu Street? That stream was as thin as a rope. On the ground, Chen Pingan was dumbstruck as he watched Miss Ruan carrying Li Baoping rise from the ground and disappear in a flash. The youth thought that Miss Ruan and Miss Ning were both immortals. In a quiet and serene house in Erlang Alley, Cui Dong stood by the pool and the dull youth sat quietly on a small bench. Cui Dong softly ordered, "Go get a cup of water." The youth immediately stood up and brought a cup of cold water with both hands. Cui Dong took the cup and shook his wrist. The water in the cup casually splashed into the pool and turned into a thin blue water curtain. Cui Dong's thoughts moved slightly and the scene of the ox cart and the horse carriage entering the town one after another appeared on the water curtain. The people and the objects were all exposed. Cui Dong folded his hands in his sleeves and appeared to be very relaxed. He exerted strength from the tip of his toes and the heel of his feet respectively. His entire body swayed back and forth like a roly-poly toy. There was none of the nervousness and anxiety that a Qi refinement warrior should have when the opportunity to attain Dao was approaching. Cui Dong saw the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket bid farewell to her peers with two red cheeks, jump off the horse carriage and run on the streets. Then, the coachman was tricked by the two youths to go to Apricot Blossom Alley. This Dolly imperial tutor clicked his tongue and said, "Previously, I even mocked Song Zhangqiang spies that grew up eating feces. I didn't expect that the spies that I trained were more or less the same. They grew up drinking urine." However, Cui Dong was soon relieved. The water curtain kept showing the running figure of Li Baoping. He muttered to himself, "The children here are smart to begin with, especially Song Jisin and Zhao Yao's group. They are slightly older. Then, there is the second group, including this little girl. They are outstanding people. They are very intelligent at a very early age and are quick to understand. They really can't be underestimated." When he saw the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket running towards the stone arch bridge, the brilliance in Cui Dong's eyes rippled like waves crashing against a rock. Cui Dong slightly shifted his gaze, no longer staring at the water curtain. He closed his eyes to rest. When he opened his eyes, the little girl had already run across the stone arch bridge. Cui Dong frowned slightly. Is it because Dolly's royal family's methods are too bloody and cruel, so it provoked the old sword's natural disgust? So much so that it developed some feelings of disgust towards me, the person who raised the dragon in Dolly. But logically speaking, although the true history of this sword is already untraceable, and there are only some illusory rumors, since it is an ancient sword, what kind of killing scene has it not experienced? It shouldn't be so stingy, right? The scene on the water curtain was getting closer and closer to the blacksmith's shop. The water curtain created by the cup of water shattered without warning. The countless water droplets that splashed out in all directions hit the walls, windows, and pillars of the house, and exploded into countless holes. However, the water droplets that shot towards Cui Dong and the young man seemed to hit an invisible wall, instantly exploding into even finer water droplets. Guan Cheng's voice came from the courtyard. "Don't push your luck." Cui Dong raised his head and laughed. "Saints are really stingy. If you don't want to look, then don't look. If you have something to say, let's talk nicely. After all, this is the ancestral home of the Yuan family. What if I return to the capital and get punished for it?" Cui Dong muttered to himself, "The felons of the Liu dynasty should be here by now." Cui Dong lowered his head and glanced at the young man. After retracting his gaze, the left and right index fingers hidden in his sleeves tapped lightly. He said softly, just in case, just in case." When Li Huai and Dong Shuijing brought the coachman to Qin Pingan, the latter was building a house with someone. Li Huai's eyes darted around furtively. Dong Shuijing's expression was normal, and he had the demeanor of a general. Qin Pingan, who was covered in dust, walked to the three of them and asked in confusion, "Are you looking for me?" The coachman's appearance was ordinary, and he looked like an honest farmer. He rubbed his hands and walked to Qin Pingan, whispering, "Can we talk somewhere else?" Qin Pingan shook his head and said in a low voice, "Let's talk here." Although the coachman's face showed displeasure, his heart relaxed slightly. This was the temperament of an ordinary young man from the streets. The middle-aged man hesitated. "Do you know Mr. Qi from the town school?" The young man with straw sandals said unhappily, "Everyone in the town knows Mr. Qi, but it's hard to say if Mr. Qi will recognize us." Li Huai held back his evil laughter. Dong Shuijing from Apricot Blossom Lane looked at Qin Pingan from Clay Bottle Lane. Someone hurriedly shouted from the other side of the house, "Don't be lazy, Mr. Qin. Finish your words quickly and get back to work." The young man sighed and said to the coachman, "If you have something to say, just say it, okay?" The man rubbed his cheeks with both hands, exhaled, and said in a low voice, "I'm a man of sacrifice from the Dali Imperial Court, and I'm responsible for protecting these children on their way to the Cliff Academy. Of course, I don't deny that I have the responsibility to make sure they aren't abducted by outsiders, such as the Great Sui Kingdom and Lakeview Academy. It doesn't matter if you don't understand, and it doesn't matter if you believe me or not. But I don't care what your relationship with Mr. Qi is, and I don't care if you know Mr. Ma Zhan or Mr. Ma. I hope you'll be careful in the near future, because Mr. Ma was killed on the way to the Cliff Academy. Before that, Mr. Ma occasionally chatted with me, and he mentioned you twice. The first time, he said that he remembered a child who liked to squat outside the school window when he was sweeping the floor a long time ago. The second time, he said that before Mr. Qi resigned as a teacher and the Hill Master of the Academy, he said that you were also a good student, but it was a pity that he couldn't take you to the Cliff Academy. The man smiled bitterly and said, "It's a pity that these children are homeless now. They don't dare to go to the academy, and they don't have a home in the town. You know, not everyone can study in the Cliff Academy founded by Mr. Qi. In our capital of Dali, there are millions of people. It's said that after so many years, there are only a dozen students from the Cliff Academy, and now they're all high-ranking officials." Li Huai lowered his head, and his expression couldn't be seen clearly. Dong Shuijing stood in place, expressionless. In the distance, Wan Xiu coughed softly. Chen Pingan turned his head, and the girl in cyan nodded with a smile. Chen Pingan understood and only called Li Huai's name. Li Huai, you too come here. I have something to ask you first. Li Huai said, oh, and pulled Dong Shuijing forward. When the man realized that something was wrong, Chen Pingan suddenly pulled Li Huai and Dong Shuijing behind him. He stepped forward and said in a deep voice, thank you for greeting me. In the future, I'll take care of these children in the school for Mr. Ma. In the future, I'll ask for their opinion before I go to the capital to find their parents or do something else. The man laughed dryly and said, Chen Pingan, this is not appropriate. After all, I can take care of their safety better than you. Chen Pingan smiled and said, it's okay. I'm rich now, and I know the county magistrate, Wu Yuan, and the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, Dong Hu. If there's really something, I'll look for them. Of course, I'll ask our master Wan to help me pass the message first. The coachman pursed his lips and glanced out of the corner of his eye. He found a man who wasn't very tall standing under the eaves. The coachman, who originally wanted to kill him, suddenly sweated and said to Chen Pingan with a smile, okay, since Mr. Ma is willing to believe you, I certainly believe in your character. Chen Pingan, if you need my help in the future, you can find me at the 3rd Women Tomb Alley in the north of the town. I live in the small house at the northernmost end of the alley. Chen Pingan smiled and said, it's a deal. The coachman turned and left. Chen Pingan's forehead was sweating. When the man completely disappeared from his sight, he said to the two people, Li Huai, Lin Shui, come with me to see Li Baoping. Li Huai asked, Li Baoping already told you everything. Chen Pingan nodded. Dong Shuijing asked, what about Shi Chuanjia and Lin Shui? Chen Pingan smiled and said, they've already been brought over. Dong Shuijing glanced at him and didn't say anything. In that temporarily empty sword-casting room, Chen Pingan stood facing the 5 students sitting in rows on 2 long benches. According to age, they were Shi Chuanjia from the Dragon Rider Alley, Lin Shui from the Peach Leaf Alley, Dong Shuijing from the Apricot Blossom Alley, Li Baoping from the Fulu Street, and Li Huai from the westernmost part of the town. Except for Li Huai, who was the youngest and had a relatively large gap in age, the other 4 were only a few months apart. Chen Pingan asked, Li Huai and Dong Shuijing have already explained the situation. What do you think the outsider who calls himself Dolly's death warrior wants to do? Lin Shui, whose expensive fox fur coat had long since disappeared, said coldly, we don't even know why that Chui person wanted to kill Mr. Ma, so how can we talk about anything else? Shi Chuanjia clung tightly to Li Baoping's shoulder, her face slightly pale and still somewhat fearful. But after returning to the town, especially after seeing the relatively familiar Chen Pingan, this little girl with pigtails felt much more at ease. At the very least, she didn't have to worry that she would suddenly become as miserable as Mr. Ma after his death. When they were helping to dig a hole to bury him, Shi Chuanjia was so frightened that she hid far away, crying bitterly. From beginning to end, she was of no help. Li Huai was not much better. He hid even further away than her, his teeth chattering. At this moment, Li Huai was hugging his stomach, crying miserably. He muttered, hungry and thirsty. This is what it means to be hungry and cold. Father, mother, your son is living a very hard life. Li Baoping turned her head and glared. Li Huai. Li Huai hung his head and secretly tugged at the sleeve of Dong Shuijing, who was sitting on the far right. Shuijing, are you hungry? Dong Shuijing calmly said, I can pretend that I'm not hungry. Li Huai rolled his eyes. Li Baoping was disheartened. She unconsciously reached out to grab Shi Chuanjia's pigtails and shook it hard. In reality, everything is in a fog. We can't see through it or guess it. Lin Shui is right. The chess player on the other side is definitely a master. We are too inexperienced. The most important thing is to protect our lives. After confirming that there is no danger, we can talk about other things. For example, we can quickly greet our family members who have moved to Dolly's capital and tell them that we are safe. After Li Baoping said, "Tell them that they are safe," everyone unconsciously looked at the person wearing straw sandals opposite them. Chen Pingan was silent for a long time. Then he asked, "Since we can't figure out what others are thinking, we should figure out what we are thinking." Seeing that the 5 people opposite him had no objections, Chen Pingan asked, "Do you want to go to Dolly's capital safely and find your parents and elders? Or?" Li Huai painfully wailed. "My parents have taken my sister to God knows where to enjoy life. Why would I go to the capital? With my uncle's family's temper, once they are rich, they will only bully me more. In the past, they treated me as a thief, but in the future, won't they treat me as an enemy? The world is so big, but there is no place for me, Li Huai." Li Baoping went around Shi Chuanjia and hit Li Huai with a chestnut. Li Huai immediately lost his temper. Dong Shuijing thought for a while and said sullenly, "I want to study. If my parents stay in the town, I don't have to study. I can help them work in the fields. But if I go to the capital, what can I do? I don't even know how to speak Dolly's official language. I am not Li Baoping, a person who learns everything quickly. Besides, when my grandfather died, he wanted me to die in the school too. He said that if I can't be a scholar in the future, I shouldn't go to his grave. He didn't recognize me as his grandson. If the school in the town continues to operate, I will stay in the town." Shi Chuanjia's eyes were red. She said timidly, "I want to go to the capital to find my parents." Lin Shui, who was sitting on the far left of the bench, frowned. "I will go wherever it is safe." Li Baoping crossed her arms over her chest. Her eyes were shining and she was in high spirits. She said loudly, "I want to go to Cliff Academy. I want to go to the place where Mr. Qi studies." Li Baoping stood up and stood between Chen Pingan and his 4 classmates. She pointed at Dong Shuijing. "Not to mention Dolly, in the entire Eastern Aquarius continent, Mr. Qi's Cliff Academy is the most famous. If your grandfather knew that you stayed in the town to study and didn't go to Cliff Academy, I think he wouldn't be able to close his coffin. Of course, if you are afraid of dying, don't go. If you stay here and study for 10 years, you can be considered a half-baked scholar. It's better than dying on the way to school." Dong Shuijing's face turned red when he heard Li Baoping's words. Li Baoping pointed at Lin Shui. "Aren't you an illegitimate child who is looked down upon by others? And you also look down on a rich kid like me who was born in Falu Street. After you go to Cliff Academy, who dares to look down on you? Of course, Mr. Qi said that a gentleman doesn't stand under a collapsing wall. So, if Lin Shui is willing to stay here, I can't be bothered with you." As soon as Shi Chuanjia saw Li Baoping pointing at her, she burst into tears. Li Baoping's face was filled with anger and sorrow as she sat back down. Li Huai was puzzled and said, "Li Baoping, why didn't you scold me?" Li Baoping replied, "I don't want to talk to you." Li Huai was stunned. Then, he silently raised his head, his face full of grief and anger. Chen Pingan didn't look at the other 4 people. He only looked at the girl in the red jacket and asked, "Are you sure you want to go to Cliff Academy?" Li Baoping nodded. "Mr. Qi said that our Cliff Academy's collection of books is the best in the continent. Mr. Qi also said that even if he can't answer all my questions, I can find the answers from the books there. Our Cliff Academy." It was obvious that the girl had long regarded herself as a student of that academy. Chen Pingan finally asked, "Aren't you afraid of hardships?" The girl's aura weakened slightly. "I'm a little scared when I'm alone." Chen Pingan smiled brightly. Okay. Li Baoping looked confused. Ha. Chen Pingan said seriously, I'll accompany you to Cliff Academy. Li Baoping wanted to say something but stopped. Her eyes were red. If it weren't for the four cowards sitting next to her, this fearless girl in the red jacket would have burst into tears. A long, long time ago, when she went to the stream to catch the crab for the first time, she had secretly cried outside the house. That was why she could be so proud when she ran into the house. Chen Pingan waved at Li Baoping. When Li Baoping walked in front of him, he said to the other four people on the bench, the four of you wait here for a while. Li Baoping and I will go find someone and talk about something that will be related to you guys. So don't be in a hurry to leave. Then Chen Pingan held the girl's hand and walked out of the sword forging room together. The youth in straw sandals seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be talking to someone. I said that I must do what I promised. Li Baoping wiped her tears and said, but you also said that if I couldn't do it, I could say hello. Chen Pingan shook his head and said softly, Mr. Qi is no longer here. He can't hear me if I say hello. About half an hour later, even though the youth had already left with the girl in the red cotton padded jacket, the military Saint Wan Tian was still sitting on the small bamboo chair. He was still in a daze. Wan Xiao was also sitting on the chair. Looking at the empty bamboo chair, her heart was in a mess. The youth asked Wan Ju to help him buy 5 mountains, but he would soon leave the town. If he could not return, he would give 4 of the 5 mountains, Luopa Mountain, Treasure Hill Mountain, Iridescent Clouds Peak, and Immortal Grass Mountain, to Lu Xianyang, Gu Kan, Ning Yao, and Wan Xiu. He would only leave the lonely Zhenju Mountain for himself for 300 years. He could ask Master Wan to hire people to look after the 2 neighboring shops in the town. If the business wasn't good, it didn't matter if the shop closed for a day. However, he would keep the 100 or so ordinary snake gall stones and let Master Wan sell them there. The money he earned would be used to maintain the shop's operation. Although the 2 shops didn't need to worry about making money, the youth hoped that every worker in the shop would be told that the shop owner was a Qin family in Mud Bottle Alley. Also, Master Wan had to send the 4 students safely to the capital of Dali. As a reward, the youth gave half of the dragon beheading platform and all the remaining gold and copper coins to Master Wan. Wan Tian didn't refuse. However, Wan Tian said that he could only guarantee that he and Li Baoping would be sent to the southern border of Dali. After they left the border, their lives and wealth would be up to the heavens. Chen Pingan nodded in agreement. In the twilight, Chen Pingan walked to the town alone after settling the 5 children. He walked across the stone arch bridge, into the town, into Mud Bottle Alley, and back to his house. Night fell. The youth looked calm as he lit a lamp. The youth faced the lamp and didn't sleep, just like he did every year during the spring festival. The lamp flickered, reflecting the youth's silent and persevering eyes. On the stone arch bridge, someone laughed and asked, "The 1,000-year-old dark room is lit up with a light. Senior, what do you think?" Someone replied, "Yes." When Chen Pingan woke up, he found that he saw that person for the 4th time. She was hovering in the air, her snow-white sleeves fluttering in the wind. That person's toes touched the ground gently as she walked towards Chen Pingan. With every step, that person's face became clearer. That person was still tall, but she didn't look bloated at all. That person was actually a woman. To the youth, she could only be said to be extremely beautiful, so beautiful that she couldn't be more beautiful. She stood in front of the youth and finally stopped. She lowered her head and bent down, staring into the youth's clear eyes. She said softly, "I have waited for 8,000 years. Chen Pingan, although your cultivation talent is far from my previous master's, it doesn't matter. She lowered her head and moved closer, almost touching Chen Pingan's forehead with her forehead. Chen Pingan, I want to ask you to help me say a word to the four heavens outside. Is that okay? Chen Pingan nodded subconsciously. The tall woman suddenly smiled. She suddenly knelt on one knee. Even so, she only needed to raise her head slightly to meet the eyes of the thin Chen Pingan. Okay, from today onwards, Chen Pingan, you are my second and last master. Chen Pingan was stunned. The tall woman covered in snow-white light narrowed her eyes, a smile on her lips. She knelt on one knee towards the ignorant youth. She was in high spirits, and her eyes seemed to contain the scenery of mountains and rivers. She said in a deep voice, Chen Pingan, please repeat that oath with me. Is that okay? She stretched out a hand and gently placed it in front of the youth. Chen Pingan also stretched out a hand and gently placed it together. She closed her eyes and said slowly, the heavenly Tao has collapsed. I, Chen Pingan, only have one sword. I can move mountains, break rivers, overturn seas, subdue demons, suppress demons, order gods, pluck stars, destroy cities, and split open the heavens. The youth followed her and said in his heart, the heavenly Tao has collapsed. I, Chen Pingan, only have one sword. I can move mountains, break rivers, overturn seas, subdue demons, suppress demons, order gods, pluck stars, destroy cities, and split open the heavens. '85. When Chen Pingan woke up, he found that the oil lamp on the table was extinguished, and the sky outside the window was already bright. He only remembered the 5 sentences that the tall woman said to him. You will forget all the secrets I told you before when you wake up. You don't have to try to remember them. I just want to talk. If I show up now, even if the sages don't come to suppress you and me, you won't be able to bear it with your current body and spirit. It will do you more harm than good. Therefore, we set a 100-year time limit. As long as you successfully enter the 10th level of Qi trainers within 100 years, you can return to the stone arch bridge in the town and take the iron sword. I chose you as my master. In the future, you can't be arrogant and complacent because of this matter, and you can't belittle yourself. In the past 8,000 years, I have seen too many amazing talents. The recent ones, such as Chao Shi, Xia Shi, and Ma Kuxuan, are not worthy of my attention. Therefore, I chose you not because I am dying, but because I have no other choice. Although I can't fight with you for the time being, I still have to give you face. During the dragon-slaying war 3,000 years ago, I had nothing to do, so I watched the children fight. It was lively, but things were scattered all over the ground. I picked up a good-looking white jade pendant. It looked simple and elegant without any carvings. It was small and exquisite, and can be used to store things. It belongs to the age of the jade pendant. Compared with the popular Fengzuan arsenal and Fengzuan sword tomb, it is of a higher grade. The size of the space is about the same as your ancestral house in Mud Bottle Alley, and you don't need to show it to others. It can be nourished in the acupoint. I have already made you the same as it. When you touch something, you can store it in the acupoint where the jade pendant is located. Unless an Ascendant Realm cultivator breaks it by force, it won't be damaged at all. The bad news is that you can only use the jade pendant when you enter the middle 5 realms. Well, the last name is Immortal Sister. I like it very much, so I put 3 very small wisps of sword chi on you. Chen Pingan was in a daze. It felt like a lifetime ago. He just wanted to go back to his house and light up the lamp until dawn before leaving the town. He wanted to make up for the New Year's Eve that he was destined to not be able to do. Chen Pingan felt a headache coming on. Chen Pinggan's current body was already full of holes, not to mention the 5th and 10th levels of the Qi refinement warrior. He was like a dilapidated hut in a storm. It was extremely difficult to gather and store the wind. Therefore, how could he cultivate Qi and become an immortal? Not only was Chen Pinggan destined to be unable to cultivate, but if he wanted to survive, he had to rely on boxing to nourish his body. Ning Yao had once unintentionally mentioned that it was easy to break a person's root and aperture acupoints, just like how Kai Qin Qian had guided Chen Pinggan and forcibly enlightened his aperture acupoints. However, to reconstruct a complete body, especially one suitable for cultivation, was harder than ascending to heaven. In fact, the reason was very simple. If a child were to randomly hack at a door with a kitchen knife, it would only take some effort. However, it would be very difficult to repair that broken door. In fact, what Chen Pinggan was most afraid of was that he had promised Li Baoping to escort her to the Cliff Academy. It would be a long journey and it was hard to say if he could return to his hometown alive. Why was there an additional promise of 100 years? Chen Pinggan was honest with her at that time, but the lady in white dismissed him with one sentence. "It's okay, I have no room for regret now. I will recognize you, Chen Pinggan, as my master. If you die, I will just wait for my death." However, when he arrived at the shop assistant said that the shop had long stopped making these kinds of cakes. There was an old master who knew how to make them, but the shop was about to close down. The old master had long followed the shopkeeper to the capital to enjoy life. Chen Pinggan had no choice but to buy a bag of peach blossom cakes that Wanshou gave to Li Baoping yesterday. The youth walked out of the town and passed by the small temple where he and Ning Yao hid from the mountain-moving ape. He still had to go south until he came to a small mountain ridge. The youth then began to walk up. When he reached halfway up the mountain, he saw a barren field that had not been planted for many years. There were also 2 small mounds of earth. There were no weeds in the field or on the mounds. Chen Pinggan stood in front of the 2 mounds of earth and slowly squatted down. He took off the basket on his back and placed the things that were used to worship the ancestors one by one. The town had been like this for thousands of years. He did not know if it had been like this since the beginning or if the customs had changed later on. The people, regardless of whether they were rich or poor, did not kneel and kowtow when they went to worship the ancestors. They only needed to light 3 incense sticks and worship 3 times. After all, this youth from Mud Bottle Alley who had only been exposed to the 4 years of family customs was no exception. However, before he lit the incense, Chen Pinggan symbolically grabbed a handful of earth by his feet as usual. He added some earth to the mound and then gently pressed it down. This time, because he was in a hurry, he could only take the earth nearby. Otherwise, every time the youth went into the mountains, he would secretly take a handful of earth from each mountain and bring it here. Of course, there was no special meaning. He just wanted to feel at ease. The youth always felt that he had never been filial to his parents in his life. He had to do something to make himself feel better. In addition, Old Man Yao had said that the older generation of people who burned porcelain had paid attention to this tradition from generation to generation. Therefore, Chen Pinggan had persisted for so many years. The 2 small graves were close to each other, leaning against each other. There was no tombstone. After Chen Pinggan lit 3 incense sticks, he faced the mound and kowtowed 3 times. He then inserted the incense sticks in front of the mound. Only then did he open the pot of wine and gently pour it in front of him. In the end, Chen Pinggan stood up, closed his eyes and put his palms together. He told his parents what was in his heart. For example, this time, he brought along the little girl in a red cotton padded jacket named Li Baoping for a long trip. He did not know how many thousands of miles they would be away from their hometown. A handsome youth stood in a small temple by the road. He looked up at the names written on the wall with charcoal pencil. They were densely packed, crooked, big and small. Perhaps in the eyes of the townsfolk, those children's play was not worth mentioning. However, at this moment, in the eyes of this youth, it was like a bright Milky Way in history. Located above the territory of Dali in the eastern vase continent, Liju Grotto Heaven was the smallest of the 36 small grotto heavens. It was only 1,000 miles of mountains and rivers. If there were no spells or prohibitions, for the chi cultivators who could fly in the air, the scenery was really not enough. However, in Liju Grotto Heaven, apart from the treasures and artifacts left behind by the ancestors of the 100 schools of thought after they died in battle, there were also the people who were raised in this place. It could be said that they were really spiritual and magical. They were very different from other places. Just think about it. Two great chi cultivators became a pair of Taoist companions. Then, their offspring would definitely enter the middle 5 states. The possibility of entering the upper 5 states was actually not much higher than those children who could be brought out of the small town in Liju Grotto Heaven. One must know how many people there were in a small town. This was equivalent to a flood dragon emerging from a pond. Moreover, there could be 1 or 2 flood dragons in every generation. Therefore, this time, when Liju Grotto Heaven collapsed, as long as the monarchs of the various dynasties had a little sense of worry, they would be relieved of a heavy burden. The Song clan had finally broken this huge gold vein. It would definitely have an impact on the Dali Iron Cavalry's conquest of the south. Chui Dong was reluctant to withdraw his gaze for a long time. He had mixed feelings. Since ancient times, the imperial examination of the dynasty had been the friendship of schoolmates, peers, and fellow countrymen. It was the same on the path of cultivation. Now that the dust had settled in Liju Grotto Heaven, a good ending was exchanged for at the price of someone's death. Then, all the great cultivators who walked out of Liju Grotto Heaven would remember this kindness. It was just a difference of more or less. As for the 4 surnames and 10 clans and the forces behind them, it was even more so. It was a pity that although the Song clan did not lose any points in this turmoil, they did not gain any points either. However, Dali could have been more humane. For example, Wan Tong requested to enter Liju Grotto Heaven earlier. They should not have agreed so quickly. For example, if they knew that Qi Jingchen did not even use his heavenly cultivation in the end and only used 2 words to fight against those big shots, then when the 4 forces asked to take back the sage's bet, even if Dali's Ministry of Rights did not have the guts to refuse, they should have delayed it with righteous words, saying that it was against the rules. For example, the Dali imperial court should not have privately used the name of a letter to inform the 4 surnames and 10 clans that the great calamity had arrived. They should quickly withdraw the incense seeds of each clan and not be implicated by Qi Jingchuan's rebellious behavior. There were too many. Once Emperor Dali came back to his senses, or if he was greedy, then he, the imperial tutor who controlled half of the country's government and planned strategies thousands of miles away, would probably really be punished. However, at this time, the imperial tutor, Chui Dong, who was standing in the small temple, had a satisfied and leisurely look on his face, as if he did not care about Emperor Dali's anger at all. Chui Dong said to himself, "Wait a moment, wait a moment." Chui Dong looked around at the walls and memorized all the names. He was about to wave his sleeve to wipe away all the traces to prevent others from making a fuss about it in the future. However, at the moment he was about to make a move, Wan Qiong appeared at the door of the small temple and laughed sinisterly. "Good boy, you've got guts. How many times has it been?" Chui Dong laughed and said, "I haven't done it yet, have I?" A voice leisurely appeared near the small temple. "You guys just fight with all your might. I'll be responsible for cleaning up the mess." I guarantee that there won't be a situation like the AOU turning over and the mountain range being cut off. After you guys decide the winner, at most 10 or 20% of this 1,000 miles of mountains and rivers will be destroyed. Ruan Cheong, instead of being entangled by this guy, I think you should just end it with him. Don't be afraid of a thief stealing, but be afraid of a thief remembering. Chui Dong's expression did not change. He laughed and said, "Old Yang, killing without spilling blood, and even reaping the benefits of the fishermen. What a good trick." Ruan Cheong nodded, "I think so." Chui Dong hurriedly bowed and apologized. He smiled and begged for mercy. Okay. I'll just stroll around the small town, okay? Great Sage Ruan. And Senior Yang. Ruan Cheong was obviously weighing the pros and cons. Chui Dong said lightly, "Even if Senior Yang has the ability to protect most of the mountains and rivers, what if I focus on destroying Shinchuo Mountain's Hengming Peak?" Without waiting for Ruan Cheong to speak, Old Yang's voice sounded again, "If it were me, I wouldn't be able to bear it." Ruan Cheong said unhappily, "Get back to Erlang Alley." Chui Dong shook his head and walked out of the small temple leisurely. When he brushed past Ruan Cheong, he made a youthful face. When Chui Dong crossed the other side of the stream, Ruan Cheong turned around and saw the old man sitting on a dry bench in the temple, smoking a pipe. For the first time, the old man didn't mock and ridicule him. Instead, he smiled, "You really do care about your daughter." Ruan Cheong sighed. Obviously, he was very aggrieved by Chui Dong's provocation but didn't attack. He sat across from Old Yang and leaned against the wall. The corner of his mouth twitched. "I don't owe anything to the heavens or the earth. Now that I've even repaid the ancestral master, I only owe that girl's mother. She's gone, so how can I pay it back? I can only put what I owe her on my daughter." Old Yang smiled and said, "With your status and ability, plus your relationship with the Yinchun clan, it's not impossible to find your wife's present life." Ruan Cheong shook his head and said, "Her talent in her previous life was not good enough. Before she died, she hadn't reached the middle 5 realms. So even if she reincarnated into a human, there's no possibility of her awakening and knowing about her past life. In my opinion, without those memories and only a shell, she's no longer my wife. What's the point of finding her? It's enough to treat her as living in her own heart." Old Yang nodded and said, "You sure are open-minded. The military school's 10th floor is the hardest to break through. It's not without reason that you were able to surpass your peers." Ruan Cheong did not wish to delve into the matter and asked, "Do you think that person is bluffing?" Old Yang smiled and shook his head. "Then you're underestimating that person. A good man from the grasslands is willing to sacrifice himself to drag the emperor down from his horse. This person is probably someone who is willing to sacrifice himself to drag the Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestors down from their horses. Of course, I'm only talking about his temperament, not his ability." Ruan Cheong was skeptical. Old Yang used his pipe to point at the ground in front of the temple's entrance. There was a path that had been stepped on especially firmly by pedestrians. He said slowly, "This fellow is different from us. He feels that he's walking on a single plank bridge. So once he meets someone on a narrow path, he feels that he's letting himself down if he doesn't kill the other party. Or if someone behind him tries to cross him, it's also a path to death. You can't simply say that such a person is a good person or a bad person." Ruan Cheong suddenly jumped to another question and said slowly, "Chen Pingan's parents and ancestors were only ordinary people born and raised in a small town. How did his father know of the wonders of the intrinsic porcelain? Furthermore, why did he insist on breaking it at the cost of his life? Clearly, someone deliberately revealed the secrets of heaven to make him do such a thing." Old Yang fell silent for a long time. He exhaled a puff of smoke and finally said, "In the beginning, I thought it was just an ordinary family feud. By the time I realized that something was amiss, it was already too late. However, I couldn't be bothered to get involved in these murky schemes. It's just something I used to think about when I'm bored. Thinking about it, this was all targeted at Qi Jingchen. It seemed like a small move, but in the end, it was discovered that this move was the true killer move. In the words of a Go expert, it was a divine move. To be precise, it was not only to deal with Qi Jingchen, who was too lucky, but also to deal with the literary luck of the sage of literature. But now, Qi Jingchuan's last battle was too dazzling. Everyone is used to equating Qi Jingchuan's life and death with the survival of that literary lineage. In fact, it's not far off. The old man glanced at the solemn military saint and said, "When you entered the Black Pearl Grotto heaven in advance, I suspected that you were one of the people behind the scenes. Either the Wind Snow Temple and the Qin family of Yingyin had reached a deal, and you had to contribute to your sect, or you had secretly benefited from the Qin family of Yingyin, who was known as a worldly scholar, and thus established your sect here." Guan Qiong smiled calmly and said, "Senior Yang, you're overthinking it." The old man sneered and said, "Overthinking it doesn't mean that you're wrong. The reason why you can still have a clear conscience is that you military swordsmen are good at simplifying. Maybe when the truth comes out in the future, you'll realize that you're just one of the chess pieces." Guan Qiong's mind was still as firm as a rock. He laughed and said, "It doesn't matter. If it's really the Qin family of Yingyin or any other force that dares to use me as a chess piece, then I'll make arrangements for my daughter's retreat. One day, I'll kill all the way." Guan Qiong sneered in his heart, "If that's really the case, it's exactly what I want. 100 years, at most 100 years, I'll be able to forge that sword. Where can I go? Who can I kill?" Guan Qiong collected his thoughts and asked curiously, "Could it be that the young man from Mud Bottle Alley is really the successor of Qi Jingchen?" Old Yang lifted his smoking pipe and knocked on the wooden chair gently. He took out some tobacco leaves from the cloth bag at his waist and said angrily, "God knows." Guan Qiong knew that this old man in front of him had hidden a lot of secrets in his stomach over the long years. Guan Qiong smiled and asked, "If you want to enter the town, everyone has to first hand over a bag of gold and copper coins to the town's gatekeeper. This gatekeeper is that man called Jing Dafeng. I know that these priceless copper coins didn't fall into Emperor Dolly's pocket. So senior, you're the one who put them in the bag. What do you want to do with the money?" The old man asked in return, "If I ask you, Guan Qiong, how do you forge the sword in your heart, will you answer?" Guan Qiong laughed heartily. Old Yang said indifferently, "I want to move this temple." Guan Qiong was stunned but quickly replied, "As long as you don't move it outside, I have no objections." The old man nodded and smiled. "Since you're so straightforward, I can tell you a little secret." Guan Qiong nodded, indicating that he was willing to listen. The old man exhaled a mouthful of thick smoke. After it dissipated, wisps of smoke wrapped around the entire small temple. Actually, before this, the small temple had already been enveloped in a thin layer of white fog. Clearly, the old man had increased the concealment of the small temple for safety's sake. The old man sighed and slowly said, "Do you know what Qi Jingchuan's most formidable aspect is?" Guan Qiong smiled and said, "Naturally, it's his good talent, high perception, and terrifying cultivation. Otherwise, how could those great personages in the heavens be willing to face Qi Jingchen together?" The old man shook his head. If Qin Pingan is really the person chosen by Qi Jingchen, then someone outside is using Qin Pingan as a masterstroke. On the surface, it's been idle for 10 whole years, but in reality, it's been carefully operating in secret. Even I have been used in this period of time. The wonderful thing is that that person is playing chess outside of the chessboard. After the chess piece leaves the hand, that person is not a rigid chess piece after all. He will gradually grow his own life. Thus, he will become less and less like a chess piece, and his killing move will become more and more hidden. Moreover, next to this chess piece, there's another chess piece that seems to be extremely powerful. It's Song Jisun, the person that Emperor Dali has entrusted the hopes of the entire Song clan. He helps to attract attention from all sides and ultimately creates a great situation where the light is in the dark. Ruan Qiong's expression was heavy as he asked, Qi Jingchen is said to be the person who has the potential to establish a sect. Although someone is deliberately flattering Qi Jingchen, it's definitely not all nonsense. How can you not see some clues? I've only just figured out these twists and turns. Interesting, really interesting. If the bystanders are like this, what about the people involved? The old man suddenly laughed and even coughed a little. He slapped his thigh and clicked his tongue. But the people involved have long seen through it. Qi Jingchen, this scholar, is really not honest at all. Do you know what he did before he died? He deliberately ran over to my side. Other than giving Qin Pingan 2 very learned Shueishan seals, in the end Qi Jingchen and Qin Pingan traveled together for a period of time. He said a few words and finally left them for Qin Pingan. Ruan Qiong, take a guess. Ruan Qiong's interest was completely piqued, but he said, I can't guess Qi Jingchuan's thoughts. Old Yang sighed and said, Qi Jingchen said that a gentleman can be deceived. Ruan Qiong thought for a moment. At first, he didn't think much of it, but after a moment, his complexion changed. In the end, he clenched his fists and his face flushed red. He helplessly shook his head and said, I'm ashamed of my inferiority. I can't help but admit defeat. The old man nodded, his eyes drifting. The first meaning is for Qin Pingan to tell me, or perhaps everyone, how to deal with Qi Jingchen within the rules. In truth, it doesn't matter. Whether it's victory or defeat, life or death, Qi Jingchen has long since seen through it. The old man stood up and said in a low voice, the second meaning is for Qin Pingan 10 years from now, or even 100 years from now, to tell him that even if he learns the truth in the future, even if he learns that he is the chess piece that caused Qi Jingchuan's death, there is no need to blame himself, because Qi Jingchen already knows everything. Ruan Qiong suddenly stood up and strode away. This is so damn boring. The great Qi Jingchen died in such a cowardly manner. If it were me, with his cultivation and ability, I would have already stepped through the eastern Aquarius continent and broken the world with a single punch. Sullen, 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 let's go drink. The old man smiled and walked out of the small temple with one hand behind his back. The hand behind his back shook slightly, and the small temple disappeared into the old man's palm. He held it gently. Dali Imperial Tutor Cui Dong, the former first disciple of the Confucian sage of literature. I feel that your cultivation is also not limited to this, right? Then I will wait and see. Old Yang, who rarely left the small town, walked onto the stone arch bridge. His figure became more and more hunchbacked, and his expression was solemn. He did not say a word. He walked back and forth across the stone bridge twice, and both times he walked across it were calm and relaxed. After the old man walked down the stone bridge, he walked towards the small town with a sad expression. He thought to himself, is this really an opportunity that cannot be missed and will never come again? Even Ma Kushuan, who was born with destiny, is not qualified to meet you. Even if he is just a comrade of yours, not your master, he is still not qualified. What kind of person do you want to find before you are willing to nod your head? Not to mention the 5,000 years of accumulation, just the existence of the Pearl Grotto heaven alone is a full 3,000 years. 3,000 years. In such a long period of time, how many heroes that would dazzle the eyes of the Eastern Aquarius continent in the future had appeared. If they have your help, how could they not have the possibility to go up a few levels? Above the 11th or 12th level, even if it is only 2 levels, what kind of realm would that be? The stone bridge was silent. The iron sword hanging at the bottom of the bridge did not move at all. The old man exhaled softly and said self-deprecatingly, "What a good saying, the hero is not free." Forget it, forget it. Since it is so, then you can fend for yourself. I don't have to worry about fortune and misfortune depending on each other. Because of you, what little incense we have left will be destroyed. In this way, it is also a good thing. A small gamble is fun, and I don't have to worry about losing everything. Chen Pingan carried a medium-sized basket on his back and returned from the small mountain ridge. On the way back, he found that the temple was gone. The young man looked around blankly, and confirmed that he did not remember the wrong location. The small temple for people to rest in was indeed moved away like a stone. It was just that Chen Pingan was used to it now. He just had to get used to it. Chen Pingan came to the blacksmith shop and first went to the yellow mud house where he stored his belongings. He took what he should take and left what he should leave. Then, he went out and found the red cotton padded jacket girl, Li Baoping. Li Baoping stood in front of him with her head held high, and her face was full of joy. The little girl's body was already covered with embroidered bags and scented sachets, no less than 7 or 8 different kinds. She was also carrying a small wicker basket, covered with a bamboo hat that could block the wind and rain. It was just enough to cover the things in the wicker basket. It was probably the little girl's idea, and Ruan Xiu helped to pack it up. The green-clothed girl, Ruan Xiu, stood beside the red cotton padded jacket girl, looking very festive. Chen Pingan looked at the little girl and asked with a smile, "Did you bring food?" Li Baoping nodded and said, "Most of the things in the basket are food that Sister Ruan gave me. The rest are books. They're not heavy, not that heavy." Chen Pingan said, "Let me know when you're tired." The little girl puffed out her chest and said boldly, "How can I be tired?" With a gentle voice Ruan Xiu said, "The map of the northern part of the eastern vase continent, as well as the maps of the Great Li and Great Sui's respective provinces and counties, as well as a few smaller maps, are all in Li Baoping's basket. But after you leave Dolly's border, you'll have to ask for directions often. Fortunately, Li Baoping knows your Dolly official language and the language of the entire eastern bottle continent, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Also, I put some silver and copper coins inside. Compared to the gold and copper coins you gave my father, they are really nothing. So, Chen Pingan, please don't refuse." Chen Pingan smiled knowingly and said, "I'm not stupid. Why would I refuse money?" Ruan Xiu was a little annoyed and said, "You're not stupid. For them who have nothing to do with you." But as soon as the hurtful words came out of her mouth, the girl regretted it. She quickly stopped and didn't say anything else. Because not far away, there were 4 students who were no longer traveling together. Chen Pingan, who had been secretly winking, was relieved and said softly, "I'll have to trouble Miss Ruan with the things we talked about yesterday." Ruan Xiu nodded and said, "Don't worry, I'll keep those keys well. I'll tidy up the house every few days." Chen Pingan took a deep breath and said to Li Baoping, "Let's go." Li Baoping said happily, "Let's go." One was big and one was small. Even the basket was big and the other was small. In everyone's vision, the two walked further and further away. They went south to the Great Sui Kingdom. Along the way, the girl talked about the interesting things in the small town and finally talked about traveling. She said to Chen Pingan like an old man, "Scholars travel with books to study. The older ones need to use a sword to defend themselves. Also, it can show that they are good at both the pen and the sword." Chen Pingan was happy and said, "Yes, that's for you scholars. I'm not one." The girl was stunned and suddenly became silent. It seemed that the truth made her very discouraged. Cui Dong bought a pot of good liquor in the small town's wine shop and walked slowly to Erlang Lane. When he arrived at the Yuan family's ancestral home, Cui Dong paused when he was unlocking the door. In the end, he pushed the door open with a smile. He walked in quickly and closed the door. He walked to the side of the pool and looked at the man standing under the plaque in the main hall. He was illusory and full of light. Cui Dong sat on a chair beside the pool. He opened the pot of liquor and took a sniff. Then, he turned and smiled. "Even if you're only left with a remnant of your soul, it's still ungentlemanly to trespass on private property without invitation. Qi Jingchen, junior brother Qi, am I right?" The man turned around, and his face could be vaguely seen. It was the elegant teacher of the school, Qi Jingchen. He was also the mountain master of the Cliff Academy, who fought against the heavenly axiom with his own strength. Qi Jingchen smiled and said, "That day, you and Cui Minghuang were acting for Wu Yuan on the surface, but it was actually for me. Are you tired?" Cui Dong moved a chair and sat down. He smiled and said, "Oh. Then what did you see?" Qi Jingchen stood on the north side of the pool and faced Cui Dong, who was sitting on the south side. He asked, "Why did your cultivation level drop all the way from the 12th level of the Qi Refinement Warrior to the 10th level?" Cui Shi leaned back in his chair and shook the wine pot between his two fingers. "It's all because of our erudite teacher. Who would have thought that you had already started something new? That's why the teacher's statue kept falling down, but not only were you not affected, your level kept rising. I, on the other hand, have betrayed my teacher for so long, but I've never been able to get rid of the influence of his school on literature. The thing that made me feel the most hopeless was that I realized that in this lifetime, I had no hope of using my knowledge to suppress or surpass teacher. What should I do? I couldn't possibly be buried with teacher. The problem is that the collapse of teacher's statue has a huge impact. It's not like a stone smashing into the lake. It's more like a mountain falling into the lake. The waves are so huge that except for people like you who have already come ashore, almost no one can avoid it. It's even more so for me. Therefore, I thought of a small idea. Junior brother Qi, what do you think?" Qi Jingchen nodded and said, "Using other people's stone to attack jade and break my stubbornness." Cui Dong's eyes turned cold. He stopped shaking the wine pot. Qi Jingchen sighed and said, "The best outcome would be for your knowledge to surpass teacher and me, Qi Jingchen, and gain the recognition of heaven, earth, man, and God. However, it's a pity that you can't do it. Secondly, you hope that teacher's literature lineage will end in my hands. Then, you can take over. Even if you can't reach teacher's high position in the Confucian temple, it's still 1,000,000 times better than a so-called Dali imperial tutor. Lastly, you can use someone as your shadow. Then, you can meditate and do Buddhist meditation. If that person can stay true to his heart, it means that you have stayed true to your heart at a certain threshold. In the end, it will become the opportunity for you to ascend from the 10th level to the 11th level." Qi Jingchen shook his head and said, "Cui Dong, do you think that this deal is a sure win for you? I know that you've already prepared a backup plan. Even if Chen Pingan can still maintain a pure and firm state of mind, you'll still have a backup plan. For example, you'll magnify the shortcomings of those ignorant children to wear down Chen Pingan's state of mind. Like grinding a mirror with a stone, you'll make the mirror rough and eventually shatter. Then, once Chen Pingan is the scholar that I choose to pass on to the next generation, you'll be able to succeed. You'll take over the fate of teacher and Qi Jingchuan's literature lineage. The final result will be much greater than the third method, Buddhist meditation. Cui Dong's face turned pale. Qi Jingchen smiled and said, if you're willing to let go now, I can promise you that you'll achieve the third result. Although it's the worst, it's still a great thing for you, Cui Dong. After so many years of scheming, you'll finally get what you want. Cui Dong stood up and sneered, Qi Jingchen, you're a thing that's about to die. You're half human and half ghost. Do you think you're qualified to negotiate with me? Qi Jingchen's face was as usual, I'll give you one last chance. Cui Dong's face was ferocious, how dare you ruin my state of mind? Qi Jingchen looked sad and said softly, Senior Brother Cui. Cui Dong suddenly smashed the wine pot in his hand on the ground and took a step forward. He pointed his finger at Qi Jingchen, who was separated by a pool on the ground and a patio in the sky, and said sternly, I don't believe that you, Qi Jingchen, can beat me. Qi Jingchen put one hand behind his back and flicked his sleeve with the other. The wine flowing around Cui Dong's feet slid into the pool and formed a mysterious water curtain with ripples. It was exactly the same as Cui Dong's previous actions. They were indeed brothers from the same sect in the past. Every move he made was filled with the elegance of a scholar. In the water curtain, there was a young man and a young girl with a basket on their backs. The young girl in the red cotton padded jacket walked sideways. She was raising her head and asking the young man questions. The young man in straw sandals smiled and patiently answered the young girl's strange and imaginative questions. If he encountered a difficult problem, the young man would say that he didn't know. The young man didn't feel embarrassed, and the young girl didn't feel bored. Qi Jingchen asked, Cui Dong, do you still not understand? Cui Dong stared at the scene. His face was pale and his lips trembled. He muttered, this is impossible. Finally, he raised his head. The young imperial tutor with a mole between his eyebrows had his delicate face twisted to a terrifying degree. Qi Jingchen, you actually chose a woman to be your only direct disciple? Qi Jingchen looked at the young man's face, which was already unfamiliar to him, and asked with a smile, why not? Cui Dong took a deep breath and the corners of his mouth curled up. But the young man's temperament doesn't change. If worse comes to worst, I'll withdraw all my backup plans and help him find whetstones along the way. I can still win. It's just that I won't win as much. What, Qi Jingchen, do you want to turn around and harm Qin Pingan in order to block my path? Cui Dong's face was crazy and he was extremely proud. I share honor and disgrace with that young man in Mud Bottle Alley. Qi Jingchen, how can you fight with me? Qi Jingchen said calmly, I advise you to cut off this connection now. It's not too late to stop now. At most, you'll fall from the 10th floor to the 6th floor and still be considered to be in the middle 5 realms. Cui Dong's face was gloomy. Qi Jingchen, have you lost your mind? Qi Jingchen glanced at Cui Dong and sighed. He stretched out 2 fingers and shook them lightly. The young man in straw sandals and the young lady in the red cotton padded jacket did not notice at all. However, Cui Dong watched helplessly as a jasper hairpin suddenly appeared on the young man's head and was quietly inserted into his hair bun. Cui Dong's face was filled with shock and fear. He stretched out his hand and trembled as he pointed at Qi Jingchen. Qi Jingchen, he could not even utter the last word, Chen, no matter what. In an instant, Cui Dong, whose Dao heart was on the verge of collapse, was bleeding from his 7 orifices. He fell back into the chair and quickly formed the treasure bottle seal with both hands. He said hoarsely, calm the soul and settle the spirit. Qi Jingchen raised his head and looked at the courtyard. He did not look at Cui Dong, who was in a terrible state. He said, you must remember that you have suffered a loss. If you dare to secretly trip me up again within 60 years, I have my ways to make you fall from the 5th level of chi refinement warrior to an ordinary person. Of course, given your character, you will definitely not believe me. It's okay. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. The first time, I told you not to lose confidence in me. You did not believe me and ended up falling. Before I came to the Black Pearl Grotto Heaven, I told you not to do anything to Cliff Academy. You still did not believe me. So this time, it's still up to you. Qi Jingchen left the Yuan family's ancestral residence in Erlang Alley and walked in the human world for the last time. He first went to the school, then to the Stone Arch Bridge, then to the grave of his junior brother, Ma Zhan. Finally, Qi Jingchen went to the heavens. Finally, at the very end, Qi Jingchen returned to the ground and quietly walked beside the young man in straw sandals and the young lady in the red cotton padded jacket. He walked side by side with them. It was just that they did not know. With every step the three of them took, Mr. Qi's figure dissipated a little. He finally stopped in his tracks and looked at the backs of the two children who were heading south. This scholar was worried, regretful, reluctant, gratified and proud. He waved his hand gently and bid farewell silently. That was it. Pretty good. Why is there a jade hairpin on your head? Ha! I don't know. When did this happen? Chen Pin gone. You're actually a rich man, right? I'm really not. At least I'm not anymore. I'm only rich for a few days. Okay. Then what's with the wooden sword in your basket? I don't know either. Chen Pin gone. If you continue to be like this, I really won't like you today. I really don't know, forget it, forget it. I'll stop liking you tomorrow. A young man with green mountains and clear waters followed by a young lady. '86, in the Yuan family's ancestral home in Erlang Alley, Cui Dong sat on a chair bathed in blood. His hands formed the seal of Aquarius, and he struggled to protect this body from collapsing. This was not only because this body was extremely difficult to find, but also because this body was like a cage that locked up his soul. In a short period of time, not to mention traveling between the capital of Dali and the mountains and rivers of Longquan like before, once his body was destroyed, his soul would be completely separated and incomplete. He would really be reduced to a fish in a pond at the bottom of the middle 5 realms for the rest of his life. Those wolves, tigers, and leopards that used to tremble and crawl under his feet could now easily kill him. Although both his body and mind were heavily injured, after Chuisher spat out a mouthful of blood, he still held on to the armrest of the chair and stood up with trembling hands and feet. He knew very well that the more it was like this, the more difficult it was for him to breathe. Chuisher raised his head and looked towards the sky well. There had once been the voice of the military saint, Wuantang. However, right now, he had already lost the ability to whisper to Wuantang. Cui Dong said hoarsely, "Come out." A young man with an exquisite appearance walked out from the side room. His face was full of fear. He walked in front of Cui Dong, not knowing what to do. Cui Dong trusted the spies and death warriors under his command in the small town, but he only trusted their loyalty to him, the imperial tutor of Dali. However, Cui Dong did not trust their strength at all. He did not have the extravagant hope that they could safely escort him back to the capital. Perhaps before he even left the small town, one of the chess pieces that Song Zhangqiang or that woman had placed in the 4 families and 10 clans would be waiting for an opportunity to act. Therefore, Cui Dong ordered the young man, "Go to the blacksmith shop and find Master Wan. Invite him to come here. Just say that I, Cui Dong, have a favor to ask of him and am willing to make a big deal with him. It has to do with the bestowal of the mountain god of Shinqiu Mountain." Don't forget, it's invite. If Ruanteng refuses to come, then you don't need to return to this house in the future. The yin spirit that I have temporarily placed in your body will not be able to withstand the erosion of the yang qi astral wind for a few days. The young man's face was pale as he nodded vigorously. Chui Dong slumped back into his chair and warned, when you go out, look more natural. Don't look like your parents are dead. Otherwise, even an idiot will know that something is wrong with me. The young man nodded timidly and quickly left. However, Chui Dong had just closed his eyes. It was truly comical. He had been reduced to a situation where the soul's exit was sealed. Now, he actually had to help sew and mend it, becoming the tinkerer of this cage. A series of familiar footsteps sounded. Chui Dong suddenly opened his eyes and was about to scold the puppet for its incompetence. However, when he saw the uninvited guest beside the porcelain young man, Chui Dong immediately changed his expression. He smiled at the young man and said, "Go and bring a chair for Elder Yang and a cup of tea." The old man smoked a pipe with one hand behind his back. He looked around, not looking at the young imperial tutor who had met a miserable end. He chuckled and said, "The restriction here was personally set up by you, Chui Dong. Now, I feel like someone has broken in, but the owner is still sleeping. Imperial tutor Darren, have you encountered some trouble? Do you need me to help?" Chui Dong's expression was normal. He shook his head and said, "No need." The old man sat on the chair that the young man had brought over. He was to the east, while Chui Dong was to the south, facing the north. He was facing the plaque of the Yuan clan's main hall. The old man glanced at the cautious and curious young man and said emotionally, "When it comes to the matter of the soul, your attainments are truly not bad." Chui Dong asked, "If we speak now, can Wanju hear us?" Old Yang smiled and said, "Wanju has a bad temper. He has nothing better to do than to peep at your movements. If you didn't provoke him time and time again, do you think he would be willing to talk to you?" Chui Dong said in a low voice, "Caution is the parent of safety." This was the second time that Chui Dong had said this to this elder Yang. The first time was at the old porcelain mountain. The old man smoked his pipe and said, "That makes sense." Chui Dong waited for a moment and said, "Is that okay?" The old man nodded gently. "Imperial tutor Chui, speak freely." Chui Dong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand and asked, "Should I call Mr. First Heavenly Monarch Qing Tong? Or the more famous one?" The old man expressionlessly interrupted Chui Dong, "Enough." As expected, Chui Shi did not continue speaking. He sighed with emotion and said, "To be honest, this junior is fascinated by that battle." Chui Dong laughed inexplicably. "I don't hate that I didn't meet the divine monarchs. I only hate that the divine monarchs didn't meet me. When I was studying under Mr., this was the first time I came into contact with the inside story. At that time, Mr. criticized me for not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth and speaking without thinking. Now that I think about it, Mr. was right and I was wrong." The old man waved his hand and said, "I'm not interested in the quarrel between master and disciple in your sect." Chui Dong sneered and said, "Then did you come here just to laugh at me?" Old Yang asked, "I'm a little curious." Song Zhangqiang, the king of Dali, is a martial artist who aspires to reach the 11th realm of martial arts. Why are you so incompatible with him? Chui Dong shook his head and said, "It's not that Song Zhangqiang and I want to fight to the death. It's just that there's a powerful woman in Dali who can't tolerate him. When Chen Pingan's life porcelain was broken, it was her who personally planned it behind the scenes. Even the greedy Ma family of Apricot Blossom Alley was not willing to take action. There were also the Liu family, the Song family, and so on. The purpose was to make it easier for her son to seize the opportunity. Of course, I don't deny that I used Chen Pingan to deal with Qi Jingchen. It's indeed one of the few miraculous moves that I, Cui Dong, have in my life. Qi Jingchen is one step ahead, so I admit defeat. But I still don't think this move is bad. Old Yang exhaled smoke and squinted his eyes, saying, when the life porcelain was broken, the young man in Clay Bottle Alley was like a candle flame, especially eye-catching. Naturally, it was easy to create a situation where moths flew to the flame. The woman you mentioned was right. If not, the girl who was condensed from the remnant of the real dragon spirit and essence would have rushed to Chen Pingan instinctively. But when she escaped from the dragon-locking well and arrived at Clay Bottle Alley, she realized that there was a strong dragon chi in Song Jisun's house. To her, it was the most delicious food in the world. So she tried her best to knock on his door. Unfortunately, she was too weak and fell into the snow pile in front of Chen Pingan's house. Later, it was Chen Pingan who saved her. But when she woke up, she was unwilling to sign a contract with such an ordinary person. After all, it was tantamount to suicide. So she claimed to be the new maidservant of Song Jisun's house. Chen Pingan stupidly gave away the biggest opportunity of the Great Way in Lizhu Cave Heaven with both hands. Speaking of which, Chen Pingan at that time was like a rebellious son of a big family, a rebellious minister of a big country. He was indeed suppressed by the way of heaven and could not keep any good fortune. The old man shook his head, saying, "You can see it, but you can't touch it, and you can't hold it." Cui Dong quietly listened to the old man's narration and returned to the topic. Even His Majesty believed that his younger brother, Song Jianqiang, was never interested in the dragon throne. Unfortunately, there was one time when His Majesty asked me for advice on Go. That woman was also watching the game and giving His Majesty advice so that the game would not end early. His Majesty suddenly asked me if he, a vassal king on the battlefield, would suddenly lead an army to Dali's capital one day and use the knife in his hand to ask him for the throne. Of course, I answered honestly and said that His Highness would not do that. However, if there really came a day when a large group of generals and warriors under His Highness's command with outstanding military achievements had the idea of becoming a minister supporting the dragon, and His Highness had already reached the 10th realm, or even the legendary 11th realm, and felt that life was very boring, and with everyone around him bewitching and encouraging him, he might as well wear the dragon robe and sit on the dragon throne, so that he would not disappoint the hearts of the generals and soldiers. After I said that, the emperor of the Great Li dynasty laughed. Finally, His Majesty turned to the woman beside him and asked, "What do you think?" The woman told him, "His Majesty, the emperor's ambition is not big enough. Half of the Eastern Treasure Island can fill his stomach, but Song Jianqiang is different. The higher his martial achievements in the future, the more he will want to go higher." After listening to the woman's words, His Majesty laughed and said that both of us were talking nonsense. Words that hurt the heart and destroyed the cornerstone of Dali, and should be taken away and beheaded. However, today is a good day, and it is better to talk with hands than to kill with hands. For the time being, both of your heads should be kept. Old Yang laughed and said, "Song Jianqiang is really unlucky to have met you two opponents. A woman is blowing pillow talk, and a confidant is slandering him." Cui Shi asked straightforwardly, "Why are you looking for me?" Old Yang said something strange that came out of nowhere. "We believe that generals and ministers have guts, wealth and honor have roots, and life and death are fated. You don't believe it." When it came to this matter, Cui Dong did not back down. He did not have the cowardice of having his life and death in the hands of others. He sneered and said, "Although I don't think the current batch is good, I don't think you are good people either." Old Yang looked at Cui Dong and said, "Tell me, why did Qi Jingchen choose Chen Pingan?" Cui Dong smiled and said, "Guess." Obviously, Cui Dong would not tell the answer. Because it involved his Tao heart. Old Yang asked, "Do you really think I won't kill you?" Chui Dong nodded and said, "You don't dare. Even if I raise a dog, at this time, for wealth and future, he may dare to kill me, but you are the only one who doesn't dare." Old Yang laughed and said, "You are so smart, how can you lose to Qi Jingchen?" Chui Dong slumped against the back of the chair and said self-mockingly, "Qi Jingchen has a saying that can answer your question. In the world, only a pure heart can't be tested." Old Yang shook his head and said, "See, this is the result of you not believing in fate. It is inexplicable, illusory, surrounded by clouds and fog, and has no roots and feet." Chui Dong laughed and said, "Why, senior, do you want me to walk on your path?" Old Yang asked back, "Don't you want to reunite and return to the peak? What's more, you worship the word merit, the essence of which is similar to ours." Chui Dong stretched out a finger and pointed at Old Yang with a trembling finger. He almost laughed to tears and said sarcastically, "Although I, Chui Dong, can't compare to my master and Qi Jingchen, but for the so-called immortal golden body, I ended up being a lackey guarding the house and being ordered to come and go by those people I originally looked down on. Am I crazy, or are you crazy? Old senior, I don't want to criticize you, but are you desperate? Or are you in the same situation as me, suddenly met with a change and ruined a long-planned plan?" Old Yang said lightly, "Who do you think can order me around?" Chui Dong suddenly narrowed his eyes, his face solemn, and kept silent. Old Yang sat cross-legged and looked at the courtyard with a serene expression. People say that there is a god 3 feet above one's head. In fact, it's long gone. Chui Dong took a deep breath and said, "Let me give you a piece of advice. If you did something to that young man, it's better to cut it off as soon as possible." Old Yang shook his head and said slowly, "No." Chui Dong smiled and said, "I guess Qi Jingchen also cleaned up all the loose ends before he died. Plus, you and I are considered clean. That means that except for the woman in Dolly's capital who may have bad intentions, Chen Pingan has nothing to worry about." Old Yang suddenly said, "Since we can't be kindred spirits, it's okay. We can make a fair deal." Chui Dong didn't ask and said without hesitation, "I agree." First, they walked for 5 miles. Chen Pingan let the girl in the red cotton-padded jacket rest for a while. Then, they walked for 4 miles and then 3 miles before stopping to rest. The two sat on the smooth stones by the stream. They went south and temporarily took a detour because they generally followed the direction of the stream. Otherwise, the mountain road was difficult and Li Baoping wouldn't be able to keep up. Although the girl's physical strength was outstanding and far exceeded that of her peers, she was still an 8 or 9-year-old child. No matter how good her foundation was, she couldn't compare to an adult. Chen Pingan couldn't carry the girl with his own legs. Li Baoping sat there sweating. She saw Chen Pingan suddenly take off his straw sandals, roll up his trousers and go into the water. Probably because the water surface of the stream was much wider, the water level was not higher than the knees. She could see many small blue fish swimming around. They were very flexible and most of them were the length of a palm. From the first time Li Baoping walked into the stream in her life, she dreamed that one day she would be able to catch fish. However, fish were much more cunning than crabs or shrimps. Li Baoping couldn't do anything to them. In the past, she also learned from others and secretly cut down a bamboo to make a fishing rod. However, the same fishing rod, fishing hook, fishing line, and earthworms, she could never catch fish in the stream. The girl often hid under the shade of the trees by the riverside. Although she could squat and fish for an entire afternoon, she didn't have any harvest. Others had used a few green bristles to fill their fish baskets and went home happily to their parents. Only the girl didn't have any harvest. Therefore, in the girl's mind, Chen Pingan, who seemed to be omnipotent, went into the mountains and into the water, burned charcoal, collected herbs, and caught snakes, actually had a very high image. She had only told these secrets to Shi Chuanjia. At this time, the girls saw that Qin Pingan first found a place near the shore, where there seemed to be a lot of fish hiding under the big bluestone here. Then he began to build a dam a little upstream. It was almost as long as Li Baoping's height. It was made of large and small stones piled up in the stream nearby. There would still be water flowing down through the gaps between the stones. Qin Pingan was not in a hurry to block the gaps with gravel and sand. Instead, he built 2 dams, one horizontal and one vertical. In the end, it looked like he was building a small pond. Li Baoping came to the shore near the pond and squatted down. She opened her eyes wide and watched Qin Pingan begin to sew up the holes. His movements were fast and beautiful. At the same time, Li Baoping also noticed that when Qin Pingan lowered his head to work, his face was calm and his expression was focused. His mind was immersed in the work, and there was no distraction in his mind. It was like a girl studying in a village school. When she saw Mr. Qi writing for the first time, there was an indescribable feeling of comfort in her heart. As the upper dam was almost seamless and no water could enter, the side dams were the same. The downstream dam was only used to prevent the fish from escaping, so it did not use a handful of sand to cover the door. Therefore, the water level of this fish pond gradually decreased. Li Baoping's little face was filled with happiness. She clenched her fists and muttered to herself. She was even more nervous than Qin Pingan, who was sitting on the stone and resting for a while. Qin Pingan began to walk into the pond and scooped water out with both hands. Li Baoping clicked her tongue and said, "Qin Pingan, what you're doing is called draining the pond to catch fish." "Oh, no, that's a derogatory term. You're taking drastic measures to deal with the problem." Qin Pingan smiled and asked casually, "I used to see you fishing by the stream. How big was the fish you caught?" Li Baoping sighed, "The fish are too smart. I could only use a green foxtail to lure the crabs out of their nests. Fishing is so difficult." Qin Pingan couldn't help but ask, "Did you make the fishing rod yourself?" Li Baoping nodded vigorously and said, "Yes, there's a purple bamboo forest in the corner of my backyard. It said that it was planted by my grandfather's grandfather. My father and the others guard it very tightly. When I asked to make a fishing rod, I was rejected. It wasn't easy for me to secretly cut one. I had to grind it bit by bit with scissors. It was so tiring. The water in the pond was getting murkier and murkier. Some fish had already begun to escape, splashing water everywhere. Qin Pingan was used to this. He raised his head and smiled. That bamboo wasn't too thin. Why did you cut off the head and tail? Li Baoping said blankly, "Yes. I was afraid that if the fishing rod was too thin, the fish I caught would be too big. What if it broke? If I went to the purple bamboo forest to find a fishing rod again, even if my father didn't beat me, I didn't want to use scissors to deal with the bamboo anymore." Qin Pingan helplessly said, "How can there be someone who uses a bamboo rod to fish? The fish in our stream aren't that big. Once the fishing rod is thick, you won't be able to tell if it's hooked or if it's just rubbing against the bait. They definitely won't bite the hook the first few times. The fish aren't stupid. If you cast the fishing rod too early, you definitely won't be able to catch it. When fishing, you have to make a fishing rod with a suitable thickness. It also depends on the season and whether it's sunny or rainy weather. You also have to find a fish nest and a fish nest. The hook and bait are also very particular." The red cotton-padded jacket girl's mouth was wide open. She was a little embarrassed. In fact, there was one thing that she didn't tell Qin Pingan. The hook at the end of the fishing line hanging on the bamboo rod was made by her with an embroidery needle at home. Maybe it was a little too big, but it was difficult for the fish to swallow the hook. Li Baoping told herself in her heart that it's okay, it's okay. I'm young and ignorant. It's understandable. Chen Pingan saw that the little girl was a little unhappy. He had to comfort her, but after so many years, you haven't caught a single fish. I think it's even more amazing. Li Baoping's eyes lit up. The little girl seemed to have opened up a knot in her heart for many years. She suddenly became energetic. She curiously asked, "Why do we have to catch fish? We still have so much to eat." Chen Pingan explained, "Think about it. There's a saying that's sitting and eating until the mountain is empty. Even a mountain can be eaten until it's empty, let alone two small backpacks like us. So we have to save a little. The road ahead is long." Li Baoping thought deeply and eagerly said, "Teach a man to fish rather than give him a fish. Things like cutting bamboo to make a fishing rod and catching fish, you can teach me in the future." Catch. Chen Pingan easily caught a blue and red slate fish and gently threw it to the little girl with a smile. Looking at Li Baoping, who was in a hurry, he said, "You're too young. Just do what you can. You don't have to compete with me in everything. I'm taking care of you to go to Cliff Academy to study." The little girl finally caught the fish with both hands and said righteously, "Wrong, wrong." Mr. Chi said that we have to read thousands of books and travel thousands of miles. I only have 5 books in my backpack, so I need to go to the library of the academy to read the rest. But traveling thousands of miles is also something that a scholar must do. Traveling with a book means traveling with a book box. Traveling with a book box means traveling with great rivers and mountains while practicing moral knowledge. One of the two is indispensable. Otherwise, you'll be a cripple. You have a lot of green bristles around you. They can be strung together by passing through the gills. If you're afraid of breaking them, you can put 2 or 3 green bristles together. Chen Pingan taught her how to deal with the trophies and asked, "Traveling with a book box means carrying a book box, right? Is it the kind that Chin Song Fong from Dragon Tail Commandery carries? It's made of bamboo and is very beautiful. If we pass by a bamboo forest in the future, I can make one for you. I also need to make a fishing rod. It's close to the water. If we go further down, the water will be deep. You can't catch fish like you did today." The little girl squatted on the shore and strung up the slate fish one by one. After hearing these words, she was so happy that she jumped up and said, "Really?" Chen Pingan said with a smile, "Why would I lie to you? Alas, be careful. Don't jump. Be careful not to fall into the stream with the fish. The fish can't run away, but what if you catch a cold?" The little girl in the red cotton padded jacket squatted down and said with a bright smile, "I'm happy. I'm finally going to have my own little book box." Chen Pingan squatted in the almost dry stream. His head was close to the stone, and he reached under the stone to fish. This kind of fish can be eaten raw after being dried. If you think it's dirty, I can remove the internal organs. I didn't need them before. Li Baoping hesitated for a while and said timidly, "How about removing the internal organs?" Chen Pingan took out another slate fish and gently threw it into the grass on the shore. "It's up to you. I'll do it later." Li Baoping, who was holding 3 skewers of fish, quickly said, "Let me do it." Chen Pingan nodded and continued to fish under the stone. After a while, with a splash, the little girl not far away stood in the stream and cried. Chen Pingan quickly got up and ran over. He asked nervously, "What's wrong?" The little girl cried heartbreakingly. "There's a fish. I just took it from the dog's tail grass. It looked like it was dying. I didn't expect that when I put it in the water, it would shake its tail and run away. I couldn't catch it. Chen Pingon couldn't help laughing. He bent down to help her roll up her wet trousers and gently carried her to the shore. He asked her to take off her shoes and said that he would deal with the fish. The little girl obediently took off her shoes, but she was still crying sadly. She always felt that she had done something very wrong to him. She felt that the sky was about to fall. Chen Pingon skillfully opened the fish's stomach and squeezed out the internal organs. He tried hard to hold back his laughter, thinking that it was better not to sprinkle salt on the little girl's wound. Chen Pingon finally turned to the little girl and gently picked up the 3 skewers of cleaned fish. It was a big harvest. The little girl smiled through her tears and said with a tear-stained face, "One ran away, but there's still so many left." Chen Pingon walked to her side and sat down. He handed the 3 skewers of fish to her and rubbed her head. "Yes, so if you encounter this kind of thing in the future, don't be so sad." The little girl raised the 3 skewers of fish high in front of her eyes and said happily, "Okay." Chen Pingon said softly, "In the future, I'll make a few pairs of straw shoes for you. I promise you won't rub your feet." The little girl's eyes lit up. "Can I?" Chen Pingon lowered his head and helped her wring the water on her trousers. "It's very simple." The little girl sighed. "You know everything, but I don't know anything." Chen Pingon smiled and said, "In the future, you can teach me how to read and write. I don't know many words now, only about 500. When Li Baoping heard this, she immediately nodded and said, "It's a deal." The 2 of them sat side by side and looked at the slowly flowing stream. Li Baoping asked casually, "Do you know what this stream is called?" "Dragon Whisker Stream." "How do you know this stream is called Dragon Whisker Stream?" "When I went into the mountains last time, I brought 2 maps. Master Wan said that they were maps of the situation of our Longquan County. The map was labeled as Dragon Whisker Stream, but when it flowed from the southeast to the south, the red line on the map gradually became thicker, and then it was renamed Tifu River. If that's the case, then let me tell you. Our Dali Imperial Court has 6 departments. Among them, the Department of Rights has 3 officials, Heaven, Earth, and Man. The Earth official is responsible for drawing these maps, but there will also be geomasters from Kintianjian to help lead the way. They walk through the mountains and rivers together. It's equivalent to measuring a dynasty's territory step by step with their feet and drawing it inch by inch on a map. Chen Pingon, do you think those Earth official and geomasters are powerful? Why? Do you want to be an Earth official of the Department of Rights or a geomaster from Kintianjian when you grow up? Chen Pingon, don't you know? Women can't be officials. And it's not just our Dolly that's like this. It seems like the whole world is like this. People like me and Shi Chuanjia can study, but I've never heard of a woman becoming a teacher or being called a teacher. I see. By the way, Chen Pingon, you said that the jade hairpin on your head was given to Mr. Qi by Mr. Qi's husband, and then Mr. Qi gave it to you. That's right. Chen Pingon, then from today onwards, I'll call you young martial uncle. Why? After you become my young martial uncle, if one day I make you unhappy and you decide to abandon me, you'll definitely ask yourself, Chen Pingon, am Li Baoping's young martial uncle. Of course I have to go through thick and thin with such a good girl. Can you not call me young martial uncle? Don't worry, I won't abandon you either. No. Then I won't make you little bamboo boxes and straw sandals. It's okay, I'm not afraid. I'll call you young martial uncle. How can there be a young martial uncle in the world who won't make me little bamboo boxes and straw sandals? '87. If Chin Pingan was alone, even if he had to carry a heavy load, it wouldn't be difficult for him to walk 100 li in a day. One had to know that during this period of time, he would have to cross streams and climb cliffs. Therefore, this time, Chin Pingan brought the girl in the red cotton padded jacket and walked very easily. When he had nothing to do, he began to practice his stance walking. Because he had Li Baoping by his side, he didn't have to use his full strength and mental strength. Instead, it was relatively natural. In order to take care of Li Baoping, he even deliberately slowed down his stance walking speed and reduced the distance between his steps. This made Chin Pingan, who had finally found the knack of it, feel as if he had been beaten back to his original state and became awkward again. At this time, the two of them had already walked about 20 li. Li Baoping still had some strength left and didn't seem to be suffering. The girl only reached out her hand to wipe the sweat on her forehead and asked, "Young martial uncle, are you practicing boxing?" Chin Pingan stopped his stance walking and nodded, "Yes." Li Baoping asked again, "Then, do you know where the source of this fist art, the foundation of this fist art, is located?" Chin Pingan was confused. "What do you mean?" "I only know that there are many acupoints in the human body. The reason why I can remember a few hundred words is mainly because I want to remember the names of those acupoints. However, I haven't had the time to ask what they have to do with boxing. There was a Miss Ning who saw my boxing manual but didn't tell me. She only said that when it comes to boxing, you can't take shortcuts. You have to rely on hard work bit by bit. The sister Wan said that she practiced swordsmanship. Her family's method of qi was passed down in her family and it wasn't good for her to tell others. Therefore, I didn't have a deep conversation with her at that time. In fact, at that time, the straw-sandal youth felt that he was destined to walk around this small town for the rest of his life. Therefore, he had plenty of time and opportunities to ask Wan Xiu. Li Baoping widened her eyes in disbelief. She said in a heavier tone, "Young martial uncle. You don't even know this and you dare to practice boxing. Don't you know that practicing martial arts carelessly, especially external martial arts, can easily harm one's vitality?" Practicing martial arts was actually similar to searching for dragons and acupoints by geomasters. However, while geomasters searched for acupoints in mountains and rivers, martial cultivators searched for and excavated the treasures in their bodies. After one found them, one had to use the appropriate method before one could be considered to have reached a higher level on the path of martial arts. No, young martial uncle, I have to explain this to you. You can only learn it after you understand it. Looking at her determined expression, Chin Pingan thought for a while. It was not a bad thing. Coincidentally, there was an old willow tree with a crooked neck in front of them. Most of it was leaning towards the stream like an unfinished arch bridge. He pulled Li Baoping to lean against the tree trunk to rest. The little girl was impatient and insisted on sitting. Chin Pingan had no choice but to carry her to the tree trunk and stand aside to prevent her from falling. She casually sat behind the tree, like a little teacher who was teaching for the first time in a school. She was in high spirits. She coughed, intending to have a good talk with this little martial uncle to prevent him from going astray. If he really damaged his body, wouldn't she be filled with regret and die of heartache? Li Baoping said with a straight face, "The reason why I know a little about practicing martial arts is because I have a maidservant sister called Zhu Lu in my family. Since she was young, the old ancestor saw that she had a talent for practicing martial arts. I was also very close to her. Sister Zhu Lu was also a taciturn person who only liked to tell me what was in her heart, so I know what practicing martial arts is all about. Unfortunately, when I was 6 years old, I secretly followed behind Sister Zhu Lu and walked on that thing called Earth Ox Stake. It was very fun. The tallest stake was almost as high as the roof. But once, I slipped and accidentally fell down. In fact, I was really fine. Sister Zhu Lu was still implicated by me and was severely punished by the old ancestor. After that, Sister Zhu Lu never took me to play anymore when she practiced martial arts in the morning and evening or when she hid in the room to soak in the medicine bucket. Chen Pingan felt a little guilty. The so-called Sister Zhu Lu mentioned by the little girl might be the vigorous girl whose chest and head were hit by his 2 tiles that day. At that time, he secretly broke into the Li family's mansion and used a slingshot to break 2 porcelain bird food jars. The maidservant who protected the little girl in Jingyang Mountain was the first to discover his trace. She quickly climbed over the wall to the roof and finally jumped toward the roof where he was. Every time Chen Pingan thought about it afterward, he still felt that she was very powerful. Li Baoping could not wait to tell this guy who was still unwilling to admit that he was her youngest martial uncle. For example, the coward Shi Chuanjia's family has a shop. If they do well in business, they can make money and have a lot of money. Therefore, Shi Chuanjia's shop can be one of the oldest shops in our town. But if they only make money and don't know how to attract customers, they will soon be short of money and have to close the shop, right? As soon as he heard that doing business and making money, the money grubber Chen Pingan was immediately enlightened. He suddenly said, everyone has some family property. If they practice martial arts well, they can make money and make money. If they don't practice martial arts, they will lose money. If they don't practice martial arts at all, they will just keep their ancestral property dutifully. Li Baoping thought for a while and nodded. Something like that. Youngest martial uncle, have you heard of a saying? It's called practicing martial arts to attract evil, especially those external martial artists who claim to finish their apprenticeship in 3 years and kill people when they go out. Their punches are fierce and powerful. They look awe-inspiring and shout when they hit people. In fact, it's the most harmful to the body because they don't find the meridian at all. They don't know the method to enter. Many people will fall ill when they reach middle age. It's hard to say whether they will live to old age. Even if they do, they will be very miserable. Because from the first day they practice martial arts, they are not cultivating their qi and body. Instead, they are being prodigals and squandering their ancestral property. In the words of the ancestors of the Li family, Li Baoping was born with no buttocks. When the girl in the red cotton padded jacket was excited and wanted to stand up from the old willow, she was stopped by her youngest martial uncle's gaze. She continued resentfully, so, youngest martial uncle, you must take this as a warning. You must find the real method of practicing martial arts. There are thousands of kinds of martial arts in the world. The reason why there are high and low achievements and big and small prospects is that each martial arts has at least 2 natal aperture acupoints. If you can find them, then you can find the best way to nourish the most aperture acupoints along the way. It's like the spring wind and rain that nourishes everything. Even if the martial arts manual's rank is not high, as long as it's the right way, it can still strengthen the body and prolong life. However, if you take a wrong path, the better the martial arts manual, the easier it is to ruin things. Chen Pingan was lost in thought. He could feel the existence of that qi. It was like there was a small fire dragon in his body that had no home to return to. It was wandering around in a big furnace. Previously, this fire dragon was a bit like a headless fly, bumping around randomly. After hitting a wall, it would turn around. Now, its range of activity was getting bigger and bigger. However, it would eventually return to the vicinity of the qi residence in his abdomen and wander around. It was like a child that had gone out to play. After being tired, it wanted to go home. This mysterious qi flow did not bring any discomfort or pain to Chen Pingan. Instead, it gave the youth a warm feeling like he was sunbathing in the winter. Chen Pingan's perception of the 5 viscera and 6 bowels of the body had been extremely sensitive since he was young. Therefore, he was able to quickly detect where the problem was. When Kai Qinqian said that he would not live long in the mud bottle alley, she might have thought that he was just joking. In fact, Chen Pingan had confirmed that her statement was correct on the spot. Since he could not detect anything wrong, Chen Pingan let the qi flow do whatever it wanted. Deep in his heart, there was a trace of curiosity. He wanted to see which acupoint it would choose as its residence. Li Baoping swung his legs and crossed his arms. It's said that the foundation of practicing martial arts is to disperse qi. It's very domineering. It's completely different from qi cultivators' cultivation of qi. The more the better, the better. Practicing martial arts is different. When you find the initial qi, it's like you have to fight your way through all the obstacles. You have to eliminate all the qi that was originally residing in your acupoints and qi dwelling and change it into the initial qi. Finally, you can move your entire body in one go with just a thought. In the blink of an eye, the airflow can move up to hundreds of miles away. The ninth realm can even move up to thousands of miles away. You can mobilize your entire body's potential in an instant. A general can command thousands of soldiers and horses like his own arm. You can imagine how powerful it is. It's not any worse than qi cultivators flying in the air. Li Baoping said, Sister Zhu Lu said that martial arts masters can fly over roofs and vault over walls. They can even travel with the wind like qi cultivators. In the future, once they reach the peak of Great Grandmaster, killing those arrogant qi cultivators will be as easy as twisting a chicken's neck. They can kill people with a snap of their fingers. Chen Pingan smiled and asked, if martial arts is really so powerful, of course, it is a good thing. But why does it have to be measured by how easy it is to kill people? Li Baoping was stunned. She shook her head honestly and said, I have never thought about that. It was Sister Zhu Lu who said so. When she said these words, Sister Zhu Lu yearned for it very much, just like how I dream of catching a fish every day. The young lady thought for a while and said, but thinking about it carefully, according to what Sister Zhu Lu said, it seems that martial arts practitioners and cultivators are born to be at odds. The latter likes to look down on the former, thinking that martial arts is a lowly profession and that they are pitiful people who have no aptitude and can't cultivate. Therefore, they see them as inferior people and scold the martial arts practitioners as the watchdogs of the secular dynasties. The former, on the other hand, feels that those cultivators are all proud and arrogant. They are not good people. Why do martial artists have to go through all kinds of hardships in Jianghu? Those qi trainers are obviously just a small group of people, but they occupy countless famous mountains and blessed places. They are so proud of themselves, calling themselves immortals on the mountain and cultivating immortality with magic. They are respected and worshipped by the mortals and martial artists at the foot of the mountain. It is a matter of course. Li Baoping suddenly laughed and said, but youngest uncle, you don't have to care about these disputes. It is very boring. Li Baoping suddenly wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. She seemed to have remembered something, but she was a little embarrassed to say it and felt a little guilty. Finally, she decided to be honest. She really didn't want to deceive her youngest uncle. The young lady apologized with a sad face and said, Sister Zhu Lu and her father, Uncle Zhu He, were supposed to go to the southern border of the Great Sui Kingdom with us. But I was afraid that youngest uncle didn't like them, so I lied to them to wait for us at the east gate of the town. If Uncle Zhu He was here, he would be able to teach junior martial uncle martial arts because Sister Zhu Lu had been practicing martial arts with her father since she was a child. The ancestor had told me in private that although Zhu He's talent in martial arts was limited, he was an expert in teaching martial arts. He could be called a wise teacher. Even if he was thrown into one of those rich and powerful mansions in Dali's capital, he could still be a distinguished guest. Now Uncle Zhu he is gone and so is Sister Zhu Lu. Chen Pingan quickly comforted her and said, "It's okay. Although I don't have a master, I only have a boxing manual. Now I can't even recognize all the words in the manual, so I don't dare to practice blindly. I only practice walking and standing stances, but I have already confirmed that they can nourish the body and won't hurt the body. As for how to practice them well, I guess I have to wait until I can understand the manual. There is no hurry. I practice martial arts not for any realm, but for survival. I don't think so much." However, Li Baoping had obviously gone into a dead end on her own ideas. The more she talked, the more guilty she felt. The corner of her mouth turned down and she was about to cry. When a martial artist practices martial arts, the master can lead the way and the cultivation depends on the individual. But the master is very important. The threshold of the door that leads the way is high and low. After the master leads the way through the first door, he has to let go because of his limited ability. Or he can lead the way to the back door in one go. The situation is completely different. So the master must be a great master. He can't just find a famous master. The little girl sniffled and tears were about to flow out of her eyes. "Young martial uncle, you are a rare martial arts genius. If you become an expert because of me, what should I do?" Chen Pingan couldn't care less about how she came to the ridiculous conclusion that he was a genius. The most important thing now was to stop her from crying. When the little girl was sad, it gave people the feeling that she was really heartbroken. She wasn't the kind of child who would throw a tantrum. Chen Pingan suddenly had an idea. He suddenly raised his hand and placed it in front of the little girl. After gently clenching his fist, he said loudly, "Stop." Li Baoping was a smart child. She was stunned and stopped her tears. "Young martial uncle, what are you doing?" Chen Pingan shook his fist and laughed. "How is it? Young martial uncle is amazing, right? I made you stop crying." In order to comfort the little girl, Chen Pingan went all out. For the first time, he officially admitted that he was her young martial uncle. The little girl immediately smiled through her tears. She felt that it wasn't that she wasn't sad anymore, but that she was more happy than sad. Chen Pingan was relieved. He placed his hands on the old willow tree and then sat down beside the little girl. Under their feet, there were two baskets, one big and one small. Li Baoping said softly, "Uncle Zhu he often told Sister Zhu Lu that if you practice martial arts but don't practice it seriously, you will be possessed for 3 years. If you practice martial arts to find the truth, you can kill the god with one punch. Once someone who practices martial arts falls sick, it's much more difficult to treat them than normal people." The second time was even worse. When I heard the noise, I moved a small stool over and secretly poked through the window paper. In the end, I saw Sister Zhu Lu rolling on the bed in pain. No one could hold her down. In the end, her fingernails were flipped open and she was dripping with blood. She was very pitiful. In the end, we invited the shopkeeper of the Yang family's shop to send some medicine. Only then did the pain stop and she gradually calmed down. But the elder master was standing at the door of the courtyard and didn't enter. He shook his head and turned to leave, seemingly regretful and disappointed. When I asked later, the elder master only said that her life was saved by the medicine, but she lost the hope of reaching the 8th realm. He didn't need to nurture Sister Zhu Lu too much in the future, otherwise it would be harming her. If she's lucky, she can reach the 7th realm. If she's unlucky, she won't even reach the 6th realm. Li Baoping turned around and said worriedly, "Little martial uncle, please don't fall sick like this. I don't know anything. I'll definitely be dumbfounded." Chen Pingan smiled. "It won't. And even if it does, of course I'm saying, just in case. Don't be afraid. I can take pain. I'm not bragging. Li Baoping was skeptical. She reached out and pinched his arm lightly. Little martial uncle, does it hurt? Chen Pingan patted her little head and then looked at the path they came from. Do you know when little martial uncle felt the worst? The little girl shook her head vigorously like a rattledrum. Chen Pingan placed his hands on the tree trunk and crossed his legs. He swayed leisurely like a little girl. The youth narrowed his eyes and laughed softly. It was the second time I went into the mountains to pick medicine alone. At the time, I was only 4 years old, not even 5. When I went out, I wanted to pick the most medicine to go home, so I purposely picked the biggest basket. Then I died of exhaustion before I could walk out of the small town. When I could see the mountain after walking out of the small town, it was still a sunny day. My shoulders were in pain from the basket's rope, and my back was even worse. Actually, the pain back then was fine, and I wasn't particularly afraid. What made me feel despair was that the mountain looked so far away, as if I would never be able to reach it in my lifetime. Plus, it wasn't long before I left the mountain for the first time, so the blisters on the soles of my feet rebelled very quickly. Then, little martial uncle clenched his teeth and cried as he walked. At the same time, he secretly asked himself, I haven't reached the foot of the mountain yet. Why don't I just go home? Anyway, I'm still young, the basket is so big, and the mountain path is so far away. Li Baoping listened attentively. She asked softly, Little martial uncle, did you give up in the end? The youth smiled and shook his head. No. At that time, I suddenly thought that no matter what, it would be fine as long as I reached the foot of the mountain and turned back. Then, I really walked to the foot of the mountain. When I sat on the ground and cried, I thought again, why don't I go up the mountain, pick some medicine, and then go home? Then, I started to climb the mountain again. After climbing and climbing, I saw those herbs, and my whole body seemed to be suddenly filled with energy. It was a very strange thing. Li Baoping exclaimed and praised, Little martial uncle, you must have picked a basket full of herbs before going home, right? When the little girl said this, her face was full of pride. Chen Pingan shook his head. No, I didn't. When the sun was about to set, I went down the mountain before the herbs could cover the bottom of the basket. Firstly, it wasn't easy to find herbs. It was very difficult. I was so small, and carrying a big basket on my back was actually harder than picking herbs. Secondly, I was really tired. Thirdly, I thought that if I didn't leave now, I would have to stay on the mountain alone after dark. Of course, I was very scared at that time. But what I was most afraid of was... Li Baoping waited for a long time, but he didn't continue. She asked curiously, what was little martial uncle afraid of the most? Nothing. The youth shook his head and said softly, later, I wasn't afraid anymore. The little girl was considerate and didn't ask further. Chen Pingan came back to his senses and turned to her with a smile. I'm not telling you this to tell you how powerful little martial uncle is. In fact, all the poor children in the small town have been like this. It's not strange at all. I'm telling you this because I feel that the methods of practicing martial arts that you told me today are very well explained. It's very similar to when little martial uncle secretly went to the school and saw Mr. Chi teaching when he was a child. Didn't you say that there are no female teachers? I think when you go to Cliff Academy in the future, after you read enough books, you might become the first teacher to teach in the academy. After hearing what little martial uncle said, the little girl in the red cotton padded jacket was suddenly full of fighting spirit. She raised her fists and said, Li Baoping, you can do it. You can definitely do it. Chen Pingon looked at her silently. He felt that if Mr. Qi was still alive, he would be very happy. But then the little girl said something that gave the youth a headache. Because Li Baoping has the most powerful little martial uncle in the world. The youth could only pretend that he didn't hear anything. In the beautiful season where the grass was long and the orioles were flying, the youth and the little girl sat side by side, each with a beautiful dream. In a secluded place on the other side of the stream, a man and a girl sat cross-legged, eating dry food. The young girl, whose eyes were filled with a sharp look, said grumpily, "Father, can young lady really make it to the border of Greatly smoothly with such a silly fellow? I heard that there are often wars there, and there are many bandits and soldiers there. It's very restless." The man teased, "Did you forget who taught you a lesson? Not only did you lose the first battle in your life after practicing martial arts, but you also lost so sullenly." The girl said angrily, "That's because Dad didn't allow me to use my chi without permission. You were afraid that I wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure. Now I can defeat that guy from Clay Bottle Alley with one hand." The man smiled and asked, "You're a master of the second realm of martial arts. Are you sure?" The girl reminded him loudly, "Dad, he's at the peak of the second realm." The man raised his water bottle and took a sip. He shook his head and said, "You can't beat him. You only have a chance of winning if you don't overdo it." The girl obviously didn't believe him. That youth had only just stepped into the door of martial arts. Previously, when they confronted each other on the roof of the Li family mansion, he was only lucky to win because he had the terrain advantage. The man teased, "You're a heartless person. He fought with you in the house, and when you fell to the ground, he didn't forget to pull you up. If it were me, I would be very kind if I didn't add a tile to your head when fighting with an enemy. That's why I said he's stupid." The girl sneered, "People who practice martial arts are soft-hearted. This kind of person won't live long." The man said with a look of surprise, "You're just a girl. You're not good at martial arts, and your martial arts aren't high, but you have a lot of principles. Who taught you? Anyway, I didn't tell you these things." The girl raised her chin. "Our second young master said it." Although second young master is a scholar full of military strategies, he never talks about benevolence, righteousness, and morality. He only says that kindness can't lead soldiers, and must be decisive in killing. The man frowned. He was just about to talk some serious principles with this simple-minded daughter of his when he suddenly stood up and said in a low voice, "Cross the river." The girl stood up as well. "Dad, what's going on? Didn't you say to follow Miss quietly?" The man's tone wasn't relaxed. "Someone's coming. Be careful later." The father and daughter duo swept across the river and dashed away. Chen Pingon and Li Baoping had just left the old willow tree and resumed their journey when they saw someone appear at the end of their field of vision. Chen Pingon first put down the basket on his back, then had Li Baoping stand behind him. If they were on the east side of town, Chen Pingon wouldn't be surprised if they met anyone, even if they were immortals, demons, or ghosts. However, Chen Pingon didn't dare to be careless no matter who they met on this route to the south where even the roads would disappear. In the distance, a man who was neither tall nor strong came to Chen Pingon and Li Baoping. He was leading a white donkey. He wore a bamboo hat on his head, a cloth bag slanted over his shoulder, and his legs were wrapped in cloth. He held a bamboo cane in his hand, and a green, bamboo sheath long saber hanging from his waist. The man stopped 5 or 6 steps away and didn't continue to approach. He took off his bamboo hat, revealing an ordinary face. He smiled and said, "You're Chen Pingon, right? Hello, I'm Alliance, good as in Liang." Finally, the man added, "I'm a swordsman." 88. Chen Pingan glanced at the uninvited guest's green bamboo scabbard and pretended to be puzzled. He asked, "A swordsman?" The man held his bamboo hat with one hand and patted the hilt of his saber with the other. He smiled and said, "I can't find a sword that doesn't match me, so I have to use this to humiliate all sabers in the world." Hearing this familiar tone, Chen Pingan was relieved. He felt that Lu Baqiao should be able to be good friends with this man. Behind Chen Pingan and Li Baoping, the father and daughter walked slowly side by side. The girl Zhu Lu did not take it seriously. She sneered and said, "The Dragon King's yawn can suck in a river." "Father, is there something wrong with this guy's brain?" Zhu He saw a silver wine gourd hanging on the other side of the man's waist. It was the size of a palm and was smooth and shiny. At first glance, he could tell that it was an old object. He whispered to his daughter, "Although I can't detect anything strange about his qi, it's just a little longer than ordinary people's, but we still have to be careful. Although I've never traveled far in my life, I've heard a lot of Jianghu anecdotes from my ancestors. He said that when you travel in Jianghu, you have to be careful of Taoist nuns, old monks, children, and drunkards. In addition, the more you don't look like a guru, the more you have to be careful." "Oh," the young girl replied. She was both nervous and excited, wishing that the ordinary-looking man was the assassin so that he could serve as a whetstone for her fledgling. Chen Pingan asked, "You're looking for me?" The man grinned and said, "I'll send you to the border of the Great Sui Kingdom. Before that, we'll travel together so that we can take care of each other." Chen Pingan asked tentatively, "Do you know Master Wan, the blacksmith?" The man nodded and said, "Of course." Chen Pingan heaved a sigh of relief. Before he left the town, as part of the deal, Master Wan had promised him that he would ensure his safety before he reached Yifu Pass, an important military base at the border of Dali. Chen Pingan believed that Master Wan would not go back on his word, especially since this person had appeared so early, almost under Master Ruan's nose. Therefore, he should not be one of the three factions, Xingyang Mountain, Yunxia Mountain, or Old Dragon City. Moreover, the timely appearance of the father and daughter, Zhu He and Zhu Lu, gave Chen Pingan a lot of confidence. However, Chen Pingan was still worried. So he asked, "Then why don't you accompany me to the town to meet Master Wan before we head south?" "Coincidentally, I just found out that although it's a detour, there's a post-house route that can be used by both ox carts and horse carriages. It's actually faster than us crossing mountains and rivers." The man smiled playfully. "So cautious. You don't have the forthrightness of a Jianghu man at all." Chen Pingan did not turn his head. His eyes were still fixed on the man, but he said in a deep voice, "Zhu He, can you let Zhu Lu take the bottle back to the town first? We're not in a hurry." Zhu He immediately figured out the crux of the matter and nodded. "That's the best." Then, Zhu He said to his daughter, "Lu Her, you take the lady back first. Chen Pingan and I will accompany Brother Alliance. Whether it's drinking or sparring, it's fate that brought us together. It's not too much." The little girl in the red cotton padded jacket who was being held by Zhu Lu did not hesitate. She did not cry and shout that she wanted to be with her martial uncle. She only tugged at Chen Pingan's sleeve and whispered to him to be careful. Then, she decisively left with Zhu Lu. Li Baoping was not sloppy at all. Instead, it was the fearless maidservant who was filled with disappointment. She wished that she could change places with her father. When the man saw this scene of life and death, he rolled his eyes. He took off his wine gourd and leaned against the white donkey. Unless it was someone like Cui Dong, who broke the rules and provoked him, Wan Qing, who was focused on sword forging, would only act. Ruanting didn't think that anyone would dare attack Chen Pingan within a 50-kilometer radius. That would be a slap to his face. However, the dignity of a military sword cultivator on the 11th floor was much more important than the dignity of a dynasty. Therefore, Ruanqing didn't even bother to pay attention to the situation here. How could a young man wearing straw sandals and an innocent girl be worthy of his attention? However, Ruanqing's attention was drawn to an item. Someone shook the item. Ruanqing immediately sensed the majestic sword qi contained within the item. It was pure and vast. It felt extremely familiar, with a sense of intimacy and sorrow. Ruanqing had cultivated in the sect for many years. Although he had never seen it with his own eyes, he had heard of it long ago. As a result, he immediately rushed over from the blacksmith shop. Seeing that person's attitude, which was even worse than an ordinary teacher, Ruanqing did not mock him. Instead, he became a little more serious. He asked, "Are you the Wei and Jin of the immortal platform?" The man who had fallen into the stream struggled for a while before standing up with great difficulty. He picked up the wine jug from the stream and took off the bamboo hat on his head. He looked up at the culprit and said unhappily, "I am Alliance." Ruanqing stared at him from above. He was full of scrutiny. He asked, "Can you lend me some wine?" The man threw the wine jug high into the air at Ruanqing. "Why not? But remember to return it to me." Ruanqing took the wine jug and drank a mouthful. He smiled and asked, "It's not 5-millet wine." The man was furious when he heard this. He rolled his eyes and said, "The price has increased." Ruanqing laughed and threw the wine jug back. He asked, "How did you get here so quickly? I thought it would take you 10 days at the earliest." The man who called himself Alliance walked ashore, dripping wet. He cursed, "Why do you care? What's so great about being a saint?" Ruanqing asked, "Do you want to come to my shop? My daughter admires you a lot." Alliance pointed at himself and laughed. "Me? Your daughter has good taste." Ruanqing seemed to have known about this man's absurdity. He asked, "Are you in charge of Dragon Spine Mountain this time?" Alliance waved his hand. "It's not me. There's someone else." Ruanqing looked at the disinterested man and suddenly laughed. "Did you meet that little Taoist priestess on your way north?" Alliance's expression was as usual. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Ruanqing sighed inwardly. He stopped probing and didn't say anything else. There was a famous sword cultivator in the Wind Snow Temple where Ruanqing came from. He was young and talented. He rarely stayed in the sect. Even in the Wind Snow Temple, there were people who didn't know his name. When he was young, he was chosen by an ancestor of the Wind Snow Temple who went down the mountain to travel. He was accepted as a closed-door disciple. Therefore, his seniority was very high. When he first came to the mountain, he was only 20 years old. Many cultivators who were more than 100 years old had to obediently call him Grandmaster. Later, the ancestor of the Wind Snow Temple failed to break through. Coupled with the decline of this branch of the sect, the young sword cultivator became even more estranged from the Wind Snow Temple. This person often wandered the Jianghu for 7 or 8 years. Except for occasionally appearing in the sect on the anniversary of his master's death, he still came and went alone. Even when he returned to the Wind Snow Temple, he never greeted anyone. It was said that he had obtained a priceless sword-strengthening gourd long ago, but he didn't use it to nourish his flying sword. Instead, he wasted it recklessly. He used it to store thousands of kilograms of wine. He was drunk for at least half a year. Therefore, he was known as the Drunken Sword Immortal. Whenever he was drunk, he would be carried by a snow-white donkey. Before Ruanqing left the Wind Snow Temple, he heard that for some reason, this person fell in love with a young Taoist priestess who was known as the most blessed person in the continent. Since then, he had fallen in love with her and couldn't extricate himself. The beautiful Taoist priestess didn't have the heart to find a Taoist companion. This matter became a sensational anecdote in the Aquarius continent. Wanqing thought for a while. In that case, I'll have to trouble you to send them to the Dolly Wild Man Pass. The man nodded. Wanqing cupped his fists and bid farewell, his figure flashing away. Only the willow branches swayed gently. Zhu, he asked cautiously, Alliance. Senior, are you an immortal of the Wind Snow Temple? The man led the donkey and said in a languid manner, I'm not familiar with the Wind Snow Temple. Zhu, he smiled, not embarrassed at all. The martial artists in the world might not have a good impression of Qi trainers, but they still had to give a thumbs up to the cultivators of the Wind Snow Temple and the true martial mountain. Previously, Zhu, he might have felt that this person's tone was arrogant and his attitude was pretentious. However, after Saint Wanjiao's trip, Zhu, he looked back and realized that the ordinary-looking man in the bamboo hat in front of him was really a hidden immortal who hid in the city. He reckoned that the green bamboo scabbard long saber must be a divine weapon that would shock the world as long as it was unsheathed. Alliance took a big gulp of wine to warm himself up and said to Chen Pingan, that little girl is back. Chen Pingan turned his head and looked. Not only Li Baoping and Zhu Lu returned the way they came, but there were also two familiar faces and a mule with heavy luggage hanging on both sides. Li Huai and Lin Shui. Chen Pingan trotted over. Li Baoping looked unhappy. Zhu Lu said in a clear voice, we met these two children on the way. They said that they wanted to go to the Cliff Academy with Miss to study. Our ancestor just showed up and said hello. He asked me to look for you later. Chen Pingan did not ask who Zhu Lu's so-called ancestor was. He looked at the sneaky Li Huai and the down-and-out nobleman Lin Shui. Li Huai stiffened his neck and said righteously, if I don't follow you, am I supposed to be a beggar in a small town? Lin Shui's expression was still cold as he said, wealth comes from danger. Li Baoping snorted, you can set off from the east gate and go to the academy yourselves. Why should little martial uncle and I bring you two burdens along? Li Huai said angrily, Li Baoping. We are friends who have gone through thick and thin together. Lin Shui was not as shameless as Li Huai. He said frankly, Li Huai and I can't even walk to the border of Dolly, let alone the Cliff Academy. Chen Pingan nodded and pressed his hand on Li Baoping's head to stop her from talking. He then asked, then Shi Chuanjia and Dong Shuijing, are you sure they won't come? Lin Shui explained, someone from the shop will take Shi Chuanjia to the capital. Dong Shuijing heard that the village school will be opened again in the future. He will take your temporary job at the blacksmith shop. Chen Pingan looked at Li Baoping, Li Huai, and Lin Shui. He smiled and said, then let's go together. Alliance brought the white donkey back from the stream. When he saw Li Huai and Lin Shui, he said reluctantly, it's okay to bring a cute little girl, but what about you two brats? Li Huai scolded, who are you? Alliance replied without changing his expression, I'm your long-lost father, your biological father. Li Huai stared at this strange man as if he was struck by lightning. The man felt his hair stand on end. Did this little bastard's parents really have an unspeakable story? Li Huai quickly changed his dull expression. He twitched the corner of his mouth and looked at the man in the bamboo hat with disdain. He muttered, you want to fight with me? The man was deflated. He clicked his tongue and said, oh, there are many little bastards in shallow water. Li Huai put his hands behind his head and muttered, I don't want to listen to the bastards chanting. Chen Pingan asked for no reason, Alliance, why do you speak our village dialect? The man smiled and said, you can ask Wan Fei. Chen Pingan looked at him and suddenly smiled. Forget it. The man pointed at Chen Pingan and lectured, it's not good to be so thoughtful at such a young age. Alliance, who claimed to be a swordsman but carried a saber, and his white donkey. Chen Pingan and Li Baoping each had a basket on their back. Li Huai and Lin Shi were empty-handed. Zhu He and Zhu Lu were walking at the back. The 7 people with great disparity in status were heading south together. Because this alliance came from the same place as Master Wan, the journey was not difficult. Moreover, following the Tiefu River to the south, they would soon see the Dali Post Road that was being built day and night. However, Alliance was still willing to listen to Chen Pingan's advice. Li Huai ran over to ask the man in the bamboo hat during a break. He was not afraid of strangers at all. He put his hands on his hips and asked, "Hey, Alliance, is your donkey male or female?" The man did not dislike this child, but he was a little annoyed. "It's none of your business. Why don't you let me ride it? I can't even bear to ride it myself. What right do you have? Do you really think you're my son? If you give me the donkey, I'll let my mother remarry. How about it? Of course, if my mother doesn't agree, don't blame me. This donkey will still be mine. *CK you and your mother. Alliance, I'm not scolding you, but you have to change your temper in the future." Li Huai put his hands behind his back, shook his head, and sighed as he left. He left behind a bamboo hat man who had his horizons broadened. By the stream, 2 people walked toward the blacksmith shop. One was Ruan Jia, the other was an old man with white hair and a red face. The latter was the old ancestor that the maid Zhu Lu mentioned, the true backbone of the Li family, one of the 4 major families of the small town. Li Baoping was such a treasure, and the Li family had high hopes for her. Of course, they would not only let the father and daughter be her personal retainers. If Master Wan had not shown up today, the old ancestor of the Li family, who had achieved qi refining, would have escorted them all the way to Yefu Pass. The old man smiled bitterly and said, "Master Wan, is this the helper you invited from the Wind Snow Temple? He looks really..." Ruan Jia said bluntly, "He doesn't look like a master at all. Instead, he looks like a street punk, right?" Ruan Jia said slowly, "When I took the wine gourd to drink, I checked it carefully. The natal sword qi in the blade-strengthening gourd was still alive. It was undoubtedly the true inheritance of the Wind Snow Temple. Moreover, there were few people in the Wind Snow Temple. Wei Jin was cold and didn't like to make friends with others. Instead, he liked to wander in Jianghu. Although there are insidious methods in the world to successfully seize the natal item after killing people, Wei Jin's cultivation is definitely not low. If you want to successfully take the blade-strengthening gourd and the sword qi from him..." Ruan Jia laughed and said, "Then even if I were to take action today, I wouldn't be able to stop that person from doing what he wanted to do." The old man sighed and said, "You can't say that. If the 3 sects didn't take away the winning item and the formation was still there, Master Wan wouldn't have to be so restrained." Ruan Jia thought for a while and said, "Later, I still have to meet with the people from the Wind Snow Temple's Great Salamander Ditch to understand the situation. They are not far from here. It just so happens that the matter of Dragon Spine Mountain dividing the dragon beheading platform is not easy to say in front of the people from Marshall Mountain. During this time, if anything happens to the town, I'll have to trouble Elderly to find Xiuxiu and ask her to send a message by flying sword." Wind Snow Temple and Marshall Mountain were the ancestral homes of the 2 great military schools in the eastern vase continent. One was in the south and the other was in the north. The relationship between the 2 sides had always been good. Generally speaking, they minded their own business. Of course, when it came to critical moments, they would definitely abandon their sectarian differences and choose to join forces to fight the enemy. Marshall Mountain paid more attention to the development of the secular dynasties below the mountain. There were many cultivators from Marshall Mountain in the Dali dynasty. There were also cultivators from Marshall Mountain under the command of the Liu dynasty that had been destroyed and the Gao family of the Great Sui Kingdom. Most of them were the personal retainers of the generals on the battlefield or the middle-level generals who held real power. Wind Snow Temple tended to be independent and traveled between the ruins of the ancient battlefields. They were somewhat similar to the rangers in the Jianghu. They were extremely skilled in martial arts and did everything according to their hearts. When they were happy, they would slay demons and uphold justice. When they were unhappy, they would find someone to compare their skills with. Most of them would barge into the mountain gate without an invitation. Whether the master agreed or not, they would have to fight with them first. However, the eccentric guys of Wind Snow Temple didn't fight for fame, let alone kill people. Therefore, even if they were beaten badly by the cultivators of Wind Snow Temple, they didn't have to worry about their dirty linen being exposed. Regarding the flying sword, the old man was confused. Master Wan, there are also several good quality flying swords for messenger in my house. Master Wan waved his hand with a smile. It's not the same. The difference is not small. The old man immediately understood and said with shame, talking about flying swords in front of Master Wan, I'm making a fool of myself. Wan Tong suddenly sighed softly. The tree wants to be quiet, but the wind won't stop. A petite but plump woman in a palace dress was walking in the mud bottle lane. 3 people followed her from a distance. One of them was a middle-aged man with a burly figure and a resolute expression. The other was an old man with a white face and no beard. He seemed to have poor eyesight because he always squinted his eyes. A young woman was holding a long sword. The string of golden sword tassels just happened to curl up on her plump chest. The woman finally stopped at the gate of Song Jisen's courtyard and said with a smile, only Cui Dong would steal the Spring Festival couplets. So in my opinion, the Dali court said that although Liang Song is your disciple, he has surpassed you. They didn't wrong you at all. As for my uncle's words, saying that the disciple doesn't have to be inferior to the master, you don't have to worry about it. He's just that kind of person. After hearing a few words of scholars, he likes to mess up the bookcase. The old man named Su Hunran didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could only sigh, thinking that no one comforted people like Nyang Nyang. However, the old man's mood suddenly turned solemn when he thought of his brush with the vassal king on the way to the south. At that time, although Song Jianqiang looked tired, as if he had not recovered from serious injuries after a life-and-death battle, since he dared to lift the window curtain in front of him, it meant that Song Jianqiang was very likely to make further progress on the path of martial arts. Although the possibility of reaching the 10th realm was very small, after reaching the peak of the 9th realm, every time Song Jianqiang took a step forward, even if it was only half a step, the difference of half a step could be equivalent to the difference of 1 realm for a 7th or 8th realm martial arts grandmaster. This white-faced and beardless old man was well known in the Dali court and was known as the first swordsman in Dali. The suffix of the word master was like the word master after a certain person's surname. It carried a lot of weight. Liang Song, the genius swordsman who died at the hands of Song Jianqiang, was Su Hunran's proudest disciple. The old man regarded Liang Song as his own son, so the enmity was not small. Su Hunran liked to keep a sword in his sleeve. The name of the sword was White Sparrow. It was only an inch long but had great killing power. It was rumored that it could fly back and forth for more than 100 miles in an instant. The sword was kept in the sleeve and the person was not dead yet. His methods were sharp and unpredictable. The woman sat on the bed and patted the bed. It's not the life of a rich family, but it's quite comfortable. The young woman holding the long sword said softly, "My lady, you have given a lot of thought to His Highness. Suffering is the result of your will." The woman stood up and smiled. "You're being hypocritical. The child who really suffered is the orphan next door. My Mu-er is not considered to have suffered." She walked to the wall and thought for a while. She murmured, "The Liu family of Fulu Street gave us a few pages of ancient books. The spells and supernatural powers recorded in them have a long history and can no longer be verified. It's very different from the major talisman sects of Taoism today. I remember that one of the pages recorded an interesting spell." "What's the incantation?" "Oh, I remember now. Let's try it." The woman's back was facing the young woman at the door. She smiled and said, "Go directly to the courtyard next door and wait for me to open the door." Heaven and earth are connected, the mountain walls are connected, soft as apricot flowers, thin as paper. I point my sword and open the door quickly, by the order of the marquises of the 3 mountains and 9 mountains. The woman did not have the most important talisman in her hand. She only chanted the incantation and pointed her finger forward. Then, she strolled through the wall and left a ripple behind her. The woman walked to a dilapidated house with 4 bare walls. She lamented, "Some people have a good life. They can enjoy whatever they want. Some people don't have a good life and are born to suffer. If you reincarnate into the wrong body, who can you reason with? Even if you find the right person, do you dare to speak? Little fellow, when you find out the truth in the future, before you seek revenge from me, you have to at least deal with Yunxia Mountain, Xingyang Mountain, and Book Slip Lake. By the time you find me, it'll be years. And that's if you walk out of Dolly alive." She turned to look at the wall. "Who is the marquises of the 3 mountains and 9 mountains? There's no such person in our eastern vase continent. Is he an ancient deity who lost his incense and golden body? If so, why is this little spell still effective?" For the time being, she couldn't figure out the answer. She wanted to go back to the capital of Li Dynasty to check it out, or ask Cui Shi. In any case, she was close to him, so it would be a waste not to ask. She went to open the door, but after pulling out the bolt, she could not open it. Then, she remembered that the door must be locked. She had to use a little force to break the bronze lock. After opening the door, she saw that the courtyard door was wide open. She looked at the maid holding the sword and the sword master, Su Hunran, and asked, "You broke in just like that? Are you still reasonable? Find someone to fix it later. Don't forget." She walked to the courtyard door and added, "Change the lock on the door to the house to be exactly the same." The old sword master and the woman holding the sword were obviously used to this. The burly man standing in the clay bottle alley frowned. After the woman walked out of the courtyard, she suddenly stopped. "Yang Hua, follow my Mu-er steps when he was 7 years old and walk 63 steps to the right." The woman holding the sword took the order and walked forward. After 63 steps, she stopped. The woman behind her turned sideways and faced the high wall. "It should be here." The woman looked at the mud wall that did not look strange at all and said hatefully, "Song Yuzhang deserves to die." She quickly regained her usual graceful and calm expression and asked with a smile, "You've heard me talk about this secret before. What do you think is the crux of the problem? What do you think I can do for Mu-er?" The young woman shook her head. "I don't know, and I don't dare to guess." The woman sighed and was a little sad. "There are 2 knots in my Mu-er's heart. The first is, of course, in the heavy rain, he was chased all the way from outside the alley to here by a poor peasant. He was strangled and pressed against the wall, unable to move. With his temper, he must be angry. At that time, Mu-er was still young. Other than losing face, Mu-er must have been frightened by his peers who were full of murderous intent. The woman's eyes suddenly became fierce. She stretched out her hand and gently pressed it against the rough and uneven mud wall. The second knot is very interesting. It's so interesting that after the incident, my Mu-er probably felt guilty for the first time in his life. Therefore, after he met with Fu Nanhua from Old Dragon City, he couldn't make up his mind to change the person he wanted to kill from Lu Xianyang to that young man. The young woman was finally curious. However, serving this woman was tantamount to accompanying a ruler like accompanying a tiger. Naturally, she was not stupid enough to ask. The woman withdrew her hand and wiped it on the sleeve of the young woman who was holding the sword. She began to turn and walk towards the entrance of the alley. Suddenly, she revealed a delicate and naive expression. Although she was already a married woman and a mother, she still had a different charm. She said angrily, Mu-er just said that Chen Pingan was born on the 5th of May. After he cursed your parents to death, because he lived in the ancestral house, he caused your parents to be unable to reincarnate. Therefore, it's best that you don't live at home and move out quickly. The woman became angrier as she spoke. What's the big deal about a few words? You, Chen Pingan, believe that because of your stupidity, you broke the broken oath of not going to the dragon kiln to cook porcelain. How can you blame it on my Mu-er? Moreover, how much is the oath of a little bastard like you worth? How precious is my Mu-er? A white jade with a slight flaw. This is the saying of the secular world. If a cultivator believes this, he's simply courting death. Even the Qi cultivators of the upper 5 realms who can live as long as the country, who doesn't pursue the true immortal golden body and the pure body. You're just a common young man, how can you compensate for it? Can you even afford it? The woman gritted her teeth and said, little bastard, what a sin. The sword-wielding woman, whose golden sword tassel was gently lying on her chest, had a calm expression. Swordmaster Su Hunran turned a deaf ear to this and did not care at all. Only the tall and sturdy man at the back of the group frowned again. When the woman was about to walk out of Mud Bottle Alley, she suddenly turned around. Almost at the same time, the young woman and the elderly swordmaster moved to the left and right respectively to make way for the woman. The woman's face was full of smiles at this time. She was charming and innocent, with a kind of contradictory temptation. She asked softly, why, Wang Yifu, do you feel that something is wrong? The man said in a deep voice, although I don't know more inside stories, I do feel that something is wrong. The woman was not surprised at all. Instead, she laughed and said, Wang Yifu, you're indeed the #1 fierce general of the Lu dynasty. The elderly swordmaster, who was used to squinting to look at people and things, almost could not see his eyes. His sword aura filled the narrow alley. Debris from the mud wall kept falling to the ground. The sword-wielding woman quietly took a step back, as if to make more space for the swordmaster, Su Hunran. She looked at the burly man not far away and her lips curled into a mocking smile. A stray dog with a broken spine dares to bark. This man named Wang Yifu was once one of the generals of the Lu dynasty. He came from a first-class general family and his ancestors were all generals on the battlefield. Unlike his colleagues from the Ministry of Rights who lived in Peach Leaf Alley, Song Yuzhang lived alone in Dragon Rider Alley. It was a house whose owner had just moved out. Song Yuzhang opened the door and sat at the table. There was a wine pot, a plate of salted peanuts, and a big bowl of white wine next to it. This former supervisor had been in this town for 15 years. He was familiar with the taste of everything he ate and drank. When he saw a burly man appear out of thin air in the courtyard, Sir Song, who had just picked up the bowl of wine, smiled. You're finally here. He raised the white bowl high and asked, "Can you wait for me to finish this bowl of wine?" The uninvited guest hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Song Yuzhang seemed to be afraid that the guest would wait too long. He drank half the bowl of wine in one gulp. His face was red as he asked, "Can you help me pass a message to that young man called Song Jisun?" He should be called Song Mu in the future. The middle-aged man's eyes had a hint of pleading. "Can you tell him that the guy called Song Yuzhang has always wanted to ask him for a spring festival couplet?" The burly man shook his head decisively this time. "No." Song Yuzhang took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. His face was full of relief. He said softly, "When I was young, I liked to read travel books. I saw the old dragon city at the southernmost tip of the eastern bottle continent. It was a magnificent sight. Then let's treat this bowl of Dolly wine as the tide of the South Sea." Wang Yifu strode forward and twisted the neck of the Dolly Ministry of Rights official with one hand. After killing the man, Wang Yifu felt no joy in his heart. He gently let the man lie on the table as if he was drunk. As a man of a fallen country and a general of a defeated army, Wang Yifu poured himself a bowl of wine and drank silently. Finally, he said to the dead man on the other side of the table, "It turns out that scholars also have big heads." Even though Qin Pingan still doubted Alliance, it was undeniable that Alliance was a very interesting person. He had a donkey that he never rode, so he had a lot of fun bickering with the little brat Li Huai. He always wanted to trick Qin Pingan into drinking wine, saying that the best things in the world were only good wine and beautiful women. When Qin Pingan was practicing his stance, he would circle around the youth, saying that once this set of boxing technique was mastered, it would definitely be domineering and would randomly punch people. It was a pity that in Jianghu, it was important to not hit people's faces, so it would hurt harmony and ruin character. It was best to be like him, who convinced people with virtue and defeated the enemy with appearance. He would even boast to Zhu He about his unparalleled swordsmanship, saying that once he held a sword, it would be amazing. Even he was afraid, let alone his opponent. Zhu He nodded with a smile, but the young girl Zhu Lu did not believe it. She insisted that Alliance use the bamboo blade to demonstrate. She did not need him to display his overwhelming swordsmanship. If he could cut down a bull-sized tree, she would lose. Alliance said that it was not appropriate to display his swordsmanship today. Although he had already reached the earth immortal realm where he could use anything as a sword, he had to depend on his mood. Would an expert be an expert if he did not have some quirks? Therefore, he would only be interested on days with strong winds and heavy rains. For example, in the torrential rain, he could be so fast that not a drop of water touched his body. Zhu Lu spat on the ground and ran away. Alliance was not angry. He just smiled and said to Zhu He, "Little Zhu, your daughter's temper is not very good. Of course, if she really can't get married in the future, don't worry. I, Alliance, can let you take advantage of me and call me father-in-law." After that, Zhu He no longer went to Alliance to ask about his well-being. Alliance, who could only drink alone, was a little disappointed. Unfortunately, a few days later, when they were close to the Tiefu River, it started to drizzle. Although it was not heavy, it was still raining. Zhu Lu immediately stopped Alliance, who was rushing with his donkey. The latter looked confused and asked the girl, "Miss, what are you doing?" Oh, you're talking about me practicing swordsmanship when it rains? I remember, little girl, don't look at me like I'm a liar, okay? You're too young and don't know that there are many rules of an unworldly expert. Do you know that if the rain is too light, even if I only use a weed as a sword, I would feel sorry for that weed? Oh, no, I would feel sorry for my superior swordsmanship. So, when the rain gets heavier, I'll make a move, and I guarantee that I'll cut that iron talisman river in half. At that time, even if you cry and beg me to take you as my disciple, I may not necessarily agree. He dragged his daughter away without another word. The drizzle did not delay the journey. Alliance reached out to support his bamboo hat, shook his head, and sighed. He walked at the front with his white donkey, and at that moment, his back view looked a little lonely. What was even more unfortunate was that 2 days later, as if the heavens had opened their eyes, it started to rain heavily. In the end, Alliance shouted angrily, "What are you looking at? Is there something on my face? Why aren't you taking shelter from the rain? What if my Bao Ping gets hurt? Why can't you look at me when I use my sword? Don't you have any compassion? Can't you see that our Bao Ping is about to freeze to death?" In the end, when everyone squatted under a towering tree to take shelter from the rain, all of them stared at Alliance. Li Huai put on a fake smile and imitated his mother's tone, saying earnestly, "Alliance, it's lucky that it's only raining and not thundering today. Otherwise, you would be the first to be struck by lightning." Zhu Lu just sneered again and again. Even Lin Shui, who had a cold temperament, could not help but roll his eyes. He was now completely unwilling to pay attention to this **t big shot of the wind snow temple. Along the way, after many subtle tests, he felt that this strange alliance, even if he was indeed a cultivator of the military ancestral court, was definitely not a master of the earth immortal realm who used a sword. If it was true, let alone letting Alliance call him father-in-law, even if it was not a problem for him to call him father-in-law. Along the way, Li Baoping was much less talkative than when she had just left the blacksmith shop. She just followed her youngest uncle Qin Pingan silently. She was also unwilling to let Zhu He and Zhu Lu help her carry her basket. Qin Pingan was practicing the sword furnace boxing stance, and the others had long been used to it. Alliance was a little uncomfortable under the stares of Li Huai and the others. He turned around and faced them with his butt. He took off the silver wine gourd at his waist and drank wine one mouthful after another. As the heavy rain gradually stopped, Alliance suddenly stood up and said that he would go out to find a suitable branch to show them his superior swordsmanship. However, when everyone looked at each other, Alliance said that if he could not find it, then there was no other way. It was not easy for a sword immortal to find a suitable branch, just like a mortal to find a wife. Everyone looked at Alliance, whose bamboo hat was a little crooked, and no one was willing to speak. Alliance went up the hillside alone. The rainy ground was slippery, and he almost stumbled and fell. He hurriedly put on a few boxing stances, as if he was warming up his hands for the sword. However, just as Alliance's figure disappeared from sight, the rain suddenly became heavier. There was no warning, and it caught everyone off guard. Chen Pingan opened his eyes and saw the donkey not far from the tree. He thought for a moment and stood up. "I'll go find Alliance." He also stood up. "I'll go with you. It's easy to get into trouble in this weather." Chen Pingan shook his head. "No need. When I burned charcoal and gathered herbs in the mountains, I encountered this kind of weather many times. Don't worry. Besides, I need Uncle Zhu to take care of this place, so I can rest assured." He thought for a moment and nodded. "Chen Pingan, be careful." Chen Pingan rubbed Li Baoping's head and said softly, "I'll be back soon." Not only did he have to personally oversee the construction of the government office on the east side of the town, but he also had to discuss the location of the Wenchang Pavilion Marshal Saint Temple. His parents' official, Wu Yuan, was so busy that he didn't even have time to rest. Of the 4 families and 10 clans, except for the 6 that had already moved out of the town, there were still 8 left. The matter of the Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights, Dong Hu, overshadowed Wu Yuan's limelight. Now, those local sly old foxes were all laughing at Wu Yuan on Fulu Street and Peach Leaf Alley, but he still had to visit them one by one. He was so busy that his lips were chapped and his throat was almost smoking. As soon as he returned to the construction supervisor's office, he collapsed on the chair and pulled his collar. He stared blankly at the carved beams with a gloomy face. Beside him stood the secretary who came from a wealthy family. Today, he accompanied Wu Yuan to visit the heads of the various families. He didn't get the cold shoulder, but he met with a lot of soft rebuffs. One said that whether the Wenchang Pavilion could be built on the old porcelain mountain, they had to ask the head of the Liu family. Another said that the immortal tomb was occupied the most by the Wei family and only the head of the Wei family could sit down and talk about it. Then the Liu and Wei families said that such a big matter that involved the foundation of the ancestors must be discussed carefully with everyone together. Otherwise, they would be criticized by the neighbors. The secretary was also full of anger, but he was very familiar with the rules of the officialdom since he was young. He knew that it wasn't easy to be an official, and it was even more difficult to be a parent official. Therefore, he wasn't flustered and exasperated. He gently shook his head to a few colleagues who had heard the news and came over, indicating that they shouldn't add fuel to the fire for the time being and leave Wu Yuan alone. Wu Yuan suddenly smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm just a little craving for the wine in the capital." Only then did the son of the aristocratic family sit down and say regretfully, "It's a pity that the Li family has already moved to the capital. Otherwise, we could have asked their head, Li Hong, to act as a go-between. Some things would be much easier if they could be discussed in private. Our family has a good relationship with the capital's Li family. If they speak, the small town's Li family will definitely give us face." Wu Yuan glared and reprimanded, "Are you stupid? The connections your family has accumulated aren't equal to your own connections. Every time you use them, your status in the family will drop by a lot. This kind of matter isn't as simple as when you asked someone for a plaque, so you shouldn't blindly get involved." The son of the aristocratic family laughed and said, "I'm just worried that Lord Wu will go down a dead end." Wu Yuan sneered and said, "If I were someone who would go down a dead end, would have already broken the legs of that old father-in-law of the Pillar State and eloped with him with his precious daughter." The whole room was silent. The son of the aristocratic family held back his laughter and said in a low voice, "This kind of big talk, Lord Wu can just brag here." Wu Yuan comfortably leaned against the back of the chair and didn't show the slightest embarrassment of being exposed. Instead, she laughed and said, "Of course. If father-in-law really came, I would have already run over to serve tea and water with my head bowed and waist bent. I still have to ask Lord Pillar State if you're tired all the time. Otherwise, you can rub your shoulders." The whole of the yamen was filled with laughter. Even the two secretaries at the door with golden embroidered sabers at their waists looked at each other and smiled. The moment Wu Yuan sat up straight, everyone in the hall subconsciously held their breaths and concentrated. Wu Yuan said neither hurriedly nor slowly, "The Li family has already moved out. The Liu family is determined to be a coward and doesn't care about anything. The Zhao family said that the old ancestor's body is not well and everything can only be decided after she gets better. The small-town Song family has the deepest water. The four families of Fulu Street together have 10 large dragon kills. The two under the Li family's name have already been transferred to the Wei and Liu families of Peach Leaf Alley. Today, you will put together all the scattered documents of the yamen and gather them into a network map of the 4 families and 10 families. I want to see how the fish and dragons mix in this small pond. Taking a step back, even if we can't do anything to the first few families, we will go to the second-tier families. Apart from the bottom of the 10 families, there is also the very rich Ma family. They have always adhered to the ancestral teachings and refused to move to Fulu Street's Peach Leaf Alley. They have 2 kills. Since I am still the supervisor of kills, the size of these dragon kills is still up to me. We will rope in and support these families. At the same time, I will throw in money. I won't feel distressed even if the Yaman's savings are emptied. I don't believe that you can protect the old porcelain mountain. But the immortal tomb is such a large place. Once the spoils are not evenly distributed, how long can you protect it? The water is shallow and there are many bastards. The temple is small and the wind is strong. When the pond reaches the bottom and the temple collapses, I want to see how this group of old foxes will apologize to me. When the county magistrate finished speaking, he should have been in high spirits. Instead, he sighed and slumped back. I can't live like this. When will it end? Sir, what happened to the promised drunken beauty's lap? In the Yamen, there are only old women and children. There is not a single young woman. What happened to the promised land of outstanding heroes and beautiful women? At this moment, the handsome young man with a mole between his eyebrows was stopped outside the door by 2 retainers. The young man smiled and said, Official Wu, how about I write a letter to help you ask Yuan Zhuguo in the capital? I can help you ask for 2 cute little maids. Wu Yuan immediately stood up with an embarrassed expression. She couldn't reveal her master's identity as the imperial tutor. She also didn't have the face and courage to scold her master in order to cover up the truth. Wu Yuan was full of doubts. She didn't know why her master wanted to visit the Yamen and didn't seem to mind revealing his identity at all. Cui Dong couldn't be bothered to argue with those civil and military secretaries. He turned around and said, Follow me. Wu Yuan gestured twice to everyone in the room, indicating that they should keep quiet. She quickly walked out of the door alone. When the 2 secretaries who had fought in the battlefield wanted to follow her, Wu Yuan waved her hand and refused. Walking on the quiet stone path, Cui Dong asked, Have the Lu family's felons entered the mountain? Wu Yuan shook her head and said, There are still 600 felons left. They haven't reached the mountain pass of the northernmost Mount Junshin. This group of people has the most honorable status. Most of them are descendants of the meritorious families of the Lu family. They aren't old either, between 14 and 20 years old. Wu Yuan was puzzled. Didn't you arrange this beforehand? Cui Dong said unhappily, Unexpected things happen. Your master is now like a dragon in shallow water, so I have to confirm it with you again. Don't worry about anything right now. Hurry to the mountain pass of Mount Junshin and find a young felon named Xia Yulu. Arrange for him to go to the capital. Wu Yuan asked carefully, This time, it's Song Zhengqiang's trusted subordinates who are escorting them to Longquan County. If I just go up to them and ask for them, will those disrespectful military ruffians obediently let them go? Cui Dong waved his hand and said impatiently, I have a backup plan on my side. You just have to show your face. Wu Yuan said worriedly, Master, what about your side? Cui Dong snorted coldly. You won't die. Wu Yuan didn't hesitate anymore. She immediately called the 2 military secretaries and rode out together. Move your mouth first, and the student ran until his legs broke. After Wu Yuan left, Cui Dong walked alone on the small road of the Yamen with a gloomy expression. One careless move, and the whole game. I haven't lost completely. It's a fact that the whole game has collapsed, but it's fine. As long as there's a sliver of a chance of winning, it's fine. I'll endure it and treat it as cultivating my mind and temperament. At worst, I'll just change the chessboard and come back again. Didn't I just suffer to death first, and then you've, Qi Jingchen? Why do I feel like I'm a tortoise as I talk? Cui Shi sighed. Her luck has always been good. Of all times, she just had to come at this moment. I can only try my best to take back a few chess pieces from this mess so that she won't take them all away. I'm so pissed. Cui sure sighed. I'm so pissed. After that, a yeoman worker walked by from afar and heard a handsome young man muttering loudly, I'm not angry, it's not worth it. I'm not angry, it's not worth it. Motherf asterisk cur, it's not worth it my ass. I'm so angry. In the blacksmith's shop, 3 brand new bamboo chairs were placed under the eaves. They were emerald green and the color was amiable. The girl in green had already stood up and left angrily, leaving only Master Juan with a normal expression and a beautiful woman with a smile that didn't change. In the distance by the stream stood a woman holding a sword, an old man in big sleeves, and a burly man. The woman sitting on the small bamboo chair withdrew her gaze from the ponytailed girl's back. She had just used a little trick to deliberately provoke the girl and make her leave. Only then did the woman get straight to the point and asked, Master Juan and Mr. Chi have an agreement. Is that why there are martial artists from the Li family following Chen Pingan? Ruan Ting said bluntly, no. The woman asked again, so Master Ruan agreed to protect Chen Pingan because of those 3 mountains. Ruan Ting nodded. Yes, I promised him that there would be no major accidents before they leave Dolly. The woman looked up at the gloomy sky that was about to rain heavily and said, Master Juan, I'll have someone by the 4 mountains around Shinchuo Mountain and give them to you as a meeting gift from Dolly. How about that? Ruan Ting sneered. Do you still need to spend money to buy them? Those bags of gold and copper coins are just something that Emperor Dolly uses with his left hand and enters with his right hand. Why do you need to do something unnecessary? The woman shook her head and smiled. Rules are rules. It's not that I like to follow rules, but the rules of Master Juan in front of me, or the rules of His Majesty in the capital, are higher than my status, so I have to follow them. Although I'm not a good person, I always act according to my ability. Ruan Ting didn't comment on this and asked, why do you insist on killing that young man? And you don't hesitate to pay such a big price to kill him in such a hurry. So much so that you can't wait until he leaves Dolly's border before killing him. The woman's tone was not heavy, but her eyes were very determined. He must die. If he dies, even if there's really the so-called Buddhist karma that the bald donkey mentioned, the matter of killing his father and relying on him to fight for more opportunities for my will all stop with me. Ruan Ting said indifferently, it's because you have some unorthodox supernatural power that can cut off karma, right? The woman smiled. She didn't deny or admit it. Ruan Ting shook his head and said, but this isn't a reason for you to be in such a hurry to kill him. My is about to enter Dolly's capital. When the time comes, a great opportunity will descend. In order to avoid unnecessary complications, I have to eliminate the root of the problem as soon as possible. The woman saw that the man opposite her was unmoved and indifferent. She had no choice but to reveal the secret and choose to be honest with the military saint. She explained in detail, if the knot in Mu-er's heart was placed on an ordinary cultivator, it wouldn't be a problem. The path of cultivation is long. Even if he can't get rid of it by himself before breaking through the middle 5 states, Dolly has plenty of methods to get rid of it by force. At most, he'll leave behind a sky demon's heart of unpredictable size. When he enters the upper 5 states, it will become extremely dangerous. But now that the opportunity in the capital waits for no one, there's no room for carelessness. In addition to that useless Cui Dong, the imperial tutor of Chueda, who was known for his flawless plans, actually lost. Obviously, in the end, he didn't succeed in destroying that young man's clear state of mind. I had no choice but to settle for the next best thing. I used Chen Pingan's head to forcefully change Mu-er's state of mind. When the woman said this, she said helplessly, It's not that I didn't think of deceiving Mu-er, saying that Chen Pingan became a vulgar commoner in Cui Dong's examination. I could even arrange all the details flawlessly and present them to him one by one. But I can't bear the risk. Once Mu-er knows the truth in the future, his talent is too good now. Once he obtains that opportunity, it will become a great hidden danger. It's very likely that his Taoist heart will collapse in an instant. At this moment, it was about to rain heavily. The curtain of rain was like iron. Ruan Jia ignored the torrential rain outside and asked, "What knot in your heart is so troublesome?" "That old bastard surnamed Yao tricked me and told that young man the truth." His parents couldn't have been hurt by Yang Qi just because he was born on the 5th of the 5th month, so he couldn't be reincarnated as a human. So the young man who violated his mother's oath was dumbfounded. He ran back to the small town from the dragon kiln like a madman. After that, the young man who was so sad and indignant that he wanted to kill someone, Teacher Wan, do you know what he did? He didn't go to find Mu-er, nor did he go home. He actually waited outside Clay Bottle Alley until Mu-er went out alone. Only then did he stop him and catch up with him. In the end, he pinned my Mu-er against the wall in Clay Bottle Alley and almost strangled him to death. Of course, he didn't kill anyone in the end. Even if he really wanted to kill, he would be the only one who would die. It's so hateful that those men of sacrifice hidden in the dark stubbornly adhered to His Majesty's rules. As long as Mu didn't die, they absolutely couldn't interfere. The woman tried her best to tell the secret in a casual tone. For the first time, she felt tired and helpless. How can there be such a strange bastard in the world? His action became the biggest knot in my Mu-er's heart. It was almost a dead knot. For so many years, he even woke up from his dreams many times because Mu-er couldn't understand. "You, Chen Pingan, why didn't you kill me? Why did you choose a time when GQ wasn't around? If it were me, Song Jisin, I would have chopped you, Chen Pingan, into 8 pieces. That wouldn't be enough to vent my hatred. It would be best if I did it in front of your family and friends. In the end, it can be said that I've trapped myself in a cocoon of my own making." The rain fell on the ground like soybeans, just like the tears of 2 children of the same age. One sat on the ground limply, covering his neck with both hands and crying out in fear. The other wore straw sandals and walked to the entrance of Mud Bottle Alley, covering his face with his arms. Like a mirror, the brighter and more flawless it was, the more it could reflect the flaws of the person looking at it. After a long silence, the woman retracted her thoughts. She hesitated and asked, "Master Wan, you should have guessed the work of that covered bridge, right?" Ruan Cheng's face was full of disgust. "If I had known, I wouldn't have come here." The woman raised her eyebrows and said in a deep voice, "Therefore, before Mu-er leaves the town, he has to go there and burn some incense. Everything he has today is because the imperial family of Greatly has lost one golden branch, jade leaf, and royal family member after another. The number of strokes on the plaque on the covered bridge represents the number of people who died. It was these people who sacrificed their lives in exchange for his achievements." Master Ruan's face was gloomy. He didn't seem to want to speak anymore. The woman slowly stood up, high-spirited. She lowered her head and stared at Wan Qing. Her voice was low and bewitching. She said slowly, "Master Wan, if you feel that 4 mountains are still not worth the promise you made to that young man, it's fine. Master Wan, you can name a price. As long as you are willing to speak, everything can be discussed. For example, on Dolly's side, after I return to the capital, I can persuade His Majesty to open the door for your daughter when she proves her Tao in the future. Although I don't know what it is, I can promise Master Wan on behalf of His Majesty that the Dolly Imperial Court will do its best to help when the time comes." Other than me, Imperial Tutor, Cui Dong, and even Song Jiankyung can help your Wanxiu prove her Dao. Wancheng said indifferently, in the future, don't enter within 1,000 miles of Longquan County. If you are discovered, don't blame me for hitting a woman. The woman sighed. Forget it, forget it. At most, we'll wait until Dolly's border. When she walked down the steps, Wanqing said, that bamboo chair was made by Chen Pingon himself. The woman was stunned. She deliberately misinterpreted Wan Cheng's real meaning and smiled charmingly. What? Master Wan wants to say that the young man called Chen Pingon indirectly touched my butt. The woman laughed and left. She walked straight into the rain, allowing the rain to drench her body. Her figure was graceful and her curves were exposed. Wan Cheng did not look at her. His face was expressionless. It was another heavy rain. Chen Pingon, who was already a young man, walked to the top of the mountain and saw a man wearing a bamboo hat who was slowly sheathing his bamboo blade. He turned his head and smiled brightly. Before I came here, I met a young hero who was much more interesting than you. I often heard him recite a poem. It's really good. Why don't you listen to it too? A wild man's anger at injustice wears out the eternal blade in his chest. Alliance, who claimed to be a swordsman, slowly walked towards the young man and pointed at the top of his head. But I'm not a swordsman. I just feel that this poem is very suitable for this kind of weather. After killing someone, I'll take it out and recite it. The real reason I came here to find you is to collect the blade-strengthening gourd on the way. The second reason is the hairpin on your head. The latter is 100 times more important than the former. Behind the man who had already sheathed his bamboo blade, 2 serene corpses lay on the mountain slope. They were both warriors and cultivators of Dolly's first-rate cultivation. Chen Pingon asked, "Who are you?" The man walked slowly, his palm pressed against the hilt of his blade. He stopped in front of Chen Pingon and raised his bamboo hat. He smiled and said, "My name is Alliance, kind as in Liang." It's not too late to make a move when you can't reason with them. Chen Pingon was silent, his face pale. Alliance looked at the teenager from head to toe. You do look a little like him. Alliance stopped joking and stretched out his hand. Give me the hairpin and I won't kill them. Chen Pingon's fingers trembled. Alliance said slowly, this is Qi Jingchuan's teacher's relic, so it can be considered as Qi Jingchuan's relic. Chen Pingon raised his arm and reached for the top of his head. Alliance smiled and said, I won't kill you if you break the hairpin with your own hands. I don't lie. Chen Pingon suddenly stopped. He took a deep breath and took a step back as if he was preparing to fight. Alliance asked, you think that I'll let go of Li Baoping and the others if you die anyway? So even if you die, you want to try and see if you can protect this hairpin with your own ability? Chen Pingon didn't say a word. He took 2 heavy steps and rushed in front of Alliance and punched. The next moment, Chen Pingon suddenly realized that Alliance was no longer in front of him. Chen Pingon stiffly turned around. Sure enough, the man in the bamboo hat was standing there, but there was an extra hairpin in his hand. Alliance sighed. He didn't seem to be interested in the hairpin at all. He stretched out his hand and handed it to the youth. Take it back. Chen Pingon cautiously took a few steps forward and took the jasper hairpin from him. In an instant, the youth felt his head sink. It turned out that the man in the bamboo hat gently pressed his hand on his head. The two stood side by side, but they were facing opposite directions. The man who had always been sloppy sighed and said, Chen Pingon, don't do stupid things in the future. There's no dead object in the world that's more important than a person's life. You must live. Even if you can't live well, you must live. There's no greater reason than this in the world. The man in the bamboo hat patted Chin Pingan's head. He looked up at the dark sky and said with a smile, "You have to know that no matter how valuable or meaningful this hairpin is, since Qi Jingchen is willing to give it to you, he must believe in you. So, when you have to make a choice between life and death, you must choose to live and not die. To die heroically, to die passionately, to die leisurely, but to die is to die." The man in the bamboo hat withdrew his hand. Qi Jingchen is very disappointed in this world. That's his business. You, Qin Pingan, are you? Don't learn from him. You haven't really seen the good and bad of this world. It's a matter for scholars to worry about 1,000 years before they reach 100. I, Alliance, am not a scholar. You, Qin Pingan, are not one for the time being, so. In the end, the man didn't say the original content after "so." He just said softly, "Qin Pingan, believe in my judgment. You can go far in the future, even further than Qi Jingchen." The youth asked softly, "Why?" The man gently stroked the bamboo blade's hilt and said with a smile, "Because I'm Alliance." The two of them finally walked down the mountaintop in silence. Chen Pingan asked, "The two people on the hillside?" Alliance thought for a moment. "Dead people." Chen Pingan hesitated. After some thought, he decided not to get to the bottom of the matter. He changed the topic and asked, "Why didn't you take the hairpin?" The corner of Alliance's mouth twitched as he lamented, "After I got the hairpin, I realized that the worst-case scenario was 10,000 steps back from what I imagined. It was even worse. It was tens of thousands of steps back. It's really just a crappy hairpin. Then what do I need it for?" The youth was speechless. Alliance shook his head and said, "Real scholars are poor. You will understand in the future. I should have thought of it long ago. According to that old man Dao Lin's temper and Qi Jingchuan's personality, it's normal for them to pass down such an ordinary hairpin." Alliance suddenly turned his head with a smile. "Do you know? You took something that I thought was already in my bag. Do you know how many unnecessary steps I took for it?" Rain fell from the bamboo hat. The youth was confused. Alliance said angrily, "I even carved a word somewhere. But in the end, when I came running here, it turned out to be such a miserable scene. So you should thank me for not killing you." Alliance said to himself, "If you don't have the ability to carve 2 or 3 words there in the future, see if I won't cut you." Chen Pingan said helplessly, "Alliance, can you say something I can understand?" "Sure." Alliance laughed and said, "My name is Alliance, good as in Liang." Chen Pingan finished his sentence for him. "I'm a swordsman." At this moment, Alliance's mouth curled up. He slapped the youth on the shoulder and said, "Then it's settled." Chen Pingan was even more puzzled. Alliance had already changed the topic. "Even if you accompany a friend for 1,000 miles, you still have to part. I'll send you to the border of Dali and leave. I believe that by then, you kids will be able to travel to study freely and there won't be any foul things for the time being. So after that, you'll have to pray for yourself. Whether you can take them to the Great Sui Kingdom's Cliff Academy, and whether you can return to Longquan County of Dali alive, all depends on your own ability." Chen Pingan suddenly said, "Thank you." From the first time they met until now, the youth began to completely trust this man who called himself Alliance. Alliance shook his head and said, "It's okay. I'm just making up for what I owe. It has nothing to do with you. Many years ago, there was once a young scholar surnamed Shi. After he was tired of studying, he said that he wanted to travel Jianghu with him. At that time, the swordsman named Alliance didn't agree. The man felt that if he had a little more patience at that time, the youth wouldn't have come to this point today. Alliance finally said, "Chin Pingan, do you know?" The youth said, "What?" Alliance said earnestly, "In the future, you have to respect a peerless master like me from the bottom of your heart." The youth asked curiously, "Can you beat Zhu He?" Alliance felt a headache coming on. He felt that this guy was even more annoying than Qi Jingchun back then. "92. The water was silent, and the rain was short. Not long after Chin Pingan and Alliance returned to the tree, the rainstorm had already turned into a light drizzle. Raindrops continued to drip from the leaves. When Chin Pingan returned to the tree, the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket had a face full of worry. Chin Pingan smiled brightly and rubbed her head. The little girl's face suddenly brightened up, like an unexpected rainbow after the rain, so clean that it made people's hearts tremble. At this moment, Chin Pingan suddenly felt a little guilty, but he didn't know what to say. There were many words stuck in his heart, so he could only silently practice the sword furnace stance. When Alliance saw this scene, he smiled knowingly, but Li Huai's words quickly dispelled Alliance's good mood. Alliance, I heard from Chin Pingan that you went to the mountain to take a dump, because you didn't have to clean up your ass." Alliance laughed and asked, "Was it really Chin Pingan who said that?" Li Huai glanced at Chin Pingan, who was standing not far away. He was probably afraid that Alliance would confront Chin Pingan face to face, so he also copied Alliance's tone and laughed, saying, "Although Chin Pingan didn't say it out loud, I feel that he definitely thinks that way. Of course, I feel that Alliance is not that kind of person. I even specially explained it to Sister Zhu Lu and patted my chest to guarantee that you, Alliance, are not that kind of person." Alliance gently pulled Li Huai's ear, lowered his head and asked with a smile. "Oh." Li Huai said bitterly, "Alliance, it's all Chin Pingan's fault. He's too much. Do you want me to scold him for you?" Alliance twisted the little bastard's ear with all his might. "Do you think that I, Alliance, am so gullible?" Li Huai screamed, but unfortunately, no one was willing to pay attention to him. Li Huai immediately changed his tune. Alliance, I have an older sister called Alliance. Her name is a bit unpleasant to hear, but she is very beautiful. I definitely won't lie to you about this. Lin Shui and Dong Shui Jing, those two perverts, both secretly like my sister. Dong Shui Jing would come to our house to eat whenever he had nothing to do. Every time he sees my sister, even though she is already an adult, he still blushes. Alliance, I think you are much better than Dong Shui Jing. You are handsome and have a good temper. You can afford to ride a donkey and drink wine. Do you want me to introduce you to my sister in the future?" Alliance quickly released Li Huai's ear and gently placed his hands on Li Huai's shoulder. He pressed down and smiled, "Let's squat down and talk slowly." Chin Pingan walked to Zhu He and Zhu Lu and asked, "Uncle Zhu He, can we talk for a while?" The man grinned and said, "I have been waiting for you to say this for a long time. Then let's walk around casually. The rain is already very light anyway." The two of them walked side by side out of the nameless tree. Before Chin Pingan asked, Zhu He introduced himself and his background. "Chin Pingan, so many strange things have happened in the small town. Since you were able to survive the attack of the mountain-moving ape of Xingyang Mountain and become an ally with that foreign girl, I guess you already know a lot of things. Then I won't hide anything. After all, the safety of the young lady is the most important. Both of us are the children of the Li family. We have been doing chores for generations in order to earn a living in the Li family. Although it sounds very pitiful, it is actually not as bad as you think. From the old ancestor, who we only see a few times in a year, to the head of the family, to our Miss Bao Ping, no one treats us as servants, especially the young lady and my daughter. In fact, their relationship is no worse than that of sisters in ordinary families. At this point, the middle-aged man turned his head to look at his daughter who was standing under the tree and looking away. She was still in her teenage years and had not really grown up yet. She would be a real young lady in about a year. He felt that his daughter would not be inferior to any of the young ladies in the capital of Dali. He had always been proud of this and firmly believed that his daughter, Zhu Lu, would definitely shine in Dali in the future. It should be known that Dali had always respected women. They did not stop women from throwing themselves into the battlefield to bravely kill the enemy. The late emperor of Dali even specially ordered the Ministry of Rights to set up a whole set of martial merit titles for female martial artists and cultivators. This was the first of its kind in the continent. Once, it was wantonly attacked by the scholars and literati led by Lakeview Academy, setting off a big chaotic war. The spearhead was pointed directly at the barbarian Dali dynasty in the north. If not for Qi Jingchen, who was the mountain master of Cliff Academy, standing firm against the objections of the masses, perhaps the young emperor at that time would have been forced to withdraw the imperial edict due to public opinion. Zhu He laughed and said, "That year, after discovering that I had the bone structure and talent to practice martial arts, without demur, he spent a lot of money to cultivate me, Zhu He. That's why I have the skills I have now. My daughter, Zhu Lu, is about the same. If not for her own failure to live up to expectations, failing at the second realm of martial arts, her future achievements would only be higher than mine, her father's." After old ancestor discovered that Zhu Lu was a good seedling to practice martial arts, he personally told me that Zhu Lu had the hope to reach the legendary seventh realm of martial arts. I, Zhu He, am merely at the fifth realm. Speaking to this point, Zhu He's mood was somewhat dejected. When a martial artist ascended to the next realm, without an evenly matched opponent, without the tempering of life and death situations where one's life was hanging by a thread, relying only on talent, one was destined not to go far. Moreover, once a good opportunity was missed, one would not be able to climb up in one go. More and more, one's willpower would be worn down more and more, the second would be weakened, the third would be exhausted, and the road to the top would be completely cut off. Zhu He suppressed the haze in his heart and continued, "This time we are escorting Miss out of Dali. First, we are the closest, our skills can be considered passable, plus we are the children of the Li family. I don't dare to say that our skill is very high, but at least we are loyal. Second, this is the first time Miss is going on a long journey, she needs attentive people to take care of her food and daily life. Zhu Lu is a suitable candidate. Third, our Miss is the most beloved junior of our ancestor. In fact, the real person who is supposed to escort Miss is not someone else, but our ancestor himself." But after Alliance, Master Ruan's fellow disciple of the Wind Snow Temple, showed up, our ancestor returned to the town. Because now there is no inhibition in the town, he can absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth without any scruples, which is equivalent to practicing in a paradise. Our ancestor is about to break through the next realm, and the opportunity will not come again. Anyway, with Alliance as his personal retinue, there should not be any problems. Zhu He thought for a moment and explained, "Our ancestor has a unique vision and a broad mind. Although he dotes on Miss from the bottom of his heart, he did not force Miss to stay by his side and shelter her under his wings when Miss went on a long journey to study. Instead, he made it clear that the little girl not only had to go to the Cliff Academy, but also had to go on the second half of the journey by herself. The descendants of the Li family should have such courage." Zhu He suddenly laughed out loud. But speaking of this, elder ancestor's face was full of worries again. He kept muttering, "But our little treasure bottle is not even 10 years old. Can't we talk about boldness later? In the end, when our ancestor made up his mind not to follow her secretly all the way, he looked back 3 times with every step like an old child, which was the first time. So Zhu Lu told me in private that our ancestor was really good to Mississippi. Zhu, he said gratefully, Miss is also good to our Zhu Lu. Miss has liked to chat with Zhu Lu since she was young and watched Zhu Lu practice martial arts. In fact, Miss has contributed a lot to Zhu Lu's success today. Chen Pingan breathed a sigh of relief. Uncle Zhu, I'm relieved that you're here. In the small town, Chen Pingan did not trust anyone except Mr. Qi. Even Master Wan, just like what Chen Pingan said to Li Baoping, he only trusted the promise of a saint in this place. It was some rules that Mr. Qi had once followed, not Master Wan himself. This was an indescribable intuition. It could be said that he was born with it, but more of it was cultivated, just like the medicine that the straw-sandaled young man decocted for Miss Ning. It was the same for Alliance and Zhu He, and there was no exception. Chen Pingan was not someone who did not have to worry about food and clothing. He had never suffered before, so he foolishly treated everyone well. The hardships of life, the ugliness of people's hearts, the hardships of poverty, and the lonely and helpless young man had long been engraved in his bones. Zhu He patted the young man's slender shoulder. With just one pat, he felt that the young man's bones were strong and tough, which slightly exceeded the expectations of this fifth-realm martial artist. However, he quickly felt relieved. If not, how could he face the mountain-moving ape head-on? Zhu He, definitely did not have such courage and ability. However, when he thought of this, Zhu He could not help but sigh. He was not even 40 years old, but his ambition had already been exhausted. He could not even compare with a young man who had just stumbled on the path of martial arts. Zhu He was also a little curious and asked with a smile, although I have never walked out of the small town and do not know the rules of the outside Jianghu, the ancestor once said that if you meet a fellow martial artist at the foot of the mountain, there are many taboos. For example, monks do not talk about their names, Taoists do not talk about their lifespans, and they can ask about their masters, but not their martial arts. However, I am really curious. How did you escape from the mountain-moving ape? I only heard about the pursuit in your small town from the ancestor after the event. Chen Pingan was a little embarrassed. In fact, I have been running for my life, from the clay bottle alley to the mountain. If it were not for Miss Ning, I would have been dead. Zhu He hesitated for a moment before reminding him softly, you have to cherish these good karma. The relationship with Miss Ning, and with Master Wan. Master Wan, you have to be careful and maintain it steadily. Don't break it. Chen Pingan was a little confused. Zhu He sighed with emotion. We are just frogs at the bottom of the well in Lizhu Cave. The gap between us is limited. Just like you and me, the difference in martial arts cultivation is at most 5 realms. As for identity, do I have the right to look down on you who has a clean background? However, the world outside the well is very different. The further you go in the future and the longer you stay outside, you will understand more thoroughly. Chen Pingan said sincerely, I have not thought that far. Zhu He laughed and said, you can think about it carefully. Chen Pingan nodded. Chen Pingan had always cherished the kindness of others. As for the malice of others, if there was no way to reason with them, he would keep it in his heart and never forget it. After all, there was still a long way to go. Under the tree, Li Huai, who had just sold his sister, Alliance, was now very thick-skinned in front of him. He said casually, Alliance, I will ask Chen Pingan to make you a wine gourd later. You can give me the small gourd on your waist. We are family. I will not treat you unfairly. Anyway, you look old and don't deserve my brother-in-law's identity. Alliance said mysteriously, what do you know? This gourd is called the blade strengthening gourd. It is a rare good thing in the world. It looks inconspicuous, but it is very valuable. How many sisters do you have? One won't be enough to kill you. Seeing that Alliance rarely spoke to him in such a firm tone, the little kid's heart was pounding. He looked at the small gourd enviously and raised his head reluctantly. He asked tentatively, "Why don't I ask my parents to give birth to a few more sisters? This can be discussed, right?" Alliance reached out his hand to cover his forehead. For some reason, he remembered that when he walked down the hill with Qin Pingan, the young man had compared him to Zhu He, who was in the fifth realm. Alliance let go of his hand and sighed. He picked up a dry branch and drew on the ground. Li Huai looked over and saw that it was a crooked handwriting. His handwriting was not as good as his own. It was even worse than Lin Shi, who even Mr. Qi said was not tacky. The more Li Huai looked at it, the more embarrassed he felt. He looked at Alliance's handwriting and then at the silver-white wine gourd at his waist. After an internal struggle, Li Huai said, "Alliance, your handwriting is so ugly. I've decided not to be your brother-in-law. My parents hope that my sister will marry a scholar in the future." Alliance slowly raised his head, his face full of disbelief. "Is it ugly?" Li Huai's heart was heavy. He nodded vigorously. The child felt that if his sister dared to snatch food from him again, he would definitely scold her for being heartless. He had even given up the blade-strengthening gourd for her. Liang had a look of disdain on his face. He chuckled and said, "How is that possible? It's not that I'm bragging, but in a place far away from here, who knows how many people who saw this word gave it a thumbs up." Li Huai was confused. "In person." Alliance laughed dryly. I've heard. Li Huai said, "I knew it. Whoever has the face to tell you that his handwriting is good in person, I'll take him as my master. Probably even my mother won't be able to win against him." Alliance sneered. "If you take him as your master, he'll take you as his disciple?" Li Huai said seriously, "He won't." "Is he blind?" Alliance covered his forehead again. That guy was really blind. Alliance thought that he should talk less. He raised his head and looked around. Finally, he saw the girl Zhu Lu. He smiled and said, "Zhu Lu, do you want to learn swordsmanship? I'm interested in using my sword now." Not far away, Zhu Lu was worried about her Mississippi. The girl in the red cotton-padded jacket rested her cheeks on her hands. She looked in the direction where her youngest uncle had left and frowned. After hearing Alliance's words, the girl said angrily, "Go away." Alliance's eyes were innocent and blank. It just rained heavily. "Look, I'm soaked." The girl realized her mistake, but she still sneered. "Sloppy, ignorant, and incompetent. You're not a good person." Alliance said angrily, "Little Bao Ping, Li Huai, Lin Shui, am I not a good person?" Li Huai hit him when he was down. "You only look like a good person. But if you're willing to give me a wine gourd, then you're a good person." Lin Shui said coldly, "Don't trick me into drinking in the future. Teacher has said before that scholars write hundreds of poems when drinking, but they're all fake." Only the girl in the red cotton-padded jacket secretly smiled at Alliance. Alliance felt warm in his heart. He gave her a thumbs up and ignored the other two's sarcasm. Alliance's Jianghu was not for nothing after all. When Chen Pingan and Zhu He returned, the group went on their way again. When the Dragon Tail Stream, which was originally in the southeast, turned to the south and became the Nutiafu River in the Dali County Annals, the river suddenly surged and the water level rose. The river was wide and deep, far surpassing the previous stream. Under Chen Pingan's suggestion, they took a short break and cooked some rice here. After lunch, they continued on their way. Li Huai stood by the river and clicked his tongue with his hands on his hips. Alliance, have you seen such a big river before? Ao Liang, who was riding the white donkey, looked at the junction of the stream and the river, then looked behind him. In the end, he smiled at Li Huai and said, "The number of great rivers I've seen is more than the number of rice you've eaten." Li Huai was unhappy. Alliance, do you feel uncomfortable if you don't brag for a day? Alliance turned a deaf ear and walked to the young man who was building the simple stove. He said softly, "Let's go for a walk by the river. I have something to tell you." Chen Pingan was stunned. He asked the maid of the Li family, Zhu Lu, to help. Li Baoping had been able to help a lot along the way. She was even familiar with helping Alliance feed the white donkey. Therefore, she helped Sister Zhu Lu to cook rice and asked her youngest uncle to go for a walk by the river and leave everything to her. These days, the little girl insisted on carrying the basket on her back and doing her best to take care of everything. Every time the young man practiced martial arts, she would silently accompany him. She was cute and naive. The two walked to the river and walked down the river. Alliance said honestly, "I like the little girl Bao Ping very much. Of course, you will like her more than me." Chen Pingan looked back and saw the little girl busying herself over there. Her legs were like the wheels of a car. Compared to Lin Shui, who always did what he said, and Li Huai, who never did anything, Li Baoping was full of vitality even though she was still young. Just looking at her was like looking at a beautiful spring. Chen Pingan nodded. Alliance said again, "But you keep feeling that something is wrong, right?" Chen Pingan nodded. Since the last time we talked about martial arts, she said a lot in one breath. But after that, it seems that she doesn't like to talk much. Alliance asked, "Did you say something to her? For example, what kind of person do you want her to be in the future?" Chen Pingan suddenly turned his head. His face was full of shock. Alliance probably didn't want to inadvertently hurt others with his words. It was rare for him to be careful with his words. He stopped and squatted by the river and gently threw stones. After the young man squatted beside him, Alliance said softly, "Deep feelings don't live long, and extreme wisdom leads to injury." Normal people are not qualified to apply these two sayings, but Li Baoping is different. Although she is still young, the first one is of course something that has no shadow, but the second one is already applicable to her. You have Chen Pingan as your support, so your unintentional words and actions will be deeply embedded in the little girl's heart. Words are very strange. They will accumulate word by word in the heart. You may think that my sayings are more like a half-baked pedant or a sour scholar, but the truth is the truth. Chen Pingan exhaled softly. "It's my fault. I was afraid that she didn't have the confidence to go to Cliff Academy, so I said that I hoped that she could become a teacher, little teacher." Alliance smiled. "It's my fault. Chen Pingan, you're wrong." The young man was puzzled. Alliance didn't look at the young man. Languid, he looked at the calm surface of the river. "You just didn't do better. It's not that you did wrong." The young man was even more puzzled. The two sayings were different, but weren't the results the same? Alliance finally turned his head. He seemed to have seen through the young man's thoughts. He shook his head and said, "It's very different. Do you know why the good people in the world are more aggrieved than the other? For example, Qi Jingchen. The Mr. Qi you know, he could have done things more happily, but in the end, he was just so cowardly and aggrieved. When you look around, it seems that those bad people are living more freely and happily than the other. For example, the two enemies you mentioned to me before, the mountain guardian ape of Xingyang Mountain and young Castellan Fu of Old Dragon City, will indeed live very comfortably after they return to their own territories. One of them has a high status and enjoys respect while lying on the roll of merits. The other is ambitious and aims to go to the north. Alliance looked at the young man who was deep in thought. He smiled and said, "That's why being a good person is very tiring. You mustn't be a good person and think that you've done wrong when you don't receive anything in return. You mustn't think that you'll never be a good person again. This is wrong." Alliance's expression was solemn. He emphasized and repeated the last sentence, "This is wrong." Alliance laughed and became the playboy who didn't care about anything again. Of course, Li Baoping is very good. The little girl is just repaying you in her unique way. Don't get the wrong idea. Chen Pingong shook his head hard and said, "No, no." Alliance nodded. "That's why I'm willing to tell you this." He sat on the ground and placed the bamboo blade on his knees. "You have to know that I rarely reason with people." "My reason?" Alliance paused for a moment and patted the green bamboo blade on his knees. "In the past, it was the sword. Now, it's the blade." Even if it wasn't raining or the sun wasn't high, Alliance would still wear the inconspicuous bamboo hat. He held the hat and said, "If your character isn't to my liking, even if that hairpin means as much as I thought, even if you're the person chosen by Qi Jingchen, I won't nag at you. At worst, I'll send you to Dolly. If I'm in a good mood, I'll just throw you to the Great Sui Kingdom. What's so difficult for me?" When the cheeky man turned serious, he had a different demeanor. He gently patted the bamboo blade with both hands. "To me, all Liang, life is in the world. You have to walk your own path, say your own words, and do your own deeds. I think you, Chen Pingong, should be the same. You don't have to be like me, but you have to have a straight back, big fists, hard bones, and high swordsmanship." Alliance laughed. "Don't forget, the most important thing is to live long enough." Chen Pingong said honestly, "Alliance, although I understand some of it and don't really understand some of it, I'll keep it in mind. If I encounter any problems in the future, I'll think about it carefully." Alliance nodded and said with relief, "That's enough." Alliance stood up and walked a few steps. Suddenly, he turned his head and said, "Chen Pingong, I've finished the dry food I brought." After saying that, Alliance left quickly and walked towards Li Baoping and Zhu Lu. He shouted, "Have you eaten yet? Have you eaten yet?" He left behind a teenager who was still in a daze. At the end of the day, after beating around the bush, this guy was just trying to get free food and drinks in broad daylight. Chen Pingong followed with a smile. One evening, a group of people passed by a green bamboo forest in the mountains. The girl in the red cotton-padded jacket tugged at Chen Pingong's sleeve and pointed in that direction. She asked softly, "Young martial uncle, the bamboo forest, isn't it beautiful?" The teenager who was in a hurry nodded and continued on his way. They were about to see the post road that Alliance mentioned, the official road of the Dali Imperial Court. The girl was silent. She shook the basket on her back and still followed the teenager closely. At night, they slept in the narrow leather tent set up by Zhu Lu. The girl thought of something and pouted. She felt wronged and finally told herself that her young martial uncle was already very good. Then, she fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, the sleepy-eyed girl didn't dare to sleep too much, afraid that she would delay her martial uncle's planned journey. She quickly put on her clothes and the pair of straw sandals that her martial uncle had made for her. However, the moment she came out of the tent, she was stunned. Just outside the tent, there was a small and beautiful green bamboo bookcase. The girl was stunned for a long time. Then, she burst into tears. The teenager who had been busy the whole night was sleeping in the distance. After being awakened by the crying, he quickly got up and ran over to stand in front of the girl. Chen Pingong was at a loss for a moment. He touched her head and did not know how to comfort her. He thought that the girl would be happy when she saw the small bamboo bookcase at dawn. Seeing Li Baoping so sad, Chen Pinggan's heart ached. The girl closed her eyes and cried for a long time. When she opened her eyes and saw Chen Pinggan, she stopped crying and ran to him. She hugged Chen Pinggan tightly and sobbed, "Young martial uncle, I'm sorry." Chen Pinggan could only gently pat the girl's head. "Don't cry, don't cry." The girl just cried. She was heartbroken. Chen Pinggan said softly, "You don't like the small bamboo bookcase? Did little martial uncle not do a good job? It's okay, it's okay. Next time, you can change it. I've only seen this small bookcase once. In the future, when I go to a crowded place outside and see a nice bookcase again, you can tell me." The girl raised her head, her face full of tears. "I like it. There's nothing I like more than this." However, it seemed that the more she liked it, the more she felt that she was heartless and guilty towards her young martial uncle. She squatted on the ground and sobbed, not daring to look at her young martial uncle. Chen Pinggan thought of Alliance's words yesterday and immediately understood. He squatted down and touched the girl's head. He said softly, "Li Baoping, do you know? I'm really happy to be able to accompany you on your study trip. It's just that I didn't tell you before. Now that I know, if you still like this worthless little bamboo bookcase, I'll be even happier. Really, I'm not lying to you." The girl slowly raised her head, but her hands were still covering her face. She only dared to reveal the gaps between her fingers, secretly revealing her lively eyes. She sobbed shyly, "Young martial uncle isn't lying." The youth's eyes were clear. He nodded and said, "Young martial uncle also knows how to lie, but he won't lie to Li Baoping." The girl quickly removed her hands and smiled brightly. She was the carefree and innocent girl in the youth's impression again. Therefore, the youth also smiled brightly. Some people's hearts were like flowers and trees, born towards the sun. This was especially true for young martial uncle and the girl. 8. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.